adopted by all those groups, wasn't it?
Must be, they're on the bond.
Yeah, well, I don't know, there's gotta be something up top that's missing,
Or it could be their working, it could be their working.
definition. But I mean, I think it's good for us to, you know,
It's a good place to start at least,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, you know, equity means every school provides high-quality curriculum. I mean, that's pretty, I think we've all been there, we've understood that. You know, support services, you know, maybe it's a good time to kind of review what the support services. It used to be we had that 504 list, but then they changed that, it's not 504 anymore, I forget what it's called, but, you know, this is what we do, we have the reading specialist, and we have this person, we have the counselor, so I think it would be a good exercise, and we have a month to do it. And it doesn't mean it has to be done.
You know, like when we're developing a budget. Yeah, exactly. You know, how do we know that the budget is going to provide equitable opportunities for all of the kids? Is it because of our, you know, structure? Is it because of our staff? I mean, what, and I don't know what the answer should be, you know, but it feels like we should be able to answer. That we've done.
No, I think so. Is that okay, guys? Yep, great. Okay.
Isn't it also in our articles?
Well, then we would provide,
It's in the Constitution.
It's in the Constitution, it's in our articles.
States have it.
Right.
so is Act 16 in the Constitution too, if you want to believe our supreme legislator. Okay, so we're gonna work on that, that's good. I have to get off there before I go too far. I still am a big fan of that. Okay, new business, administrators. Anything else new? Last chance for a month. You guys got anything new? Peter?
No, sir.
Board?
I was just wondering if there was something that you were thinking of the fall for the administrators of joining both campuses together for whether, I know you have two different open houses, but whether it's a fall concert or some presentation, being like, this is, you know, starting now, it's gonna be the River Valleys, if you were thinking about doing some combined event between the two schools so that the communities would go to this one event where you have everyone there, parents, students, faculty, community members, to, you know, all be together. If there's a thought about planning that for the fall, because, you know, the fall will come, be so quickly, and then all of a sudden it'll be winter, and we'll have snowstorms to contend with, and
I hadn't thought of a community event, but last year I noticed that Dover took a fall hike to Haystack, and we did a fall hike to Jamaica State Park, so I was thinking maybe as schools we could do an all-school hike.
Ooh, I got a good suggestion for you. Dover's got a trails committee that they're working hard on setting up trails.
Put the kids to work.
And no, not put the kids to work, but, you know, if you talk to Andy McLean, maybe he could lead both groups, and you can do a hike in Dover this year, and then next year you can do a hike somewhere. You'll get your Wardsboro person who knows some of the trails out there are good places to hike. And maybe we could switch back and forth so that students can learn, you know, about, hey, here's some neat things you can go see in Wardsboro when you go on trails, and here's some, you know, neat things in Dover.
Sounds good. We are collaborating on a 6th grade
Oh, that's right.
book study and field trip this fall.
Yeah, I noticed in your principal's report, you put a field
Yeah.
trip.
So they did it last year, last 2 years?
Last 2 years.
The last 2
right.
years we've done it. And they've gone to the Lowell Mills in Lowell, Mass. And they studied book committee over the summer
Mhm.
and got together as a group. They tried some collaborative work over Google Hangouts and, you know, using technology to get kids from the various schools in the district together to talk about the book. And then they did a trip to the mills. So they're doing that again. They're not going to Lowell
They're
this
going
year.
to Sturbridge.
They're going to Sturbridge. So they do that a little bit already. We haven't, Tammy and I have talked a little bit about concerts and things, but we haven't gotten together to nail anything yet.
Everybody good? Carry that, take care of yours.
And then one other suggestion, I know that we have the Dover School, we have the Dover School Group, the parents kind of running different activities during the year. And I know that you have similar, it's not a PTA, but,
It's called the Wordsboro School Club.
okay, so same with the Dover School Club. I was wondering if those two entities maybe could share information so that maybe Wardsboro and Dover could be working towards similar events. Like, for example, we do the trick-or-trunking, maybe to combine that with Wardsboro and Dover so that you have one bigger event between the two schools, another way to bring, you know, the schools together and people together, so.
And more candy.
More candy is always nice as well. But, you know, like identifying some things that we're doing already, but maybe combining that between the two groups, so. And, you know, something where the administrators, you're not having to do everything, maybe contacting the
Yeah.
parent groups and saying, hey, here's your colleague in the other campus to think about
Right.
doing programs together, dances or things like that. It's a savings of money, and you have more people to take advantage of attending those events.
Good idea.
Less work for you, delegated to
Delegated.
parents and other community members, that, you know, there are two groups, right?
What's that?
Okay, yes, thank you.
Just so it's in the minutes, we gotta get hold of Anita and talk to her about, she's gonna help us market the budget again next time around. So I think just kind of keep in the back of our minds and showing the minutes that, you know, maybe the October meeting, we should get her there, to discuss how she, you know, wants to do. I think it worked really well, and especially now that we're gonna change again, that we told everybody things change, and now we've changed back for the first year. There's, at the last WCSU meeting, I think, Rick, you were there, right? The New Central meeting? Were you there? And
Okay.
that was.
That wasn't
alumni.
it.
Carrie, you were there?
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
So, you know, school calendars are supposed to be based on the regional career center. Help me if I'm wrong, guys. And the one in Springfield is looking at doing a new kind of calendar where they're starting the beginning of September, but they're getting done like the beginning of June. And they're only having a Christmas break, a short one of less than 2 weeks. And they're only doing a March vacation. There's no April, May, February, January vacations. And this was a draft, but I think they supposedly have adopted it for not this coming year, but for the year after. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They've adopted it for 2019, 2020. The other school, the career center we align with in the Brattleboro school hasn't adopted this yet, but it looks like most of the career centers really like this, because with the snow days, and it's not just snow, but it's bad weather days, you know, again, when did we get out of this year? We were late in June again.
We were earlier this
We
year.
were fairly early compared to the year before.
Okay,
That's
The year before was the 26th or something.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
You know, this allows, you know, so this is maybe the schedule, just be aware of it, because I don't know if you guys remember, but in Dover before, when they changed some of the winter breaks and they didn't line up with the Mount Snow being busy and stuff, we got a lot of grief about, not having school, you know, the parents, had to make arrangements to do something with the kids while they were busy at work and stuff, so, but
What are they proposing? Are they proposing longer summer and start
No.
on holiday?
no, what they're proposing is you get out a lot earlier, you get out the beginning of June, but they're proposing that the only breaks are, you know, you start school at the end of August, I'm sorry, no, I believe you start school on like the first or second of September, whatever that first Tuesday is. You get 1 day off in October, or 2 days off, you get, you know, 3 days off in November for Thanksgiving, plus a day on November 11th, must be Veterans Day.
Cut back on some of the holidays.
December, you know, you get off a good week, you know, or a good 2 weeks, almost. And then you have Martin Luther King off in January, you got President's Day off in February, and then you get a week, a 5-day vacation towards the end of March, and then there's no vacations until Memorial Day. You get that 1 day off, and then you're a week and a half later, you're out of school.
So is this what we're adopting for?
No, This is what Springfield's Regional Career Center has adopted
Okay.
for this coming year. It looks like other career centers are adopting that,
Career
or
centers.
moving towards that, and our calendar is supposed to be based on the Career Center.
Okay.
So,
Has our calendar already been scheduled?
for
It's
this
set
coming
for this
year is
year.
all set for this
Right.
coming year. But this is what the Career Center may go to, and that's what we're supposed to base ours on. So just be aware that that may be there, so I'm sure we'll get a chance to discuss it.
Yeah.
And we have to adopt the calendar for Wyndham Central, so there'll be a discussion there too.
Yeah.
But there, I mean, there's a pretty big change, you know, there's less vacations during the year, but you get out earlier.
There was there's a good program on the radio today I heard on DPR about that exact subject, about extending or making the summer longer, and one thing they're proposing, a lot of the schools in Vermont wanted to make them shorter for something they call the summer slide, I guess is
Yeah.
the term, and it was really interesting, and so they were trying to figure out ways to keep the kids involved during the summer with summer programs, or would it be better to shorten the summer in some ways. In some schools, I think even up in Burlington, tried to do this, and there was a revolt basically by parents because everyone wants to be outside and have their time with their kids. It was a great program if you guys want to catch it on DPR or on today. And so I would think extending the summer is not a great idea based on that slide for educational, unless there are activities available.
But we do have a lot of after-school programs that
Right.
help that with students
Yeah,
that are
they
identified.
talked about that, and they also said that boards should be engaged in the summer and try to keep some of these programs going as well. So I thought that was good for us too. We can talk about that maybe later time.
Peter, that's a good thing during the retreat, is the school calendar too.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I
Thank
think
you.
so. Yeah, excellent.
And then we also got the remainder, they updated the WCSU meeting, so it looks like September 25th is gonna be the school board retreat for WCSU. October 23rd, we'll have an executive committee for budget compensation. November 13th is a full board meeting to discuss budget. November 27th, hopefully vote on the budget. December 4th, if necessary, to vote on the budget. And then by February, we have to evaluate the superintendent.
Are you looking at, those are all future dates for us?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not for us, for those of us that
On the businesses.
are on the
Super board?
WCSU.
Okay, you're talking about super board.
So I
Right, which is, as
definitely-
far as I know, it's Barry and I and
That's
you
what I'm-
I definitely
It was best
cannot
do
do the 25th
of,
September.
You lost me after October 23rd.
pardon?
You lost me after October 23rd.
It's the same thing that you were given at the Wyndham Central meeting. Okay. That's fine, because that's a retreat. But that'll be when we try to invite the senators.
To the SU?
Yeah, isn't that what we just discussed?
Oh, we're gonna do it at the SU instead of here?
Yeah.
That's, as I said, I see them, I speak to them, I tell them what I'm thinking about very frequently. It's not about me.
And then just the last thing, and Rick had brought this up a year ago, a year and a half ago, I don't remember how long ago. And I thought we had discussed it, so I'm gonna give this as an assignment to you guys. Because this gentleman here, I'm glad he brought it up. I thought we had covered all the policies we needed to have. And the one thing we didn't do was, and I asked Bill for it, and I got the standard policy thing, which I didn't really need. What I was looking for was, what policies are there in Dover, and what policies are there in Wardsboro? If we could just get a list of all the policies, and then maybe each of you, or you can do it as a group, I don't care, however you think it's best. Maybe you can put an asterisk by the ones you feel are important that we should readopt as river valleys. So we've got all the required ones. We're gonna look at the school of choice thing, I forget the name of that policy, and we're gonna look at the transportation this fall when we do budget. But is like age of admission, is there another policy out there that we both had that we should be adopting as river valleys? So if you guys can send us the indexes, highlight the ones that you think we need, and then maybe we can put them together, and we can work on them, do 20 minutes of policy in each, or 15, whatever it takes to get them done. Is everybody, and if you guys as a board member remember a policy that we had, that we should be bringing forward?
Residency.
I thought we did a residency policy.
We don't have a combined one. We each have the policy. It's
Okay,
modeled
well, that's
after
gonna be an
those
important
strands,
one.
but
What about the weapons one? I mean, we're required to have a weapons policy, right?
Don't we have it?
There's a firearms policy.
Right, but that was what Rick had brought up, was in Dover's policy, we covered all weapons, like knives and,
Right.
so, again, let's do them, not trying to create a lot more work for you, but if we can at least get a list and agree on a list, and maybe what we used to do in Dover was, Matt would bring us a couple a month, and he would review them, make any additions, corrections that he thought, and then we could adopt them, and then the next month we do a couple more. And I want to do that with all our policies, because what tends to happen is policies get put in the book and we never look at them again. And I want to, once we get through this, I'd like to, every 2 to 3 years, go through them all. Not that we'll all be here for that length, but just so that the board is used to every month reviewing a couple policies.
So we have the lists.
Right.
Right.
The school, so we'll talk about it with Bill and
Okay, so Matt and Tammy will bring that to us at our next regular board meeting.
16th,
No, the
the next regular one.
yeah, the 16th. Is that okay? I mean, we gave you like 2 or 3 assignments to do. Are you gonna have enough time?
Yeah, we already have pretty much the,
Oh, and you know which ones you want us to see.
We haven't compared, I haven't looked at words.
Okay.
yet, but
If you can do it, and it might even if you can make us a policy packet, put, one of these little folder things, and put the ones that you're suggesting, and both, if just one town or both towns had it, put those policies in there,
sure.
and then people can at least review them and get a chance to read them, and maybe when they're bored, drinking their coffee in the morning or something. Cool?
sounds good, we'll pass it on.
Okay, then that's all I got, so let's go to,
Did you have a few questions?
yeah,
This is an administrative question for Matt and for Tammy. We had a Dover handbook. When you come into Dover School, you get your handbook, I'm sure Wardsboro. Are we doing a combined one, River Valleys, that outlines everything for both campuses? Or are we still doing a Wardsboro and a Dover?
it should be River Valleys, right?
This year we're doing separate though, right? We haven't created a combined one.
that's
So,
something
Peter,
we
that's
can start
something
looking
that
at.
we should discuss at the retreat.
Combining agendas?
Yeah.
Combining handbooks.
Okay. I know that's a bigger project, but
Well, the other thing too is, we also have central office that we can task with some things too. Okay, so listen, folks, what I have written down is we're gonna meet September 16th in Wardsboro for a regular board meeting. September 30th in Dover for the retreat from 5 to 8. All board meetings will now start at 6:30. And then I have nothing else, there's no,
Do we need to make some sort of a motion on the age of admission policy to
We did.
post it?
we
Okay,
did,
so we've done that? Okay.
yeah, remember that
So we'll
was,
just post it then.
she made the amendment,
Okay, I just wanted to
and
make
Laura
sure.
made
that
an
we-
amendment. So, the other thing though is, which, a good point is, we used to, post it here and then we would look at the hole in the wall. Make sure you guys both post it, one in each of your buildings and wherever else you post your, official notices.
It's posted here.
And then you just post in your
Yeah,
entry.
like a bulletin board as
Okay.
you walk in.
So just, let's make sure we have one of them to, because we should date one and initial it. So give me one, Matt, to date and initial, and you can send it to, or give me 2 and I'll come up tomorrow. Are you here tomorrow?
Not until about 11 or 12.
Okay, if it's okay, I'll come up and I'll date and initial 2, and you can get one to Tammy. Because I think you only get posted for 14 days, and we'll have a month.
Yeah, and then we'll want it, but it'll be a month because we're doing 2 meetings.
Right. Okay. Oh, I'll just do this one. Today is the 19th. There you go, Matt.
And here's a copy for your box.
There's 2, one for each of you guys. Okay, so the last thing I have is an executive session for a contractual issue, and we will probably be making a decision when we come back. So if I can entertain a motion, somebody to go into executive session,
So moved.
do I have a second?
Second.
We'll give it to Barry. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And let's go over to the other classroom for a minute. Okay, so by unanimous consent, we're out of executive session at 8:20, I can't read the clock, read the clock, Dwight.
8:30, 29, I can't, 29?
8:29, okay. So, we just, in executive session, administration proposed a person to fill the fourth grade position for a one-year contract. So we just need a motion to accept. Motion for the chair to authorize the chair to sign the contract on behalf of the board.
So moved.
Okay, Carrie made the motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Dwight hasn't done the second one yet, has he? Dwight seconds it. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. And Matt also informed us that we have another position that will be taking some maternity leave, and that he's filled that position in this building.
We haven't filled it yet.
Well, he's got a process for filling it, but that's an administrative function, and the board just will be aware, but not have any say. Everybody okay?
Yes.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, we're gonna give the motion to Barry and second to Carrie, because it kind of rhymes, Barry and Carrie, but we should change your middle, it's a K-A instead of K-E. Everybody say aye?
Aye.
We're out of here. Thank you, so we got a month.
6:02. And as always, I have some additions to the agenda. Under 8E, other business, I just want to get a review and approval of the committee appointment list. Just make sure we got our I's dotted and T's crossed because we have an upcoming SU meeting. Also, right after that, under 8D, other business, approval to accept tuition money from the state of New Hampshire for students attending Wyndham Regional Career Center. If we can all take time to take money for the Career Center. I also am going to add 2 warrants to the approval. Those dated 8/28 and 8/26 to the list of warrants. And I am also going to add 2 executive sessions to the very end. I do not believe there will be any action, so BCTV can call it a day, or we can go into the conference room for those executive sessions. And with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of 8/21 and 8/29.
Seconded.
Who was the first?
No, moved. Go ahead.
Oh.
I thought you said you moved it.
Oh, no, I'd entertain the motion.
Oh, I
That's my,
see.
yeah.
I moved to.
Thank you.
To approve it.
Yes.
Second.
Any discussion about the minutes?
I know that I need to correct that I said the Secretary of State was Will Setting when it's not,
Yeah.
it's Jim Condos. But, and to clarify who Will Settings is.
Any other corrections? All those in favor of approving the minutes of 8/21 and 8/29, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions, the ayes appear to have it.
I abstain.
Oh.
I was,
Sorry, one
I was on the guilty.
Okay. One abstention, the ayes appear to have it, the ayes have it, the minutes are approved. So, recognition of visitors, as always, we will take comments on items on the agenda during the agenda. If you need bathrooms, I believe the closest bathrooms are downstairs. And I would also like to just take a minute to recognize 2 of our regular attendees that are not here tonight, Carrie and Kate O'Connor. They are the daughters of Martha O'Connor, who has been a tireless advocate for public education. She taught in Brattleboro Elementary. She sat on the BOHS board, the State Board of Education, State College Board, as well as the Lottery Commission. So I hope that our work tonight makes her proud and we continue to serve. But it is a sad loss to our community that she passed away this past week. Communications, I have the board, I believe, all received a hard copy of a letter signed. I'm pretty sure everybody got that. Emily, you received a copy of that letter at the board retreat. I also included 2 communications digitally to the board, one from Timothy Maciel and one from Deborah Eyre. And I also received a communication from EES that there is a Head Start conference that's happening in Boston. And if anybody has an interest in participating, specifically for board members and new board members of entities that are managing Head Start, which we are, it's part of our charge as well. So if there's any board member, unfortunately I cannot go, but if there is any board member that is interested in attending, I can get you information. So if you could just email me interest on that, that would be fabulous. Are there any other communications that I have not mentioned? Excellent. All right. So committee reports. Sean, you want to take it away with finance?
Sure. The Finance Committee of the WSESD met just prior to this meeting. We met at 5 o'clock, and we went over warrants. And I think Christina has agreed to call out the numbers and the amounts of those warrants, which we approved, and the payroll amount also. And then Frank gave a pretty comprehensive review of capital funds and what that means because of the whole auditing process that's now ongoing in the central office. And that's about it, unless I missed something.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, policy and amendment.
Oh, you were gonna read the one, so,
But that's not till we approve the warrants,
oh, okay.
because I added them at the beginning, so when we
Yeah,
get
yeah,
to
yeah,
warrant
yeah,
approval,
yeah,
which
yeah.
we
Yep.
decided to have the committees speak before the warrants in case there was a question that we could address it.
I see.
So that's why
Okay.
it's a little awkward, but it
It's a
makes,
little, what I'm not used to. because
But it
of
makes
the
sense.
ages. Yes, fine, fine.
so
No more said.
it made sense to me. So, anyway, moving on to the Policy and Amendment Committee, we have been busy. We have a leadership policy that I passed out to the board with the changes that we made 2 weeks ago, indicating that the leadership councils are, put the changes in bold, that the leadership councils are advisory in nature. Also that community members should be at least 50%. I don't have it right in front of me, but in bold. Community members shall comprise at least 50% of the membership of the leadership council. So those were the changes that came from the board. Those have been added. If there's any thoughts on that, the Policy Amendment Committee is meeting next Tuesday, so we can finalize the policy and get that warned for our next, we can warn that for our next meeting. Yes, David?
I just realized that the other amendments aren't on the agenda. And are we going to warn all of them for the next meeting, after our next policy meeting, so that we can get them on a warning for a ballot?
That's what
What,
we're,
to
that's
go
what
to the
we're figuring out.
attorneys and
Yeah.
then,
I was starting with the easy policy committee stuff first.
Yeah.
So,
okay, I
Yeah,
just, I
that's
noticed
coming
they
up.
weren't, the other ones that are complete, we haven't approved yet to send that to the attorney, have we?
we approved 2 to send to the attorney, and then the representation and the leadership council weren't finished. So,
And they still are.
and I'd rather just do one conversation and watch the dollars roll up as we speak very quickly. I have a lot of coffee before those conversations, so. Tim Morris has agreed to work on the dog policy that we've kind of sent back to the drawing board a little bit. We had some conversations about that, but it's not ready for prime time, so probably next meeting we'll have a little more ready for prime time dog policy to bring to you. The bulk of our time was spent on the article amendments, and so I'm going to try and briefly explain some of the challenges. And I'm reverting to my 7th grade teaching, having a visual here. So the amendments we're talking about 3 articles, one on grade operation, which is Article 3, Article 4 on school closure, and Article 10 on representation that we've been talking about as a transitional board, as well as on this board and the policy committee. There are some challenges in the process of voting for it because of the stipulations in the Articles of Agreement that the state has given us as the default articles. So in the grades to operate, each town has to vote on that. For school closure and representation, all towns have to vote on that. It was our hope that we could do all of them in one vote. It's still our hope that we could do that. And have people run for the board on the same ballot. Because elections are expensive. It's, Sean, 7,000 is what sticks in my head?
Well, approximately, I don't really know, 3 to 7, let's say, or 5 to 7.
In that ballpark. The problem is, according to the AOE, in the model that we are looking at and considering, the vote has to be commingled, meaning that it has to be counted in the new entity of which Barb Nowakowski is the clerk. And in whole different, the boards of civil authority have to travel from the towns when they do these elections, so they have to run an election all day, and they have to do the individual town counts, and then they have to drive the votes with the Board of Civil Authority to the district, to some central location where there's a new vote count that happens. So we have heard, so the pluses to doing this all in one day, one vote, would be that we save money, that we get members on board more quickly, and that there probably is going to be more participation if you have a vote for candidates alongside a vote for these article changes. On the downside, so we were all on board. We thought we had a win-win-win for the board until the logistics of the thing that we don't do, which is running elections, were pointed out to us. So the challenges on doing it one day are that the 3 town clerks are really concerned about the ability to assure the election is done perfectly when they're running an election all day long, doing a count, which often goes till 8 or 9 o'clock, and then traveling into Brattleboro to tally up this commingle vote, which, by the way, has never been really done before in our district. And so how they're going to figure that out and do that in one day. So we've heard from 3 of 4 of the town clerks in letters that they have big concerns about doing this in one day. And then we reached out to Will Senning, who's the State of Vermont Director of Elections, and he also recommends 2 votes because they are cleaner. One of his concerns was that if you have candidates, it seems like the change in the articles is a foregone conclusion and it might be misleading to voters. Yes, Sean?
I actually, after the meeting yesterday with the amendments in policy, I contacted Donna Russo Savage, and she said she defined the word initial in the article that we were speaking about, and she said that actually everything is the same as it was when we originally voted for the directors in May. So nothing is different, and everything is the same. So she actually, so I got that information, then I called my town clerk in Guilford today, and she said, no problem, we can do it, and she highly recommended doing it in March. And the reason for that is that if people were elected in January or February, they'd have to rerun in March. So she said, wait until March, do it all at once. Everybody's going to be there, do it on town meeting day. So that was the recommendation of my town clerk.
So that's great information. We had a different response from the 3 town clerks about doing it in March. And Donna Russo Savage is reversing her memo of 8516, where she has been saying all along in Lyle that they had to be commingled. They're not done like the initial vote. So we're going to have to we're going to have to pay someone to tell us definitively what to do and have them get on the phone with Donna Russo Savage, because I don't want to go through an election and have it be invalidated. So there's a lot of issues that now that we decided what we want, how we're going to make that happen as a committee is more challenging than I thought. And 3 of the 4 town clerks say, don't do it all in one night, and really don't do it in March. So maybe we think we better get the consensus from them in some way and figure out and have maybe Bob, did you hear?
Will Senning, when I spoke with him, did suggest that we could have Mark Ottinger speak directly to Will Senning while Mark creates the ballot language, and then Will Senning can say, yes, that works, it follows election law, which takes us out of it.
I like that idea.
I do too.
So I just wanted to kind of try and explain it, because as a committee, it took us a while to sort of like, wait a minute, we can't do this, we can't do that, and nothing's really straightforward in terms of how we get our information, and none of us are election specialists. So this is what we're grappling with. If you have thoughts to weigh in on, do we, save money, or do we worry about the election, or maybe this is the route. And so the committee's meeting again next Tuesday, 9 o'clock. You're welcome to come if you have thoughts on that and want to participate in that. And that's kind of where that committee stands. I forgot personnel. Has personnel met?
Yes, we have not, but Sean is the convener.
Oh, I am. I didn't realize that.
Ah!
Okay, I got it now.
You're just the convener. You don't have to be chair of that, but you're calling the meeting. So. And Anne, you were convener of diversity, I believe.
We reported on that at our last meeting.
So there hasn't been another meeting?
Not since then, no.
Gotcha. And then the Sustainability Council,
We were supposed to meet today at 5, but it conflicted too much. with
right,
finance.
with too
So
many others.
we are going to find out a time and place today.
Excellent. And so Frank was also going to present a little bit of some of the building sustainability initiatives that we've been working on, just so that the board, because we're all have adopted new buildings that we knew nothing about, really. And so just to give us a broad brush overview for the full board on some of the work that different boards have done, because I know we've all been doing some of that work individually, but it's great to hear what our neighbors are doing.
Sure.
In the past.
And I don't want to put folks on the spot if they're not ready, but for our largest entity, Brattleboro Union High School, either Steve or Robert, would you care to give some comments about the excellent standard that we've set in terms of sustainability and energy efficiency?
Sure. You know, even before my tenure, my predecessor, Jim Day, spent a lot of time and effort trying to ensure that we would become as energy efficient as possible, and that has been, you know, carried on diligently by Robert Clark. You know, through the years, we've done several things that have been positive for us. Among them, Robert, I have your folder, not my folder. Among them, you know, we've refit parking lights, parking lot lights. We've done building wall mounting. We've replaced metal halide fixtures with LED fixtures to reduce our energy cost. In 2013, we were the first Energy Star certified school in Vermont, and you know, we still have that appellation. We were lauded by in 2014, Governor Shumlin gave us an award for environmental excellence for our Energy Star work. Through that, we've also switched to a wood chip plant that has reduced our cost and our output quite a bit. And you know, at this point, we're looking at things like looking at our HVAC efficiencies. You know, we use a software system that allows us to, from a distance and with a lot more detail and a lot more finesse, kind of look at how the building is functioning, and Robert knows more of the details than I do. Look how the building is functioning and adjust it to maximize comfort for our students and teachers, while at the same time becoming energy efficient. Most recently, you know, due to Frank's effort, we've seen a significant reduction in energy costs because of our participation in solar energy initiatives locally. You know, Frank, you would know the exact number, but that's been a significant savings for us and a significant decrease in emissions. This year, Robert has looked at a baseboard radiation heating project in the BUHS kitchen and culinary arts. We've replaced our fossil fuel heating source with biomass heated hot water. And currently, and this is the real exciting stuff, we're looking to insulate all of our exposed air supply ductwork. And that doesn't sound like much, but you know, every little bit kind of helps. And you know, I can't say enough about Robert Clark and the work he's done, ensuring that we are reducing our footprint and becoming efficient, and you know, saving the taxpayers considerable money. Robert, did I miss any high points?
Yeah, the 2014 Governor's Award for Environmental Excellence.
I think I said that.
Did you?
I did.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
Just skimmed over it.
Yeah. So, and Frank, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but that's kind of, in broad brushes, that's kind of what we've done here.
Yeah, excellent overview, and also from a sort of a metric in terms of efficiency relative to other schools. Cost per square foot for heating and lighting is among the lowest in the state, and Vermont leads the nation in many of those measures. So Brattleboro Union High School is under Robert's leadership at the facility level, and the administration's support and the board in community commitment it's really an excellent standard for others to aspire to. And this isn't just our opinion. This is the opinion also of energy experts. I mentioned earlier at the Finance Committee, Norm Etkin is a very highly regarded professional engineer and energy auditor, has had a career in Vermont for over 30 years. Unfortunately, he's moving toward retirement because he's just been a treasure for good strategies, analysis, and investments. So that's the high school. A couple other highlights. I would assume most of you have heard that the Green Street School has been recognized for another very stellar energy efficiency improvement. They replaced 1928 steam boiler system, oil-fired, that had a 1978 backup boiler system just 2 years ago. And that was through a number of partnerships with the Efficiency Vermont, with the Clean Energy Development Fund, with our local office, Wyndham Wood Heat Initiative, where they contributed, I think it was nearly $250,000 in support of that project, which was just a little under $1 million. And again, we've taken the system off oil, off the fossil fuels, and moved to the local resource, the wood chips. We have done the same thing at the Academy School. Was it 3 years ago, David? 4 years ago? 4 years ago. Moved the Academy School, the largest elementary school in our region, from oil to a pellet system. And again, we had a partnership with various entities that help subsidize these improvements through competitive grant applications. We've also invested at Academy School, along with the Green Street School, in a very up-to-date control system for making sure that, as Robert has done here, that we're exchanging that cubic feet per minute of air in each classroom based on a known standard that keeps kids healthy, and using the wood heat. We can do that at a lower cost than what we were doing with the fossil fuels. So that's Academy. Green Street, Oak Grove, we have an energy audit on that building. We have a number of thermal improvements that are in a capital plan that we will be discussing very soon. As we kind of move around the region, Guilford has done a terrific upgrade. Again, removed the oil boiler fossil fuel system to a wood chip system. We did this 2 years ago as well. This is all part of me working with boards and the principals, the energy, our facility managers, and the advocates in Vermont primarily for energy improvement, energy efficiency. So the Guilford project was substantially subsidized by the Clean Energy Development Fund, about $100,000, and that system has also had a nice upgrade on the controls. Dummerston, we did a controls upgrade. We haven't replaced the core fuel system, but it's something that we have looked at. We have an energy audit on the Dummerston School. Putney School, Central School, several years ago, there's a major energy upgrade, not only for fuel source, but also for insulation and a control system. And then just last March, we finished a very nice upgrade to the most modern pellet system with a control system for that school. So, did I forget anyone? I'm sure I did, but.
You got them all.
Okay, so those are just a few of the.
You didn't mention that a few years ago you combined with the town to get a favorable rate on fuel oil purchasing as well.
Oh, yeah.
That's not necessarily an energy saving, but as we use less, we're also, by combining with the town, we're getting a much better rate. In fact, it was recognized last night at you weren't there, but you were recognized at the select board meeting for, once again, coming up with a really good contract.
Thank you, yeah. Yeah, it's been great to be collaborative with the town of Brattleboro. They order about 80,000 gallons of fuel. That's come down a substantial amount because the town has gone to a lot of wood source fuel. And as a region, yes, we've dropped our fuel oil use way down, but our competitive bid process has also resulted in substantially lower rates, 30, 40, 50 cents per gallon, versus what I see that other systems have signed up for. Steve mentioned that the solar array initiative, something that many of us work. David was part of a leadership group many years ago, and I worked with a consortium of 52 schools in the state of Vermont to try to bring together a serious purchasing power to bring stability to the solar development investor, because for folks that may be aware, those investors have had a lot of trouble in Vermont going from permitting to funding to breaking ground and then signing up customers. But we worked with a number of firms. Brattleboro Town had an early initiative to sign up a net metering contract with Next Sun Energy. I think about a 10% discount on purchased energy, $100,000 total cost, so down 10%, which is a nice savings, and then the rest of the system over a 3-year period, working through a lot of hoops, negotiating net metering contracts that gave us a good run for 20 years. We're able to award a bid approximately a 25% discount from the Green Mountain Power rate, and we've been doing that now for 3 years, and we get 17 more to go. So there's been a lot of really good energy investments and efficiency improvements, and we got a lot of plans for the future.
Thank you, Frank. Do you have those numbers on the heating cost per square foot for all the schools from the energy audits at this point?
We had a great state database with NormEd. Can I just to say here's where we are and here's what the rest of the state looks like? I'll see what's available. I know since he's stepped out, I don't have an up-to-date database, but I'm sure.
Do you have his home number?
Yeah. He's actually, I think he's moved into private consulting. So. Yeah. But I can see what we can do.
Because I just think if we're looking at capital planning, and the Sustainability Council maybe could be meeting at the same time as the Finance Committee and kind of work together to figure out the best, some of the stuff that saves the most energy is not the most exciting stuff, like sealing ductwork, but I mean, that we, it doesn't sound as fun as a solar array, but honestly, that is some of the best work we can do, so that maybe that would be a good time for the Sustainability Council to meet with the capital plan and just sort of dovetail our work with some data about how we're doing in the various schools now that we have 10 facilities to manage.
I believe we do have an energy audit on every building that's within 3 years old. Maybe not the high school, just because they've been so proactive, but we have. So I think we do have that data
that would be really
for
great.
us.
I know you're busy with an audit right now, but maybe once the auditors leave, that would be really fascinating.
When you say that Oak Grove, some of the things are planned for in the capital plan, what are those future things?
One of the biggest energy return in Oak Grove is they have those 1950 block glass wall in the upper section, and in the capital plan there is a commitment to replace those. The other is the roofing. When we do re-roofing, we look at the thermal properties of insulation and make that take that opportunity to substantially improve. And we have, I see, $70,000 plan there. So if you look at the, I think it's you see, and then you see the window systems, 100,000, Oak Grove. Sort of toward the bottom of the capital plan. We're referring to a document that's on the website, capital plan document. It's page 2 of 5 for Bradley Park.
Okay.
And that's what that is. And that's kind of what Christine is speaking to, is those, not a really exciting project, but those those glass block walls are awful thermal ideas, so we're gonna replace them.
Thank you, Frank, for that overview. I know we'll be hearing more in depth, but it's nice to just get a broad brush. And Communications Council, is there any updates from?
Can we ask a question? Is it possible to ask a question?
We have to take a tour in about 5 minutes, so I can do about maybe, and I have to get through warrants, and I
I'm
can
just wondering, is there a time that we can talk about the letter that 350 Brattleboro and Extinction Rebellion
So I've left a place at the end because often these conversations mean that I lose board members for votes for business. So I've left items not on the agenda at the end of the meeting, so that we can discuss them, because I have had trouble losing board members for important votes that need to happen. So we have left time, and we always leave time at the end of every meeting for anything not on the agenda. But I'm giving the agenda the first priority.
Yeah, I was just wondering if that time is really going to exist.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that time was really going to exist.
That time has happened at every meeting, so I would presume that I will continue unless, Dorian makes a swift turn here and we have to evacuate the building. I would plan on doing it, so.
Point of order, Madam Chair. There was a vote by the board on the 25th of June that climate crisis should be on the agenda at every meeting. And if it were written in today's agenda properly, I think Ms. Brow's comment would be germane right now. And it is rather burdensome to put public comment on non-agenda items at the end of the meeting.
So, point taken, that climate change, in my mind, listening to and understanding how we can improve the sustainability of our buildings was our board's, was my and the SU's, because the Sustainability Council, which is addressing that, could not meet because of time conflicts. So that was our effort to address that. I think that our board is intent on adhering to the spirit of that motion. We've not called it climate change, but I think by addressing building sustainability and energy use, that is directly speaking to what we're doing to address climate change and understanding these buildings, which we have all inherited that we're not familiar with. So I think we are adhering to the intent and the spirit.
But it's not on the agenda.
It's under the Climate Change Council, yes, but the council did not meet, and so then I put this in here because it wasn't. I had to warn this last Wednesday, and the meeting was not canceled until Thursday or Friday. So once a meeting's warned, I can't do anything about it. So it's the problem.
I mean, it's not on the agenda of you, the directors. And it's not on the agenda in such a way that the public could see that they have an opportunity to discuss something related to climate crisis, not, just to listen to a committee report for a non-existent committee.
The council exists, and we spoke as a board and looked at what we're doing to address climate change. So, and there is opportunity at the end for anything not on the agenda to be discussed, and that will occur. So, moving on to finances, so we can take our tour. I would entertain a motion, this is like I'm talking to a lawyer, for approval of the warrants of August 12th, 2019 in the amount of $729,543.71. The warrants of August 14th, 2019 in the amount of $429,174.52. The warrants of August 19th, 2019 in the amount of $116,998.51. And the payroll authorizations of August 16th, 2019 in the amount of $357,643.42, as well as the warrants dated 8/28/2019, which are 1045, 1053, 1057, and 1059, in a total amount of $170,874.43, as well as the warrants dated 8/26, numbers 1050, 1052, 1054, and 1055 in the total amount of $202,418.94.
Christina, so I hate to interrupt, but are we still gonna do the other committees?
Oh, was there another committee? Oh,
I think there's
communication.
communication and additionally also the programmatic and equity committee.
Sorry.
We did that.
Can we go back to that once I get the awards?
We met, I'm the chair of the equity. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's different from the sustainability. Maybe, okay.
I'm
we should-
sorry.
but
We
Communications
just
first.
sent the minutes out, so nobody knows about it. That's why you don't know.
That's why I don't know about it.
But I think communication, is it the case that they don't report out unless the meeting minutes are out?
No, I tried to link it, but I didn't know there was a meeting because the minutes weren't there. So I didn't have it to put it
Okay.
on my list of things that I needed. I knew you guys were meeting, but, so it's a little just.
Okay.
So since, well, I don't have a motion on the table, but can we finish this motion and go back? Is that okay to the board? That we go back in the communications and you guys can report out?
Second.
Thanks. Do I have a motion on those warrants? Because I don't want to do that again.
So moved.
I thought you moved to.
Oh, no, I asked to entertain the motion. So
Okay.
Ann moved it,
All
and
right.
thank you for the second, Sean. David?
A couple of questions about warrants. I find that because they come they come oriented toward the reports rather than the actual warrants. The warrants are on their side, and I have to hold this like this and then tip my head like that to be able to read them. And I understand there's some software that would remedy that. So I would like to the board to agree to purchase or somehow make them available so we can look at them. Maybe I can't manipulate PDFs without some special program.
There's actually a way to, I can show you, there's a way to do it with free program that'll turn all of
Okay,
them so
so
they're
skip that one.
Sorry. And I can show anybody who
yeah.
wants to.
The other thing is that the pages they're numbered by groups, so it's hard to know how to identify. I came to Finance Committee and I heard that if Frank has the check number, he can identify, but I didn't know before this that that was the way to identify questions that we had on any of the checks. So basically, we don't have a system, we haven't agreed on a system for us to get our questions answered. So I'd like us to take after this conversation or at the next meeting or somewhere, agree on a system that we will use to ask Frank to explain things or to answer questions about any of the particular warrants. And the other thing, and I think this is actually a larger issue, and maybe only for me, but the way we're operating right now, checks are being sent out before the warrants are approved. And at least that's my understanding. I don't know if that's changed in the interim or not, but I don't think that's really aligned with our responsibility to make sure we know what's being spent and are overseeing the system, unless there's some really, something that just has to be paid or they're gonna close the building or something. I think that we need to approve the warrants before the money checks are put in the mail. So those are my questions about finances.
So perhaps we could put that on the next agenda on the Finance Committee report?
If I can make a comment, we went over this in quite a bit of detail at our first two finance meetings. And we had decided that we would do it as the BUHS did, just to make sure that people that have been contracted had, contracts were paid in a timely manner. If we start holding up things for questions, I think it might make the wheels come off the wagon a little bit in terms of flow of work that needs to be done, contracted work that has.
No, I agree, we don't want that to happen. That's why I'm saying if we had a system that we knew to follow, we could make sure that didn't happen. The Brattleboro Board operated in a similar manner, but that developed without any conscious decision on the part of the board. For years, we went in and looked at the warrants and signed them in the office, and gradually people came out and didn't know to do that, and we wound up just signing them at the table. And we never really looked at them ahead of time. That always troubled me, but now that we're a small board with a big budget, it seems like we should be able to be a lot more conscientious about reviewing the warrants and asking questions. I'm sure you remember the little sticky pads you put on the warrant. If you had a question, and Jim would call you.
Well, actually, the way we did it at BOHS is that we'd receive all the warrants prior by email. We'd go through all those warrants. This whole batch that we just approved tonight, I probably spent 3.5, 4 hours going over warrants, and making notes. So, yeah, well, I know how to rotate, so that's, it's much easier. Anyway, so that is the time that I am committing to make sure, and then I bring questions, as we did the finance meeting tonight. Bring questions, and Frank, if you give Frank the information, he can come back on the spot with questions. So historically, it's always happened to be UHS very successfully. I'd be, it was just like the conversation that we had the first 2 finance committee meetings, to make sure that we didn't start making things more difficult than they have to be.
So I'm gonna put this into the next meeting because we had conversations with finance committee level. Frank had large challenges with both a whole new school district system and a whole new computer system that the state decided was a really good time to do both of those things together. And the state decided to give us a computer system that doesn't work very well on top of that. So Frank has had a lot, and it's audit season, so Frank has had a lot of challenges. So I'm happy to bring that to the board at the next meeting, just to have a general discussion about how we're proceeding in the meanwhile and how board questions can get answered. In the meanwhile, if you have a question on the warrants that you've received, Sean's your man, right? Send it to Sean.
Yeah, except I don't have more information about the warrants than anybody else on the board.
No, but you're
I can review them,
yeah.
I can look at them, and Christina actually sent me one. I found it, I looked at it, and it was discussed tonight. It was actually a legacy warrant, so it wasn't under our purview, but, that's, so, yeah, that would be fine. If people wanted to question, I don't really have the answers, but they can question.
But then it would go through one person, it would go through the chair of finance.
Well, let's,
so that,
so I think the board needs to decide whether we're comfortable with doing it this way, or whether we need to see the warrants before they go out, or approve them before the checks are out.
Yeah.
It's not a committee decision, I think.
Thank you, David. I'll put that on for next time. And in the meanwhile, if you have a question, and I can show you the neat code that you can figure out what warrants are getting spent where. That's really fun. That's the only new, really fun development, is you can know what things were. And Frank is very good. You can quiz him.
That I know.
So, sorry about that. Back to Communication Council. Is there any updates from that?
So we had our meeting last Friday. We did the organizational meeting, and I was elected chair, and Emily is the clerk. We did some objective setting. I just jotted down a few of them. ID key areas of public interest and have regular communication through multiple outlets aimed at informing the public and inviting them to meetings. We're going to be holding regular meetings the first and third Thursdays at noon at the library, at Brooks Library. And then for next time, we put down some action items of an affirming LGBTQ message, looking into creating a media map of towns. Where do townspeople get their information? And we had a question about the SESD webpage, because in the past it was like Google pages.wsesd. I know that some emails changed to wsesdvermont.org, so I don't know if that's going to change or still Google.
They'll just get forwarded to them.
Okay. That's all I had.
Thank you. And just one little follow-up. We had talked about working on a mission statement through the Communications Council, and so that's on your agenda?
It is.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Communications Committee. And then the Equity Committee. Programmatic Equity Committee, sorry.
So we also met last week. I was elected chair and David is the clerk. We'll send along the meeting minutes soon after the meeting. We had already had the draft. So we really went over what is our mission statement, which I think we were going to share with the board, maybe in the minutes or, I mean, I have it here. I can read it, but I don't think it's permanent. We just kind of were brainstorming after we had talked a lot about our goals, and we realized that, you know, we needed to kind of figure out what is the committee tasked with, and then think about like what are goals that are important to the board and share them with them. So we came up with, to help the board understand data, measures, results around equity issues, and create a framework of proactive goals we wish to track and support the improvement of. So it's fairly broad. We did talk a lot about what programmatic equity means, what performance equity means, and what some of the things that previous boards have been doing, or at least data measures that they've been getting often. I know in Brattleboro we had at each, the principals would send out data on Academy, Green Street, and Oak Grove, and the pre-K programs. So we talked a little bit about that. We came up with some, on our next agenda, some things that we'd like to think more about. One was reviewing the improvement plans for all the schools. It makes sense to kind of see what data we already have and we're already collecting and the direction we're going. Look into the current state of things, like what data already exists statewide on our schools, or what's just readily available. And then to revisit a little bit of goal setting. We thought it might be nice eventually to learn what data exists, review the improvement plans, and possibly present out the current state to the board, or at least what we learned, and then have a chance to ask some questions or delve deeper at least into a little bit of data before we set some goals. So.
So thanks, it sounds like a good first meeting. And I think another thing I want to add to the agenda perhaps is starting to work out those mission statements for the committees and bring them in front of the whole board, and just have an opportunity to suss out and make sure we're all in agreement that the committees and the boards are aligned in the committee's work, because that's what you do. So I appreciate you already having a working, which some of our committees don't, especially ones that I chair, so I appreciate that very much. Any other committees I forgot that have met? Excellent. So, in an effort to stave off deep vein thrombosis and do something interesting and help us all be familiar with the building that, with the exception of a couple people on the board, most of us only know they have a really nice conference room. Nancy Wise has agreed to give us a tour of the Wyndham Regional Career Center, and BCTV is actually going to be coming along because I think it is one of the sparkling jewels in the WSESD is that we have a career center here, and there's great opportunities for students, and so I'm thrilled that BCTV is going to try their hand at the technology of spreading the word of this throughout the whole district so people know a little bit more about what happens here. So everybody's welcome to come along, and I turn it over to Nancy.
Brought you a little bit of data and a couple of articles. This form is actually the form you're going to get, I think, from each school.
Can I interrupt you to introduce yourself?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. I'm Nancy Weiss, and I am the new interim director of the Career and Technical Center here in Brattleboro. And I started at the Career Center last year as the special needs coordinator, and then became the interim director last year. And I want to let everybody know we have 396 seats that are filled at the Career Center this fall so far. We seem to be adding kids every day as we have this sudden influx at the beginning of the school year. And we, some of those students are with us. Some students get counted twice because they're enrolled in more than one class at the Career Center. What that means is when we do what we call our FTEs, our full-time student equivalents, or our full-time equivalents, those students spend a larger percentage of our day, but the number of chairs that actually get sat in every day are 396. So that's kind of how it gets counted. And then we, as well as doing that, kind of our exciting news is that we had our first group of LNA students who graduated from the class last year. And so we had 8 students who passed their LNA exams. Many of them were juniors, some of them were seniors. And so in most cases, they can start working as an LNA before they graduate from high school. Which is really nice because it pays more than working at most jobs that high school students get. And then our FBLA, our Future Business Leaders of America group, went to the Nationals this spring or early summer, and they were ranked 9th in the nation out of 9,500 of America's best high school students. Our group came in 9th, so we were thrilled with that. And they've worked really hard. We also had students who participated in the Skills USA competition in robotics this summer. They did well. They did not place nationally, but they did well. And considering that we're from a little Vermont high school or career center, we felt really good about that. So we have lots of things to show you this evening. I'm thrilled that the community is going to join us, and we are going to first head up to our technical building, and I suspect that may take long enough that we may have to do a part 2 to see the things in this building another night, but I will definitely come back and do that with you. So let's head up there. I'm going to leave these over here on the counter if any members of the public. This building houses most of what we would consider our heavy labs, machine tooling or manufacturing, forestry and natural resources, construction, automotive, and then our public safety and law enforcement programs. So public safety and law enforcement includes the fire program, and many of our students are volunteer firefighters. The EMR program, emergency rescue services, and then also we have a law enforcement program. So I'm going to start kind of on this side and we'll work our way around. We have a small office, a small conference room. We have a classroom that houses our pre-tech exploratory program, which allows students to explore all the programs that we offer, and also talks a lot about employment skills, those soft skills that you want everybody to have: a firm handshake, look the person in the eye, speak clearly, all of those things that social media might suggest that we aren't ingraining in our kids anymore. In this next classroom, we have our academic support. And the nice thing about academic support is that under the Perkins grant, it can serve 7 categories of students that are so broad that we can offer specialized services to almost every student in the world. And so basically it's open to anybody. We do have some students that we pull in, and then we have other students who have the privilege of just walking in for extra help, whether it's editing a paper or working on a project, or they just want somebody to sit down and chat with for a minute, or they want an assignment re-explained. And then also that same person does a lot of pushing into classrooms to help support students in the classroom who might have a slight weakness in one skill or another, and they can just help boost that skill in a couple of quick lessons. Then if we go down this way, I will take you into our forestry program. Each of our programs has a classroom as well as a lab. And so this is the forestry classroom, where kids do any of their writing activities, any reading activities. Well, the kids call it their academic learning. And then each of our programs also has a lab. And if you want to step into the lab, let me just find the light switch for you. I don't know where Errol's light switch is. So you'll see we have a tree here, or a piece of a tree that we've mounted and secured, and kids learn to actually climb that tree so that if they want to work for the power company, they know how to climb a pole, they know how to climb a tree if they're working for a forester. They learn to drive the skidder. We have a portable sawmill that we use. We dry wood at the moment in the greenhouse because our horticulture program is not in existence at the moment. We spend a huge amount of time learning how to safely run a chainsaw, to do all kinds of maintenance on heavy equipment. And there's a huge amount of time spent on safety in every one of these labs, because as you can see, there is a ton of equipment here that it's really important that we, A, keep kids safe, B, they know how to keep themselves and the environment chemically safe, and then also that they know about sustainable forestry in this room, or sustainable construction next door. So it's all oriented to 21st century skills. So I'm going to just quickly show you the other programs so that you can see. Suggested as a capstone project last year that one of the kids teach me to drive the skidder. He backed out on that. He said, "I've seen you park your car. I'm not teaching you how to drive the skidder." So this is our manufacturing lab and classroom. We have a new CNC machine that I hope is on the way, or going to be on the way very soon, that we wrote a grant in order to get. We will add one other piece of grant-funded equipment this year as well to this lab. We have a brand new instructor who is the volunteer fire chief in Grafton. He also has his own shop home or his own business that is a machine tooling shop. With every machine tool or manufacturing type job in the state of Vermont and the challenges of education, the hard part of this machining area is keeping up to date with technology and having the funding to do that. So our new CNC machine was incredibly expensive. We could have bought a car easily, but we love the fact that we're getting something that kids are going to use, that will last for a long time, and that can be upgraded. So that was kind of our goal.
What does it do?
It is a 5-axis grinding and cutting machine for mostly for metal, but it could do, with the right bits, it can do other substances like stone and wood. And let me tell you, I knew nothing about CNC milling machines at the beginning of the summer, and we have to have 3 bids, competitive bids, in order to buy one. And so I've spent a whole lot of time learning about the difference between 3-axis and 5-axis, and what you want in a milling machine.
So where would students, when they graduated this program, what are some places in the area that they might find?
So they might work at, here in the city, or in Brattleboro at GS Precision. There are several other shops in the area. Then there's Sonic, which is in Bellows Falls. There's a big machining company that makes all the emergency lights for vehicles in Charlestown, New Hampshire. So there are several employers in the area, and we have several area employers who are joining our advisory board, which we're increasing, with the goal that kids who walk out of this program will be the person they hire versus anybody else. And part of that is, part of the importance of these programs is getting kids work-based learning experiences so that they know not only how to actually manufacture, but they also know how to hold a job. And those are kind of 2 different things often. And so we want to make sure that they can hold those jobs for a long period of time.
Do prospective employers contribute to the funding of it?
It depends on the situation. So sometimes what we get from them, not only, they do contribute some funding sometimes, or they donate things. Like they might have a machine they aren't going to use anymore, but still has life, that they might donate, and I'm sending out my beg, borrow, and pray letters, because that's a good way to get machinery. But they also give their time, which is really important to us, in that they tell us what our curriculum needs to include so that our kids really are employable when they graduate. So, and I want to take you next door to see our tiny house that we're building. And then I also want you to see our automated program quickly. If they are enrolled at the high school or at a sending school, and then they're enrolled here as well. And we do have a math and an English teacher that center on technology. So for instance, our construction person is currently working with our math teacher, and they teach a geometry through construction course. So for kids who geometry doesn't necessarily make sense on paper, it often makes sense when they're doing it in the real world of building. So last year, one of my first days, I came and toured the construction shop, and this was a pile of lumber and supplies and a metal trailer. And over the past year, this has become, on a part-time basis, a tiny house that will continue to grow. We actually contracted with a community member to build the tiny house. She drew a basic drawing, then our students developed the architectural plan, and now they've been building the house. Our students in electricity did the wiring of the house, but our students have done the whole thing. And this will be her business location when it's done. It is wired for that, it's developed for that, designed for that, and it's mobile. And it's going to be extremely energy efficient. So that's our tiny house project that we're finishing this year. And as I think the board knows from last year, although it's a new board now, our second-year construction students spent their April break last year in Florida working on 2 projects for Habitat for Humanity. So it's really important to us that our kids understand, A, the importance of being environmentally sound, having good work ethics, but also the idea of giving back to their community. So
That's fabulous.
and they keep measuring to make sure it's going to go through the door.
A little air out of the tires.
That's right.
Since Dylan, just before ninth grade, he just
So this is our automotive shop, and this is actually a part-time live shop, which means we work on cars and buses and trucks that belong to the district or to employees or to community members. At the moment, we seem to also have some small engine jobs here, a motorcycle and a snowmobile. But we spend the first month working on making sure kids know how to keep themselves safe in here, because we literally will they'll lift cars above their heads with the lifts, so it's really important that they know about the safety piece. Students in this program spend 2 years, and then they graduate with the student level of a certificate to work in a dealership garage or in a garage that somebody owns within the community. So they know how to do your brakes and your exhaust and your alignment and rotate your tires, and that's about all and change your oil, and that's about all I can tell you about what goes on with cars, because as the kids here tell me, I have no idea how a car computer system works. And so they think it's really funny when I pull up and say, my low tire pressure light went on, can you fix this right away? And they'll say, when did it go on? And the last time it was when I was in Putney, and I just drove really fast to get here, but not over the speed limit. And they think that's a hoot. They're like, what happens if you have to change the tire? I can actually do that. So anyway, and then the last 2 shops, one is our woodworking shop, and that shop hosts a group of students this year in a new program that's a half-day program that includes I believe includes an English credit, a math credit, and 2 elective credits. And they spend 2 blocks a day all year in that class. And then also our public safety programs. So that's it for this building. I am going to let you guys go back to the meeting, and the next time we meet with me, you meet with me, we will tour all of the programs down below that include our LNA program and biomed and everything else. And if we're lucky enough to have Dan Braden here, he will take parts of animals out of his refrigerator that they dissect, and we can all say, ew, and then we can go back to the meeting. If he's not here, we'll just see their spaces. So, and filmmaking. So anyway, we can head back to the Cusick room.
Well, thank you so much. This was really great.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the speed tour, but I also want to give you a call. More than I guess at that point. I'm sorry. Well, thank you, and please feel free to come for a tour when kids are here too.
That was much more fun,
Yeah, it is.
Lost a few articles.
I know. They're trying to drive that skidder, I know, for sure. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a quorum. I'll move forward to the showing that we do hire the best and the brightest. There was a concern from a faculty member that I actually, because of the points of order and the other discussions, that I may have not had a vote on the final approval of the finances. So if I can just go back and all those in favor of approval of the warrants, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The warrants are approved. Thank you. Unfinished business. So after the last meeting, after we adjourned, the question about advertising for the note taker position came up, and we had adjourned so we could have no further business. And I thought it was extremely important that we have a note taker. So since we can't expend money for board things without the board approving it, I said take it out of my stipend, because taking notes has been taken out of Tim's life for this board, and if the board does not approve it, I am happy to fund it. So I am asking the board for approval of funds up to $600?
Yeah, it won't be that much, but yes.
Funds up to $600 to advertise for the note taker position.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve up to $600 to advertise for a note taker position, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I do. Thank you.
And we do have two.
Yes, so that's the next part.
We have 2 letters of interest. It will be in the comments tomorrow, so we need to wait to see if there are any others, but by next meeting, I will bring you possible candidates.
Comments came up today. So.
Did it come out today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Today's Wednesday.
Today's
We
Wednesday?
didn't have a Monday.
So I'm wondering if we could, if it would be okay with the board if perhaps Ann and I and Lyle reviewed the note taker positions, and if there's a good candidate and a good backup candidate, that we could engage somebody for the next meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Tim, is that it?
Excellent. So that way we could have somebody in place next time. Tim thanks you for that. I thank you for that. Next on the agenda is the Putney aftercare situation, where Aspire, pretty much at the last minute, withdrew their long-standing aftercare provider work at the Putney Central School. And there's been a lot of, it's been very difficult on families, we understand, and I think there's been a lot of work trying to find a way that that can continue on. And so I was going to ask Lyle for a quick update.
So Building Bright Futures sent out a bulk email. We've not heard anything from that. I do know that parents have scrambled to put together something with some parents rotating. Our next will be to post it on the WSESU site. I believe Herb's asked to have that posted on our WSESU site. But there has been no one that's come forward interested in that position.
And are there other, school spring or something? Is there other things we can do to try to, I mean, I know it's really tough to find employees, and then to find early childhood employees is just a little bit even harder, but is there anything we could do to kind of, I mean, I've heard from parents that are concerned about losing their jobs.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can put it on school spring. Ruby, do you know how many hours that is?
3 to 4 a day, 5 days a week, whatever that math is.
If you pay them enough, you'll get. Because.
Any other board comments on that?
Actually, I wasn't exactly going to say what Liz just said, but when we start looking at budget, maybe we want to look at places that don't have after-school programs and look at what it would take to have an actual sustainable after-school program in place so this wouldn't happen.
Yeah, that's a good equity committee. I mean,
Yeah.
that is a real equity for families, and for students. Is there any public? I see Ruby. If you could just state your name and the community you're from.
So my name is Ruby McAdoo, and I'm from Putney, and I'm one of the parents who's affected by Y-Aspire's closure. I'm also one of the parents who's kind of leading the charge of trying to organize things and work with administration and coordinating via survey and spreadsheet who's in trouble, who needs help, and it's been really stressful, as you know. So I'm not here to expand upon what you know about the stress. But I did want to just acknowledge that we really appreciate the work that Herb's been doing, but we also, everything I'm communicating to you has been communicated to him, so this is not going to be new to him. We have sensed a little bit of disappointment in the way in which he has been approaching putting it out, and actually putting it on the website was our proposal to him because we noticed it wasn't there. We did ask him about School Spring, and he had some reasons why he doesn't put para-educator positions on School Spring, which he's, I think, reconsidering and considering what to do. So we definitely appreciate it, but at this point, as far as our preference is clearly his as well, which is for the school to figure out a program, or for Y-Aspire to come back. That would be like super ideal. But that's not moving at a pace that we think is really tenable for our community of parents. And so we are also considering, we're researching and looking at other privately funded ways to get a program together. And this is extremely not ideal for parents because we're already stretched super thin, and we don't feel like it's a sustainable way to approach running a program. But we are looking at the laughter programs, which run at Marlborough and run at Newbrook, and I'm sure there are other places, which is a model that is similar to the one that we would need to follow if we were privately putting anything together. I think that if we do have to do that, it does raise that equity issue again of what kind of effort is being put into our community in finding someone to run a program. The other thing that we would like to just kind of raise is that from the perspective of Putneyites, we also deal with summer camp, which is a completely separate issue. But when we've considered aftercare, there's also the piece of summer care throughout the summer is one that we also is very important to our community, and we've been very happy with. And so we would like to have you consider really tackling that across the district. How are you dealing in each of the communities with the issues of aftercare and the issues of summer opportunities for care? In addition, I think that something that we'd like to do in the interim is figure out some comprehensive way to have a clear list of what's available in aftercare programs across the district. We know, generally speaking, what's in Putney, but I don't know what days they're on. I don't know what times they are. I don't know which grades are eligible. I don't know anything about any programs outside of Putney. And I'm imagining that, someone in Lyle's office probably could help with that or direct us to each of the people in each of the schools so we can gather it. We're willing to do the gathering, but we don't want to reinvent the wheel when we're already burdened with dealing with not only our own, but other people's care to try to get people to not lose their jobs, as you mentioned. And so essentially I've said this before to this board, we're not coming to you to ask you to fix this problem. We understand it's an administrative problem, but I think that what we would like is for clear direction from this board to the administration of Lyle, Herb, and anyone underneath them to make this a priority. And if it means funds, for example, with School Spring, there's a cost involved potentially in posting, and also identifying for us who can be a resource so that we can put together a resource guide of what could you do to fill the gaps in this interim period. It's been pretty disheartening, and I think it's disheartening for her too, that we haven't found anyone. But at this point, we haven't actually, we have nothing to communicate to parents. And so we'd like to communicate to parents and have something that we can hold out as kind of an olive branch of like, well, we don't have any good news. There's nothing to report. But here are some options that you could consider to help fill in. And some of them could be not even in school. My kids are in circus arts. It's a great program. It's wonderful. I still need to drive them there. But ultimately, it's something for us to do. So that's really what I'm here to let you know. And I essentially am in that group of parents who are kind of leading the charge. My role is to be the face of it for you. You might someday see other parents here, but for now, it's just me. And so you'll probably see me again until this is resolved.
I appreciate all the work you personally and many people I've heard are really, making sure kindergartners aren't going home to empty houses, and making sure children in Putney are cared for. And I think we all share a concern, and it was really horrible timing. And we are so sorry for the stress that's been put on families with young children. Being a parent, taking care of children in that age range is stressful enough. So I appreciate you sort of representing all those people and taking a charge on that. And I'm just wondering what a good venue for trying to find resources to support families that are looking for alternative, options. Of course, right at the beginning of school, everybody's got a lot of time in the school level to do that. And so maybe I'll have a chat offline with Lyle and see if she has any creative ideas and send me an email. And
many schools have after-school programs, whether there's room.
There's not.
For others, that's the problem.
Yeah, and we will be speaking with Marissa, who is the counselor under her. That's one of the people that he'll direct us to. And she will be helping us with thinking creatively about funding strategies. But in addition, I'll be asking her about what resources are there. And so I would imagine at the various schools, there's a kind of a Marissa type person, who she can direct us to. But if we run into any hiccups or hurdles, I may reach out to you, Lyle, just for advice on what to do.
David, you have a question?
Well, a couple of thoughts. One is Brattleboro schools have pretty robust after-school programs. I'm not sure I know we had a 21st century grant at one point. I'm not sure where all of the money comes from, but a lot of it is money we put in bit by bit over the years into the budget. The leadership team meets I think regularly, I'm not sure how often they meet, but I encourage, ask her to meet with particularly the Brattleboro principals and see what options there are, what other programs are there, what other organizations are there that might participate. And the other thing is funding. I think if you find, and obviously I can't speak for the whole board, but I would certainly advocate and support, if you find something and there's more funding needed than is currently in the budget for the Aspire program, that we consider finding, assigning resources from wherever we can grab them to put it in place. Because I think over the course of developing our budget, we're certainly going to be looking at investing in after-school programs so this never happens again. Mm-hmm. And but that all those kids this year are going to miss out if we wait till next year's budget process. Mm-hmm. And we can move quickly if we, like we just did to hire somebody. Well, actually,
if you
it
can
took 2
find
months.
the person.
Sorry, not quickly, but we tried a lot of other things first.
Yeah. I just want to say that Aspire is privately funded, it's not school associated, so it's a separate entity that would come in and provide the program, so there was no budget for it.
There's no after-school budget.
So this would be.
Not for Aspire.
There is for other programs.
For other programs, there was.
Yeah.
So I think this is an programmatic equity issue that we kind of need to figure out how we're pushing up against our budgetary cap, so we can't fund everything because we are very close to the cap, and so that has a big tax penalty on it. But I think as the equity committee starts looking at these things and we speak as a group, we can think about what are the priorities for these 10 schools and for all of our children, and what is the best way we can spend the limited funds that we have.
It wouldn't be unusual for us to move money around.
Oh, that's what I'm suggesting, but it would come through diversity and equity, but we can't say yes to everything,
Right.
because we'll be at $19,000, which will be $20,000 before so just, me, David, bottom line. Any other thoughts or questions, concerns? Great. Moving on to adopting the community use of school facilities policy. Code H3, the changes were made after review with the board. The 75% font size, immediately adjacent to the location publication was the major change, as I recollect. So I would entertain a motion to approve the policy for facility use, policy code H3. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Emily. Do I have a second?
A second.
I'll give it to Kelly. She hasn't seconded anything. Any discussion?
I do have one thing. I was a little concerned about that last clause about the teachers may not participate in religious clubs / meetings in schools where they work. Mm-hmm. Just as it pertains to when you have outside organizations holding an event completely outside of school hours. Like, I certainly understand that case law says that teachers can't participate in like religious clubs that are part of the school or sort of associated with the school during school hours, and like a coach can't pray with a football team before the game. But I see that as a little different, and maybe we're sort of wading into a bit of a difficult First Amendment issue when you, let's say like a Guilford teacher during the summer, happens to be part of some organization that's religious that puts on an event at the Guilford school, that they wouldn't be allowed to participate in that? It just seems a little problematic to me.
This was the recommendation from, can't remember,
ACLU?
I think the Anti-Defamation League based on, the Anti-Defamation League based on case law, and we feel like where we have 10 facilities, if they wanted to hold a religious, there's 10 different facilities, so if you're a teacher in Guilford, you would have an academy, because the concern is that students will believe, and there will be confusion that the teacher, who has an esteemed position in our community, has a little bit more pull with children, and there'd be confusion in the public.
I understand the concern, but I looked at the ADL white paper and I thought they were talking about the like actual school clubs and sports teams type issues, not a completely separate organization that just happens to be using the school. And where we already put a disclaimer in that, or require a disclaimer that this event isn't associated with the school, then it seems like we've sort of already separated. I see the issue and why people are concerned, and I probably would feel the same way. That, you know, kind of looks odd to have a teacher who's, you know, people in the community are going to associate with that school. But on the other hand, if you're that Guilford teacher, could you argue that maybe it's a bit of a hardship that you'd have to like go to another town to express your religious views?
I also share, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I also share the concern, and one of my thoughts was that anyone going to that event would likely be part of that group anyways. So if there's a concern about a teacher teaching about something religious or whatnot to us, someone who is not interested in hearing that or participating, I feel like it's not during school time, if it's in an evening or something, or weekend or something that's not school is not happening and the normal students aren't there. The parents who bring the children are likely people who would be participating or supporting that, that group in that activity. And I'd be concerned about it, for, you know, any liability that might result from it.
I guess on the flip side, because I remember last time when we heard from community members, there was talk about how you could, if you didn't like an event, you could protest an event, right? You could be outside. So there could be students who are outside and then see so-and-so teacher, and they're like, oh, that teacher is not, you know, I don't want to learn from that teacher anymore. Or like, you know, they're associated with that, which I don't believe in. So I mean, I guess that would be the only way I could see students who are not interested in that being there. I know that was brought up.
I would have a concern about students becoming interested in something that, because of a great teacher being involved in it, and that is where the teachers have a lot more power than regular community members with our students. And Anne found for me the case law that, the white paper, sorry, the U.S. Supreme Court the U.S. Supreme Court has not definitively answered this question, but they strongly recommend that teachers not participate in religious clubs meeting in schools where they work.
But that's where I see the distinction, is that they're talking specifically about sort of like an after-school club where like there's the environmental studies club and the forestry club and the Bible studies club. And that I think is totally clear cut, that teachers can't be involved in that. I just think when it's a completely separate organization that the school's not endorsing their event, and I just have concerns. It makes me a little uneasy because I think, you know, maybe there's room there for someone to object on a constitutional ground.
Sean?
Well, I would be thinking about children, whatever age they were, the young and impressionable children, and if they have somebody they respect who teaches something that they've never heard before and their parents don't agree with, and they could be impressionably influenced by the teacher, I think it would be a problem from my perspective. So I see no issue at all with the restriction.
I don't see an issue either. Thinking of this as the fact that the teacher, this is their place of employment, and a religious or other meeting would be personal life, extracurricular. It's not, in my mind, a significant hardship to say that you have to separate them between your place of employment and your personal life. I don't see the hardship.
Any other comments? Shall we vote on this, or do we want to table it for the next meeting?
Well, I did receive an email from somebody who was dealing with the use of facilities issue, but then the person said it's not done, and we said you can delete it, but it might be good to get that person's input. So we did set on it for, till our next meeting. Could be
Yes.
even
Yeah,
better.
I think Tim raises an interesting question. I think we might want to take time to think about it and talk about it a little bit more and clarify that, the distinction that he made, which I think the law makes, but maybe the policy doesn't make it directly as it should. If the policy committee doesn't mind having to talk about it.
So I'm feeling like people want to table this till the next meeting. The policy committee can take it up in committee on next Tuesday. And if
Next
there's
Tuesday?
This coming Tuesday?
Tuesday after, isn't it? Same Tuesday as the meeting?
Oh, I meant next Tuesday.
Okay, we'll do that too.
We can make it the, I meant this Tuesday when we were talking in the meeting. Maybe we can have a quick conversation with the attorney that advised us on this originally, just in case he can weigh in on WIG versus, Good News Club versus WIG.
Good News Club versus Milford
Central,
Central,
so-
and WIG is
WIG versus Sioux Falls, and just see if he if he feels there's a distinction, the attorney feels there's a distinction or not, and make sure we're doing the best thing. So that is tabled. Look, we're filling up our.
Is this on the website, H3?
H3, yes, it's on the, under the agendas. Barb has it listed right under tonight's agenda with a live link to it. And also the email I sent you, I believe, has a live link to that.
Do you send it at 3 o'clock or something?
9 o'clock this morning. Okay, next, the meeting scheduling to revisit alternating Wednesdays for our meeting schedule. The one person that was not here last time has a conflict. So Vernon has a conflict Mondays, right?
Yes,
And that's the first and third Monday?
they're second and fourth.
Second and fourth. So I hate to do this again. And there may be we may have to resolve conflicts otherwise, but how many people are available second and fourth Mondays?
That's Vernon.
I mean, first and third Mondays, sorry. First and third Mondays?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm only slightly available. Tuesdays, there's no conflict otherwise, SU-wide?
I have a first and third conflict.
So, okay.
Second and fourth.
Second and fourth Tuesday. Does that work for anybody?
That doesn't work for me, I think.
So not, the other Wednesday doesn't work for me is VSBA, but I could,
That's later in the.
later in the agenda, who knows, maybe that won't be. So let's move on to Thursday, first and third Thursday. Who's available? Raise your hand.
I'm not sure. I think no, but
Okay.
Oh,
Second
I
and
can
fourth
see.
Thursday. Second and fourth Thursday. Okay, so Thursdays look good, and the other one that
No,
was
I didn't
maybe
vote
good.
for Thursday.
Oh, you didn't vote for
I
Thursday?
can't do Thursday.
You can't do
I'm sorry, I'm not following what's the conflict for the Wednesdays.
The second and fourth Wednesday. The second Wednesday, I have a VSBA meeting, and Sean has a conflict on the third Wednesday.
Right.
Okay, I didn't catch that. Okay.
So I could step down from my VSBA position. Driving up to Montpelier is not my favorite thing, but I feel like I should stick it out through the next round, so. Okay, so let's try this next go-round. Tim, bring your schedule. Okay, fair enough. The final committee list approval. I sent a link with all the committee assignments. I just would like to have a vote because we have an SU meeting coming up on the 9th, so we have to make sure that everybody knows their assignments and that we have voted on the slate.
The adjustment, the Sustainability Council has Thomas on it and me, and I think Sean?
Yeah, interest.
And Emily? Can you join the Sustainability Council if we have
I might be able to,
a
but it depends on.
I think I had a mite from Sean and a mite from Emily.
Tim and I, for sure.
Tim, you're on
No,
sustainability?
Thomas and I.
Tom and you were definites, I thought, and then we had some maybes.
Yeah, I'm not on the list though, on the list.
Oh, you're not on the list, okay. I will have Barb add that, I have a few new chair ads and everything else, okay.
And
Thank
when do
you.
you want to discuss when we're going to meet?
After the meeting?
After the meeting? Okay.
But I just want us to vote on the slate so that we have that
Yeah.
down, and so we can add, and you can always just show up at committee meetings and participate, where they're all warned and everything else. So I'd entertain a motion to approve the slate with the change of Dave Scholes being added to the Sustainability Council.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim. Do I have a second? Thank you, Ann. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the slate of committee appointments, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Sustainability the committees are appointed. There is an SU meeting this coming Monday. The other ad that we have is I am required as the chair to sign a document from the New Hampshire Department of Education regarding acceptance of tuition to the Wyndham Regional Career Center, which we just toured, so you know what I'm talking about.
There should be Perkins funding from New Hampshire that we accept each year to help pay for students coming in from here.
I would move that we authorize our chair to sign the document for Perkins funding.
Second.
From New Hampshire.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of authorizing the chair to sign the Perkins funding from the state of New Hampshire, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And I will sign that at the end of the meeting. Okay, moving on.
And I thank you for that.
We always like to take money. We
Yes.
find that to be an exceedingly easy task. I also have, so I mentioned Head Start before to communication, so let me know if you have interest in going to that. It's in Boston, it should be nice, right in Government Center. Moving on to new business, I'm going to table the mission vision statements since we have not even completed our board mission statement, which when I did this agenda, I thought we were going to do that last week at the retreat. So I think we have to get our overall vision clarified and reviewed, and so I'll table that to another meeting. The next item under new business is the VSBA dues. We had decided to discuss this in early September because there were concerns on the board. As a VSBA member, the policy is that I must agree to a duty of loyalty, that I can take no action that would harm the VSBA. And so I find that to be somewhat of a conflict of interest with me chairing this discussion, if we're gonna have this discussion, because I have a duty of loyalty to that organization. So if I were to, I am therefore not actually free to speak against the organization because of the duty of loyalty to that organization. You can see that was a tricky one. Yes, David?
Well, I believe it was in July, just before our annual meeting, we had a meeting downstairs in one of the conference rooms in the high school, and we voted to not pay the VSBA dues until the board had a chance to talk about it. And this would be a chance, except it's really late, and there's the regional meetings are coming up, and the VSBA conference is coming up, and there may be things that are developing there that would make us want to stay with VSBA or make it clear that we don't want to. So I would encourage or recommend or move that we postpone this until after the regional and statewide conference. I don't know if we have an outstanding bill.
We do.
We do, yeah, but that we just not pay it until we, yeah.
I would,
Do I know the amount of the bill?
6,000 something,
Something like that,
8,000, 7,000, something in that range.
Yeah. Closer to 8, I would guess.
Yeah.
It seems like maybe even a little more. Should I give you that, Bill? One of us has them.
Let's say 8. Somebody said 8 in passing, actually, now that I think of it. I hear a motion on the table. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further discussion on that motion? I think it'd be great to show up at the regional meeting and get to see what the resolutions are that they're talking about, and be able to kind of hear what's going on, because a lot of the board members have not been to a regional meeting or have not had any interface with the VSBA. So I know we've talked about it a little bit, but that would probably be the best way to go forward with that. So, all those in favor of the motion to table this until after regional meetings, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
Oh, it's good news. It's 4,100.
Oh,
Good news.
really? So the Leadership Council policy, I handed that out on paper. I apologize, we had a lot of challenges somehow getting it to fruition, but we added the changes that were asked for at the last meeting about the representation and about the advisory nature of the leadership councils. So those are in bold, I believe, the changes. And so if that is working for people, I can move that forward and warn that as a policy for our next meeting. Because I know the principals kind of are working off this, but I think it'd be really nice if people are adhering to a policy that we actually have a policy. Call me crazy. So everybody fine with those changes? We'll move it forward and warn that for the next meeting? Okay, it will be on the agenda, so you have one more. Yes, sorry.
So it says here that the members will be appointed by the board, so you guys will appoint the members, not the principals of the schools.
Ultimately, yeah. The teachers will choose their own, and
Okay.
the
I
committee
just wanted to
representatives
be
will choose
clear on
themselves.
that. Okay, thank you.
And how is that how does that happen? Do community members apply to be in leadership councils?
The community members would apply, and the board it's just an appointment. It's not, we're not bestowing power. We cannot statutorily give the board power to somebody, but we, just to make it formal and have a clear and transparent process, we agree that the board will appoint.
And the process for that will be on the district website?
I don't think we have a process for that.
We don't have a policy.
No, we have to have a policy, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We have quite a task ahead of us in terms of not having any policies 3 months ago when we started, or a budget. So we're just trying to put things in place so that we can operate and try and involve the public at a school level. So we've really been pushing on really energetically to get this one on board so that it's clear, and have taken a lot of public input on that. Excellent. Next agenda items. Please send me, I've talked about a bunch of them, the warrant system. We will not be up for doing the VSBA. Hopefully we'll have a mission statement to review. I'm sure there'll be about 10 or 20 other things that show up, but if there's anything on anybody's mind, I will try. I've been very challenged because of the challenges at the central office level with the school year starting and people not being available. I really would like to send out the agendas the day before. They have to be posted. But Barb Nowakowski is like the only person that can post an agenda, so if she's not there, I had about 12 hours to put an agenda out and suss it out. So I will really try to circulate it so that if you have ads. But if you think of something, tell me now, or email me.
Two things. One is that we talked about having a pre-K representative. It's come up a bunch of times. We actually put it on the agenda, and the point one, we'll start the process of appointing pre-K representative to join us on the board. And the other is if we could get a report on, Lila mentioned at the retreat that special ed is taking up pretty much, well, everybody's everything. And if we could just start to get a series of reports on what's happening. Thank you.
The next meeting we have scheduled at Academy, and so we will do the same. Kelly Dias is looking forward to showing the school, and it'll be approximately the same amount of time.
Great.
And that is Wednesday, am I correct?
That is
Wednesday until
The
we
18th.
yeah, until we can figure out a day that works for all of the busy people.
And you noticed that the, as Nancy said, I've asked all administrators to get me these so that I can get you a monthly report for each school to you ahead of the second Wednesday of the month. So those will be coming to you for you to look at. All in the same format.
So you're saying this form, while we're visiting schools, we'll receive this kind of overview
You
format?
should receive this from every school every month.
So we might want to talk about, I know one thing we were talking about in the programmatic equity is if we're going to be tracking certain goals or, you know, maybe the special ed or some district-wide goals, it might be good to have more data sets versus, you know, the student population data and things like that. It depends. I think at the beginning I was saying, actually to, I mentioned to David, it seems really nice overview when we're just getting introduced to the Career Center and all this, so we can kind of see, okay, this is the student population, this is how many students. But it might be that after that first introduction, we might think about changing it. So.
And I think we talked about looking at that, right? No, we didn't. Just you and I did, because we
Yeah,
were familiar with it from,
but maybe it's
this is the
something-
format that we used at Groundwork, we developed, and it's got good information in it, but there's not a lot of, we can't see trends. There's no, overview longitudinally, it's just like a snapshot. So we're gonna just think about what data we want to see that way and what other data we have. And that's part of our work.
For the first little bit though, I think like, because we're gonna be switching schools, it's gonna take maybe a month or so or more, and we can receive these snapshots, so we'll have a little time to report out to the board and say like, are these some of the trends that we'd all like to see? Maybe we can put that together. I don't know about the next meeting when I'm creating some goals,
Right.
but maybe the meeting after that.
We just keep creating work for ourselves. Well,
I'd be on that committee, but I can't be on another committee, so that sounds awesome. I'm looking forward to that. That'd be great. Okay, that is all my ads, right? Anne, you're gonna poke me, so you, Excellent. So wow, this is record. We've gotten to the public comment for items not on the agenda. And we will have an executive session after that for 2 items, so FYI. So, I'd just like to know how many people want to speak, and if everybody wants to speak to, multiple topics, I just want to make sure that we're not all here till midnight.
Some of us are the same topic, I think.
So I got 5, so I'm good with like 2 to 3 minutes per person if you need more time. And do you mind being a timekeeper? And if you need more time, just call her out. We don't have 20 people. But
What are we gonna have, 3?
3 minutes, just give people a...
Because what I'll do is, when you reach 3, I'll just put up 3 fingers, and then if you keep going, I'll just put up more fingers.
Is everybody on the same topic, or are we?
I have no idea, but they're not on the agenda, so I'm just taking public comment at the end of the day.
Okay, Nancy Grouse, you all should have received a letter written.
I confirmed at the beginning, everybody had, yes.
Okay, so, well, you didn't refer which letter it was, so I wasn't sure about that. So I received a lovely note back from Lyle Holiday, and there's one part we would like to know. This is about the week of the 20th to the 27th, which is an international climate justice week, when including a student walkout in conjunction with Greta Thunberg addressing the United Nations about the crisis that confronts the next generation if we don't act on climate change yesterday. And we were asked, a group of us were about maybe 60 or 80 adults were at 118 Elliott Street when some students that go to BUHS said they didn't feel that they were getting enough climate education regarding the climate crisis, and B, that when they tried to do political work, especially in conjunction with walkouts and other kinds of activism, they did not feel supported by the high school at all. And to me, I feel like it's pretty critical that our students who are putting together, who are learning how to act, learning how to become activists, learning how to speak up about possibly the most important issue of their lifetimes, be supported and not treated the same way someone who walks out of the building to have a smoke is treated. It's not the same, and I feel like that kind of walkout, or whatever the students choose to do, I feel like it's something our community, many of us, hundreds of people who are taxpayers and parents and grandparents in this community strongly support that action on the part of students. And we feel like in a community like this that prides itself as being a fairly progressive community, we should be able to support our students. And in the note from Superintendent Holliday, she says that she has a meeting scheduled with Principal Perrin, and I was wondering if that happened, and if it did, what was the upshot of that meeting? Thank you.
So I met with both Principal Perrin and Principal Lyman, and Board Chair, Christina Naylor, and we did talk about some ideas that are being floated for how we work on climate at the school level. And we also talked about students leaving school. And when there is civil disobedience, there are consequences. And those consequences need to be the same for whatever reason a student walks out. We can't make exceptions because we happen to agree with one particular point of view over a point of view that we disagree with.
But I'd like to actually, the other part of the discussion is though that there are procedures for students to leave school. BAMS has procedures and BUHS has procedures to sign out of school. And I think the safety of our students was the thing that we were concerned about. If we have students in middle school walking out of school, we don't know where they are, it's a real risk for students. So whatever a student is, I don't want to misspeak, but whatever the procedures are for leaving school for an event, the school is not weighing in. If the students want to go to a climate change and the family has agreed they can and sent them with a note and signed them out, they are free to attend those events. There was no issue from either BAMS or BUHS that as long as the procedures for leaving school, it's the same as a doctor's appointment, a religious activity that a student might be attending, an act of conscience. Now that's not then civil disobedience, so there's that, but it is supporting a student to go to that just so long as we are sure that their students are safe and that we know where the students are.
Well, okay, I'll just, other people want to speak, but I just want to reference, for example, the walkout, was that last year, the Parkland support walkout in front of the high school? And I feel like that was something that definitely, I don't feel like if there's a similar event, if students say we want to walk out and stay on school property and be very disciplined about it, organize this, I don't see that is the same as students just walking out to, you don't agree?
I do agree.
And I feel like the treatment should be different for students that are walking out to participate, to organize and participate in a disciplined event that's on school property.
That's totally different.
Okay, well that's what.
Assuming you were talking about in your letter, that people were going to be leaving campus. The group that planned the Parkland worked with both principals actually, to make sure that there were safe options for anyone who wanted to walk out. And actually, Principal Perrin is here if you want to talk about what the procedure is.
So the Parkland walkout, that was a well-publicized national event. I had a group of 4 students who came and met with me during February vacation because they felt strongly about it. So we met several times in the weeks leading up to it. I also met with students who were in support of Second Amendment rights. And as a result of those conversations, we actually had a wonderful educational experience for all kids. Those students, I can't say enough about the way they conducted themselves, the way they planned. They arranged for road closures. They worked with Mark Kerrigan from Bratt PD. They did a stellar job. And Then in the following weeks, we had students who were also felt passionately about Second Amendment rights. They followed that same process with me. They sat down with me, they talked to me, they said, this is what we're thinking. One of the things that we talk about when students come and they want to do a demonstration, one of the things we do talk about is visibility. And if you want to get your message out, the best time to get your message out is actually before school and after school, because that's when the traffic is highest and that's when you get the most eyeballs on your cause. So I think in those cases, I think those were actually paragons of good planning on the students' parts, and I applaud what they did. For me personally, obviously in my role and in Mr. Lyman's roles, we're not going to take a position on whether we think an event is good or bad. That's not appropriate for me to do, whether it's political or any other kind of issue. So.
Get a discussion about that.
Sure,
We're not doing that
I would
right now.
gladly talk
That's
to you
not
about
a discussion for right now.
Sure, I would gladly talk to you about that.
But other people,
So was there somebody else that wanted to,
There were other people who wanted to address this.
Probably something different, but I don't know.
I'm Django Grace. I'm a student here in Bratt. Right now, I'm in 8th grade at Hilltop Montessori School. But I went to academy for the first 7 years of my education, and I'm going to BOHS, and I'm pretty set on that. And after I saw the Career Center, I am even more set-er. I would just like to say, one, I want to really push the thing for the 20th on the walkout. I know that you guys have jobs to carry out, and I fully understand that. But it's like whatever you guys can do is super appreciated. And I also I want to thank you guys for embracing every view that students have and kind of letting us do this kind of thing, like with the parking thing. Also, I wanted to talk about on the 20th. It's not only civil disobedience. I was kind of thinking the school board or the school system could kind of embrace the week of the 20th instead of seeing it as a time where the students are going to revolt. I was thinking, well, it could be used as a week, kind of an excuse for education. So I was thinking maybe, in the elementary schools, just like taking a little time out of at least one of the days to talk about climate change and what it is. A lot of my peers don't even know what it is and what the effects are. Also, just like planting trees is great for especially the younger kids at elementary schools. And just being able to talk about it with teachers is super great. I was also thinking, a lot of my friends go to BAMS. I go to Hilltop, so it's totally different there. But I know there's one class where you do a weekly project about news or something, or I don't know. But there could be ways to theme the education around climate change. So you could talk about how you could investigate the school's carbon footprint and do that with math. Research climate change as individual projects. I was looking at the school's portfolio with stocks and things and divesting in oil companies and fossil fuel industries. So I think that it's definitely it's a great way to educate everybody about climate change, and I think it'd be great if I don't know, maybe some educators want to talk about that with me. I'd be totally open to that.
thank you, Django. We always like to take money, and we always like an excuse to do education around here. And I think it would be okay for me to say that I know Mr. Perrin has spoken with department heads about trying to do some of that work already during that week. And there are things that have to happen, but I, as a recovering educator, can say I can see many ways in which that could be incorporated in many different disciplines. So, so I think that work is being looked at. Thank you, Django. And I guess we can just stay on this topic. If somebody has another topic, I'd just like to. Okay.
At Putney Central, for the Parkland thing, there's a kids go and stand in front of the building who wanted to participate in that.
We do. I think different schools do different things in our district, and there's different things you would do in an elementary school versus a high school. So there's a lot to consider, and I think all schools had some sort of
observance of that. It was handled differently based on the children in the building, and it was very student-led too, which I think is the appropriate thing, to really take the lead from the students in this. Yes. Speaking of, if you could just say your name. I'm sorry, I lost track of that.
I'm Maya. I go to BUHS. I'm a senior. So it came to mind. I know you talked about how like it's really important that the school give everyone a voice and make sure like there isn't a group of people that feel like more important, I guess, or like feel like their voices are more heard. And I remember like a roadblock that we faced when we were trying to plan a morning rally was that we weren't allowed to send emails out to the whole school by just like, typing in BUHS or BAMS because it wasn't a school-sponsored event. And I can totally understand if we were like, oh, come and go knock down some trees, or like, we hate this group. But I would feel personally okay if somebody who wanted to preach Second Amendment rights was like, please come to my morning rally. And I think that it should be totally fine if somebody who wants to, if students at the school want to plan an event, it should be okay for them to send an email and say, please come to my event. I don't know, that doesn't feel like it should be totally unreasonable, I guess. We also weren't allowed to make an announcement, which is, I guess, a little bit different. But yeah, I feel like it should be okay for students who are planning events that maybe aren't organized by the school to send out emails to the school about them. Yeah. And I know I talked to you about that.
Right, and that's a conversation that we've had with our council several times. And they've said your educational email should be for educational purposes. And, for school-related functions, not for functions that could be misconstrued in other ways, because the question is, where do you draw that line? You talk about people saying we're going to knock down trees. If you have one group with a vested interest do it outside the educational realm, then you're going to be asking everybody to do it, and I think there's a danger there. And so, that's the legal advice we were given, and that's the legal advice we followed.
I was going to say, I think when you say counsel, you mean legal counsel.
Right, counsel,
Sorry.
yeah, legal counsel, right.
Sorry. Thank you for that clarification. Kelly, you had a
I
question.
just have a question about if they're not allowed to send the emails, and I can see both sides of that, but how is, regardless of what the event is,
Sure.
how do they go about sort of advertising their event?
We have a community billboard that people can post things to. We do screen that for appropriateness. We have a community billboard that people can use. If they want to, find a place to run things off, they can hand things out to students as they're coming in the door. So.
I would like to point out that I was approved for posters. So not that I want those posters to not be available for the next time, but it just feels like the rule is very strict and also not entirely explained. I don't know. I just feel like there's some inconsistencies in that.
I think we're all walking through that very carefully, because if we allow one student to, then we, as we're discovering in many of our policies, then we have to allow everyone to, and some parents may not be happy with their children's educational emails being used for a group that they don't philosophically agree with. And I don't think we're talking about what you're talking about, but if we say yes to one non-educationally related group, I'm pretty clear with all the attorneys I've spoken to, we have to treat all of them the same. And it doesn't matter if 100% of the people on the board agree with your position, unfortunately. So I think that's what we're all grappling with and trying to make sure that we are following the laws.
Can I make a
Yes.
comment?
Oh, yes, sure.
So I mean, it seems like actually a nice opportunity, not to just pass it back off to the students, but for the students to maybe organize, and this is just one idea, but maybe the student council could do something where they start approving some of the students, outreach and collecting emails from students, or gathering a student listserv of personal email addresses. I don't know if that's legal or not, or having a school-wide Facebook group. I mean, I know that the representative town meeting did that for a while, and I mean, it might just be another way for you to get stuff out, but then it wouldn't be a school-centered or school-sponsored thing, because it's actually through specifically, I don't know if this, we'd have to get legal opinion on that, but if it was something that the school council did.
I'd have to kind of consider that. I don't know. I would check with our council.
Yeah.
But, students can do Facebook, Twitter, whatever other platform they choose to use, obviously. Anybody can use those, so.
Speaking of student council, Amelia Glickman.
I would like to mention this is not on behalf of student council, but just that I've been working with Maya on similar issues, and in terms of if we're talking about climate change issues, both of us spoke to a science teacher recently, and at least at the high school level we're trying to get some sort of student organization going. And something that I really got out of that is this issue has become very political, but the actual science behind it is it's an educational issue. It's not a political issue. It is the facts of what's going on in our world. So in this sense, I think that it should be supported by our educational institution. It's not a political issue, it's reality. That's all.
Thank you. I do hope we're teaching our students to think critically and understand research and make their own decisions. Thank you, Amelia. Yeah, David, you?
It's also a social issue and a communications issue and a political issue and a math issue. It covers all, it can be covered in all the curriculum, and I think one of the things I'd encourage you to do is talk to your two teachers, which you're obviously doing already, and get other people to do the same thing and ask them how can you use that week for this opportunity. The other thing I'd encourage you to do is when the week is done, or actually when you get home tonight, watch the presentations that the Democratic candidates are doing on TV about their plans for climate change, and then get across the river and get somebody nominated that's going to support your values.
Bernie's on at 8:40.
Just one last question.
Sure.
So the email that Lyle sent, Lyle, you mentioned a group of teachers in the email. So I just wondered, is that group of teachers a list that maybe students that are interested can be aware of? Who is it that is sort of forming sort of this new sort of let's do this, let's address it in the curriculum, climate change in the curriculum, if that would be made available to the students that are really...
I don't see why not. I meet with that group of teachers on Monday, so I'll bring that up to them. It makes sense that they wouldn't care.
Yeah.
But
Just so, yeah.
I'll bring that up with them.
Because that's another support for everybody that's concerned, and there are a lot of young people concerned.
Sorry. In the front, sorry, she was.
Oh, just new topic yet, or?
Is there anybody else on this topic?
I just have one thing on that topic. So one of the things I've been doing at the Career Center is looking at our curriculum that we teach and then identifying where it matches the Common Core standards. So I've been spending a whole lot of time looking at the Common Core standards, which is what we're supposed to be teaching to. One of the things I will say to you is it is a K-12 Common Core standard to look at climate change. We as educators are required to teach that. So we do teach that in a number of courses. I know it's taught in earth and space science here. I know it's taught in natural resources and forestry. I know we do green building in our program in construction. So I think one of the things that often happens for students and for teachers as well and parents is that because our standards are K-12, we teach that year after year after year, and students especially, forget that you've really been studying climate change since you were in kindergarten when you started planting seeds. And it's really important that we as a community focus on the science and the math and the facts of climate change, and that as educators, we aren't allowed to share our political views with you. And so you have to develop your own political views based on your own research and what you learn through what what we teach and what your parents teach and what your community teaches. And I think Brattleboro is really dedicated to addressing this issue as a community, but also as a school district. And as much as we want to work with you guys and we want our kids to be politically active, we have to draw the line at safety. And so sometimes that's a really hard thing to do and a really hard place to be. So I just wanted to say that our teachers spend a lot of time working on that, and they're required to work on it, even though it may not feel like it's a lot of time. I think if you really think about it, a lot of what you know about climate change came through your education. So I just add that piece.
I'm sorry, can I?
Sorry, and I didn't mean to start a debate.
It's good to have the discussion. I just want to make sure we get to everybody who came to give input on other topics, so maybe we can give a 30-second follow-up on this, because I know other people have been waiting to.
I'm talking less than 30 seconds even, which is just that I would think maybe rather than have this at the end of a long meeting, maybe the school could consider a community discussion with students and taxpayers and as many teachers and board members as want to attend about this very subject, and how, a real dedicated time to actually talk about this, and not at the end of a meeting when people are tired and wanting to leave. So I would really appreciate that, and I would certainly be happy to help plan it and help participate in it and get the word out.
Thank you.
I don't need to talk, but I just wanted to, I just wanted to say that actually that's not, well, at least through 6th grade, I didn't learn anything about climate change that wasn't on my own time. That wasn't, everything I've learned about climate change, I have volunteered to learn. And I don't even know why I care about it so much. But it's like, since I found out about it, which was in like 2nd grade, I took my own time to research about it, and there was nothing in school. I talked to my teacher about it, and she didn't even know that much about it. Like, there wasn't in 6th grade we had this one individual research project, and I decided to research climate change. This is the only thing I've ever had through 6th grade that is anything related to climate change. So it's not really true, and I really would like to say I'm sorry, but you guys are not doing enough.
Thank you for your, perhaps standards change too, so maybe what was happening in 2nd grade, way back, those days you were there.
It wasn't that long ago. He's pretty young.
You how long can we change things in education, so that's the other thing. So moving on to the next topic, because I think everybody's gotten a chance that wanted to speak to that, and I think, I'm sorry, you had your hand up first to speak on another topic.
Hi, my name is Krista Yagdin. I live in Guilford. I am the parent of a 11-year-old who is curious and determined and loves maps, and he also has Down syndrome. So I'm here, my presence will be here. I hope to be at these meetings to really help as we move to these conversations about Act 173, about how children with disabilities and parents of children with disabilities, what their experiences in the school district. I don't find that special education is often a priority in a conversation unless it involves money, and I really want the conversation regarding the experience of kids with disabilities like my son have in the supervisory union, and what kind of programs we have to really ensure that the best teaching and the best inclusive practices are happening. So I just wanted to say that. I know it's late, but that's why I'm here.
This is early for some of our meetings.
Yes. My name is Marilyn Chiarello. I live here in Brattleboro, and I am here because I am very concerned about the installation of artificial turf here on one of our playing fields. I came to this from an environmental point of view mostly, and so I totally agree with a lot of the climate discussion that was going on, but this is a little bit separate. What I had known originally was, oh yeah, there's sometimes increased levels of injury, things like that. But as I did more homework and research, my first impression, actually even before I did that, I've been studying soil, and I say, do we really want to cover living grass? Do we really want to put a rug down that's artificial, toxic material that is going to prevent the microbes from doing their job, which is they balance out carbon and water cycles with artificial turf. And as I went further, I saw these other reasons, including the exposure to the toxins, but we don't know for sure if one causes cancer or this causes that. But we are already being exposed to such a cocktail of toxins in our life. To introduce more, especially to young people who are going to be right on that ground, and maybe it would get in through skin or inhaling or something. We don't know what other toxins are going to be doing and what combination of this and this and this and this. We don't know. We don't even know those indications with drugs, as with prescription drugs. So how do we know that one little toxin that's in this may not interact with something else that children are being exposed to? So that was one piece. The site I came across that really gave me a lot of information was Turi, Toxins Use Reduction Institute at UMass Lowell, and I have literature. I know you have not enough things to read, so I figured I'd give you some more because I think you need to see this. What we have in here is athletic playing fields, and this is pretty much my timer. I didn't set it. I don't know how it got set. But this pretty much gives the whole picture. And then they have a couple of case studies, reports from Springfield, Mass. And Marblehead, where they have installed organic turf and their use on athletic fields. I also prepared a whole list of links from the Turi site that I think are really valuable and hopefully will guide future decision making. I don't know how far along you are in the process. I believe it's going out to bid, but I think not to include real grass organically managed is not really being very prudent, and it really must be a consideration, in my opinion. And I think that many others here would probably agree with that. One of the biggest concerns that I had, aside from the lack of habitat for the microbes, the least of us in this world that are doing the most work. They are really important with controlling climate change. They balance out the water and the carbon cycles. We have problems with flood control. You have natural grass would be doing that. And it will create a cooling effect rather than the heat island that can be caused by artificial turf. In some cases, the temperature of the artificial turf can be as much as even 80 degrees higher than the ambient temperature. That's dangerous. And considering that our climate is probably going to get a little warmer here in Vermont than it was, I think that it's a long-term investment, and it's not that long-term. It lasts about 8 to 10 years to go into this expense of over $1 million every 8 years. For what? I don't see any positive benefits. I really don't. So I'm going to distribute this, so you'll have something to read tonight.
Thank you. We're a nerdy bunch. We appreciate
Yes.
your reading. You should know that the RFPs that went out did include a natural grass.
Great. I'm glad to hear that.
So that.
I'm happy to hear that. But I just maybe.
No, we love reading.
Do you have this electronically and that list of?
The list, it's in here. There's a list of links. So, and I can send it.
You can send electronically, then we can post it.
I've
so other
been,
people can look
well,
at
I
it, too.
have maybe 9 copies here.
There's 8 of us.
Yeah, I think I have.
Christina,
Yes.
did you say the RFP will include natural grass?
That's what we asked for, yeah.
Yeah.
At the last meeting, there was a motion.
Perfect.
I think that was your motion.
It was my motion, but we deleted it.
I think we tabled it.
We tabled it because David also wanted to include another playing field, and we didn't feel like we had
So
time
we
to talk
didn't
about that
finish
playing
the
field.
conversation.
So I had understood that, it seemed like from an email that I got recently that we were tabling it because the RFP process was gonna take a long time.
Right.
So I just assumed that our voting
Yeah,
on
we
what we wanted.
didn't, we we voted to include, there was a motion to remove the natural field.
Right.
Turf, we voted to include it, and then it was getting late, and I wanted to put in, let's see what it costs to buy Familari. And you said, let's table it.
So we have
So
to
we
put on
haven't
the
really
agenda.
approved the RFP yet.
My fault, I am sorry.
Another item for next meeting?
Another item.
May I add that there is a cost analysis link in that document, which I'll send David. I had been in communication with him before this meeting, but I'll send David the list in electronic form, which will make it a lot easier to click and get to these things.
And before people leave, thank you all for coming. This is really helpful, and as you can see, it pays off.
I think, I'm sorry,
Christina,
did you have
I have a comment about this too.
Okay, is this a comment on this?
That is legal.
Okay. Emily, why don't you do your comment and then we'll go to.
Well, I just wanted to know, I mean, we didn't really talk about this, but the communications committee, we had talked about, so on the on the website, there used to be a place for press releases. And one thing I know Tim, myself, and Jamie talked about on the communications committee was how to best inform audiences about topics that are of strong community interest. This would be one. So we were gonna develop some protocols that we would then share with everybody, get approval of, and then additionally have timelines for how we were, essentially show you the draft, and then there was a timeline to get feedback maybe. But now we're confronted with an issue that may be of community importance, and we may wanna share it out in certain ways to ensure that people can have a voice. So I guess I would ask the board how best to go about that as a communications committee. Should we formulate a plan? We're meeting tomorrow, right? Should we formulate a plan and share it out with you with the draft language? And then how would we get approval though?
We can't do it until we meet as a board because we cannot take action unless we've convened as a board.
So then how would we invite people to participate in the conversation in a way that's a little different when the conversation's coming up so quickly?
We could make a motion to allow the communications council to come up with a plan and run it. How many people are on the communications council? 3. How many board members?
2.
Okay, so run it by Ann and I, then we're not a quorum. So we could make a motion that Ann and I, in conjunction with the communications council, could approve for this
one case.
One
Until we get
case.
protocols up.
You got that, Tim? So moved.
Is there a second to David's motion?
Second.
All those in favor of the motion on the table, which Tim knows what it is, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Thank you, Emily, for bringing that up in a timely manner. You're all set?
Yeah, thank you.
Henry Zucchini, Brattleboro. I came for that purpose because I remember from 2 weeks ago that you're getting ready to discuss again the field. I would echo everything that you said, that I'm deeply opposed to the artificial field for any number of reasons that we've already discussed, but just that the schools have so many needs, and we'd be, as admitted by Frank Brecker, taking money out of the reserve fund to fund this field, which to me is outrageous given some of the needs I see at the high school and I'm sure at the other schools in the district. So I just want to strongly encourage the board not to go ahead with approving a turf field, which I've said on many occasions. Also, I didn't really see the agenda. As far as the Vermont School Board Association goes, I would like to strongly encourage the board to not be involved as a member of that board. You probably know right now in the negotiations between the NEA and the Vermont School Board Association that the Vermont School Board Association, from the NEA's point of view, has not been doing its due diligence as far as preparing a real counter proposal or coming to the table in good faith to negotiate about health care and the future of the statewide healthcare plan. And maybe that's why the board's debating whether you should be a part of that, I don't know. But the NEA came very fully prepared and really ready to negotiate, and the VSBA didn't, and their proposal was incredibly draconian. It would really increase the amount that teachers would have to pay and really hurt our ESP members who would really, it would almost be unaffordable for them. So with the Vermont School Board taking that kind of position on healthcare, it seems to me it would be a good time for this board to say we don't support that kind of draconian perspective on healthcare and with our teachers and ESP members. So thank you.
So ESP, can you just clarify?
Educational support professionals. Yeah.
And it's not exactly the VSBA, I have to say, it's sort of a quasi-VSBA situation, but the VSBA is intricately linked through some Byzantium legislative setup and it is not going well. You are correct, Mr. Zucchini, but it's not entirely, there are VSBA members on it, but other members throughout the state are on it, but not part of this. So thank you for that. Okay. So I would entertain a motion under VSA 313, Section 1, to enter into executive session to discuss, hold on, I'm looking for my wording, to discuss academic records, suspension or discipline of students that are not subject to public review.
So moved. Second.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Anne. All those in favor of the motion to enter into executive session?
Aye.
Aye. Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We can go in the conference room. There's going to be no action.
All right, good morning and welcome to the University of Vermont. We are here at UVM because the Attorney General's Consumer Assistant Program is part of the University of Vermont. It's been a great partnership for the last 30 years. And it really was the Consumer Assistance Program that dealt firsthand with the Equifax breach that occurred in September of 2017. And we are here to announce a national settlement and what Vermont's share of that settlement is regarding the Equifax breach that occurred in September of 2017. I'm Attorney General T.J. Donovan. Joined with me this morning is Charity Clark, my Chief of Staff, Chris Curtis, the Chief of our Public Protection Division, Ryan Krieger, who was the attorney who worked on this national settlement, Crystal Baldwin from our Consumer Assistance Program, and members of our Consumer Assistance Program. When the Equifax breach happened in September of 2017, the phones at CAP did not stop ringing. 251,000 Vermonters were affected as a result of the Equifax breach. 148 million Americans were affected as a result of the Equifax breach. All consumers had their social security numbers, their birth data, and their address information compromised. Some consumers had their driver license, credit card numbers, and some credit dispute documents were jeopardized. When that breach became public, our Consumer Assistance Program worked around the clock taking phone calls from Vermonters. We received over 700 phone calls that first weekend because people, Vermonters, were rightfully scared. When you're talking about a data breach, you're talking about a higher risk of identity theft. You are talking about a higher risk of being scammed. The bottom line is this: because of this data breach, Vermonters felt anxious, scared that their financial livelihood was on the line. They rightfully should have been scared. We are in an online, digital, global economy. Scams are on the rise. This Equifax breach demonstrated that. That's why we joined with our colleagues around this country to hold Equifax responsible. And I'm happy to announce today that Vermont is part of a national settlement which will total close to $650 million. Let me give you the breakdown of that money. And the most important part of this is about the consumers who were affected. $425 million will go towards a restitution fund. And I'm going to talk about that more in a minute. $175 million will go to the states. Between 50 to 100 million will go to the Federal Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Out of the $175 million to the states, the state of Vermont will receive $1.85 million. Those funds will go into our state's general fund. As I said, we had 251,000 consumers impacted out of 139 million consumers nationwide that were covered in this settlement. That is 0.18% of consumers, and that equals our share in terms of the settlement. The effective date of this payment is August 22nd, 2019. The payment will be made within 30 days of the effective date. Now, regarding the restitution fund, $300 million is guaranteed payment that must be paid to consumers. That means Vermonters. How do you make yourself eligible, and what is eligible in terms of the restitution? Here's the quick part. Many consumers spend a lot of time on the phone making sure that their money was safe. Consumers can submit claims for time spent dealing with this breach. If you spend any time dealing with this breach, you're eligible for $25 per hour, up to 20 hours for time spent dealing with a breach. On the phone, calling us, talking to your bank, freezing your credit. If Vermonters spent time making sure that their money was safe, you are eligible for restitution up to 20 hours at $25 an hour. Secondly, if you have documented out-of-pocket expenses, and we're going to talk more about that later, you're going to be eligible up to reimbursement of up to $20,000. Everybody will be eligible, if you're an affected consumer, for 3 free credit monitoring for affected consumers. If you don't like one of the 3 options in terms of the credit monitoring, consumers can opt for a cash payment and use it to purchase credit monitoring from another vendor. As I said, those out-of-pocket expenses like freezes or credit monitoring purchased apart from Equifax's offer are reimbursable. If that $300 million is exhausted, that additional $125 million in funds will become payable if the original fund amount is exhausted. In terms of the monitoring services, for adults, you will have free 3-bureau credit monitoring for up to 4 years. The monitoring will include a $1 million identity theft insurance policy. After those 3 bureau monitoring expenses expires, consumers will get 1 bureau monitoring for 6 more years. And if you're a minor, if you're a kid, you'll have free 18 years of credit monitoring, 4 years plus 14 years for 1 bureau monitoring. 2 free credit reports every 12 months for 5 years, and Equifax won't charge anyone for credit freezes or any of the earlier breach responses, and no upselling to other services. This is a good settlement for Vermonters. This is good for consumers. But most importantly, what this breach did was to raise awareness about online security. That, as I said, we live in a global digital economy. More and more of our financial transactions are being done online. That raises the risk level for scams and for these breaches. Vermont has one of the strongest and most robust data breach notification laws in the country. That's a good thing. Why we have that is so we can protect consumers, so we can tell consumers when their money is at risk. When we are in a world where people have anxiety and angst and uncertainty about their financial futures, we have to do everything we can as a state to protect them. And given Vermonters the knowledge, the information, and the tools to protect their money, their retirement, and their livelihood is good consumer protection. That's what this settlement does today. That's why I'm proud to be a member of this national settlement, to bring this money back to the state of Vermont, and more importantly, to open up avenues so Vermonters who are affected can get paid back for the time they spent making sure that their money was safe. With that, let me turn it over to Chris Curtis, the chief of my Public Protection Division. Chris.
Great. Thank you, General Donovan. Again, my name is Chris Curtis. I'm chief of the Public Protection Division at the Office of the Attorney General. I want to invite Ryan Krieger, one of my colleagues and our Assistant Attorney General who worked on this matter for our office, to the podium. Ryan has done an outstanding job. And I also want to thank Crystal Baldwin and our entire Consumer Assistance Program team for all of the work that they have done to reassure Vermonters in the wake of this data breach and others. When these things happen, this office is responsive. And General Donovan has made this issue a top priority for our office. And Vermonters should know that we've redoubled our efforts with respect to data privacy, consumer privacy, security breach, all of our outreach efforts in this area. And the Attorney General has made that a priority for our office. The truth is, the future of consumer protection is online. We have a long and historic tradition in the state of Vermont of protecting consumers, and many of those laws are responsive to the face-to-face transaction, the Vermont handshake, the understanding between parties. But increasingly, we live in a wired world, and those transactions are happening in cyberspace. So it is crucially important that this office be responsive and be bold in making sure that there is accountability, there's transparency, and that there is an effort with respect to both our education and outreach efforts and our public policy initiatives, that those are reflected in this office. And that's what Attorney General Donovan has done. And that's in part what this settlement is helping to do as well. It's a broad recognition, almost an endorsement of the efforts of this office in that area, that we are going to make sure that Vermonters feel secure, and that when there's a breach, there is accountability, that there is restitution available for Vermonters, as in this case, where it's warranted, and that we can have preventive measures in the future. So ongoing credit monitoring, all of those security measures that will be in place for affected Vermonters going forward, critically important. I want to note that 2 years ago, when news of this massive breach broke, not only did the Consumer Assistance Program triage, in fact, our entire office, we had attorneys taking calls from consumers that were alarmed, hundreds and hundreds of telephone calls from concerned Vermonters all across the state. But that wasn't enough. The Attorney General directed our office to work with our partners in the legislature to have community meetings. We went to Barton, to Springfield, to Bennington, to Burlington, all over the state to convene community meetings to address Vermonters face to face and tell them what they could do to take steps to protect themselves, how to prevent identity theft from happening, how to secure a credit freeze on their accounts. And even that wasn't enough, because subsequently we worked with our partners in the legislature to make sure that Vermont eliminated fees to place security freezes on their credit files so that no Vermonter would have to pay to put a freeze on their credit so that they can help protect their identities at no cost to themselves. That obviously was a law that took effect going forward in time. So for Vermonters that heard about the news and immediately acted to protect themselves, they may have incurred costs. Another reason why this settlement is so important, so they can get reimbursed for those costs that they may have incurred. So this is a crucially important settlement. It's going to have, I think, major importance across the country for consumers, for federal agencies, and of course for our state. And we're very pleased to be part of this today. I wanted to, Ryan, if there's anything you want to add vis-a-vis our outreach efforts or with respect to, I do want to note that Attorney Krieger has done an amazing job of helping us to facilitate working group proposals, both as to privacy matters, along with our Chief of Staff, Charity Clark. They have spearheaded the effort on privacy working group. There is a bill pending in the legislature on additional privacy measures in the future that may help to ameliorate some of these kinds of issues in the future. And of course, we had a data broker working group that resulted in the nation's first data broker registration law. So all of these activities are part and parcel of this new frontier, new online consumer protections. Our office is proud to be a part of it, and we're proud to get this matter resolved for Vermonters today. And with that, I want to open it up to our Chief of Staff, Charity Clark, and she can share with you what Vermonters can do to better protect themselves.
All right, so as Chief of Staff, one of my responsibilities is that I'm lucky enough to oversee the Consumer Assistance Program, which is located here at UVM. And they have, I want to reiterate what others have said, they did a phenomenal job in the aftermath of the breach of being available to Vermonters. They had a website up literally the first day. People didn't know where to turn, and they knew in Vermont because we were so responsive. So I was very proud of that. I thought it would be helpful if I shared some tips about identity theft. And I also, the Consumer Assistance Program, brought these handy dandy brochures for you that can help with a recovery plan if you do have an identity theft situation on your hands. These are free from the FTC, so we have a bunch I'll pass them out because they really have a lot of great information. And let me say what some of those tips are. So the first step is we should all be reviewing our credit report every year. You can get a free credit report going to annualcreditreport.com and just looking it over and making sure there's no inaccuracies or suspicious activity. When I'm talking about suspicious activity, I'm talking about things like credit card accounts that you did not open, address changes that you didn't initiate, loans that you did not take out, things like that. And if you do find suspicious activity on your credit report, there are recommended steps to take. The first thing that you should do is call the company where the fraud occurred to let them know, I did not open up this credit card account, I need to close it, and let them know that you believe you may be the victim of identity theft. You should change your password, your logins, your PIN numbers, and then contact the credit reporting agencies to ask for a correction to your credit report. And the FTC is incredibly helpful. Not only do they have this brochure, but you can go online at identitytheft.gov, identitytheft.gov, and they will walk you through a plan that would work best for you. Some of the other things that might be recommended are to put a fraud alert on your credit report. That means that when someone is looking something up, it'll kind of have a red flag on it to alert them, you know, this person may have been the victim of identity theft, so just be careful here. And you can also freeze your credit. That used to cost money and it doesn't anymore. So you can freeze your credit and unfreeze it without paying anything. So that's available as well. And the other step that we always recommend at CAP when folks call is to contact your local police and make a report of identity theft. You can use the police report that you'll fill out. If you need it down the road, you might need to demonstrate to someone, this happened to me, and you can have that in your file. With all of this, with identity theft, be sure to keep really good records, keep a file, and who you talk to and when, and it'll help you as you move forward. So those are just some of the resources that we wanted to bring to your attention, and like I said, I can pass these out that if they're any use to you. So thanks so much.
Thanks, Charity. All right, thank you, Charity. So this is where we need your help. How do Vermonters get their money? Here's the website, equifaxbreachsettlement.com. This is going to be the website, equifaxbreachsettlement.com, where Vermonters will go to submit their claims, whether it's for the time spent, again, $25 per hour, up to 20 hours, for just time spent. equifaxbreachsettlement.com. Secondly, if you have those out-of-pocket losses, equifaxbreachsettlement.com. If you have out-of-pocket losses, it's up to $20,000 reimbursable. So those are the big two restitution issues for Vermonters to be paid back. You got to submit a claim. In addition to that, the free 3 credit monitoring services that will be provided to all affected consumers. So please get this website out, and Vermonters should go to equifaxbreachsettlement.com. I don't want to confuse matters, but there's another website too. The FTC, just explain what that is, Ryan, please.
So the Federal Trade Commission has set up, the Federal Trade Commission was one of the parties in this settlement. They have set up a website. All you have to do is Google FTC Equifax Settlement, and it's going to be the first thing that comes up. That's probably the easiest way to get there. And on that website, there is a link that you can click on, and you will get email updates regarding the settlement. That's important because on that equifaxbreachsettlement.com, there is a judge in Atlanta that needs to approve this settlement, and once that approval comes through, some of the things on the breach settlement website will go live that might not be live right now. So if people go immediately to that website, they might not be able to take advantage of all the other things. We suspect that within a week, everything will be live on that website.
Thank you. Okay, so to get updates, the FTC website to submit your claim is going to be equifaxbreachsettlement.com. If our partners in the media could put that information out, we would appreciate that. So with that, let me just again thank my team. I want to thank our partnership with the University of Vermont. I want to thank the students at UVM who were on the phones talking to Vermonters. It is a great testament to the quality of students here at the University of Vermont and to the institution itself for having such mature, responsible young professionals that the Attorney General's office relies on to handle consumer issues. I just want to say this about CAP. 13,000 calls a year we get to the Consumer Assistance Program from Vermonters. I think we're the only place in state government where you actually get a real live person on the phone. That's why we get so many calls. We're not going to be able to answer every question, but we do our best to navigate the bureaucracy of state government to get information to Vermonters to solve their problems. That's how government should work. That's what we're doing here at the Attorney General's office, working with UVM and working with our CAP program. So with that, let me conclude and open it up for any questions. Joe.
You said what, 256,000 Vermonters had security breach?
251. The exact number is this, 251,419. 251,419 Vermonters were affected, 148 million total Americans.
So, I'm trying to do my math here.
Yeah.
It comes to like $7 a person.
Your math is better than mine, Joe.
Do you think that's enough?
Yeah.
This is a severe security breach.
Yeah. I think when you are part of a national settlement, which we are in this case, and we are in many other cases historically as well, it comes down to an equation in order to try to bring about fairness, and population and the number of affected consumers is always going to be part of that equation. So I think the exact math, and I may be wrong about this, but this is what I have. 251,000 consumers impacted out of 139 million consumers is 0.18 of consumers. And our share of the penalties is about 1%, 1.05%. So that's the ballpark, and I think the math does work on that. When you're in these national settlements, it comes down to the affected consumers' population, and it's always going to be an equation.
What did Equifax do wrong? Was it willful? Was it an accident?
I'm going to ask Ryan Krieger to explain that, and to talk also about I think the importance of our data notification security law.
Sure. So the key thing that Equifax did wrong was not having sufficient data security. And that is often the case when we see these data breaches. It is possible to have a data breach and still have done everything within your power. The bad guys are often just that good. That was not the case here. Equifax had some pretty bad data security. In particular, there was a vulnerability called the Struts vulnerability. It was a known vulnerability that Equifax should have patched. They did not patch it. The bad guys were able to get to a database by logging in through the internet. It was a database with a lot of data that probably should not have been easily accessible from the internet. And another really important part of this settlement is there is an entire data security regime that Equifax is going to have to implement in order to comply with this settlement. So they have to have much better data security going forward.
And is it still true 2 years later that no one has been provably not exposed, but there has been no actual damage yet? These stolen files have not been used yet, is that correct?
That is really hard to say. I don't know that the files have been, say, dumped onto the dark web for purchase. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're not being used. Identity theft happens all the time. Were the bad guys using this tranche of data to do that? It's hard to sometimes tie an individual ID theft to an individual harm, although in this case, if someone was affected by the breach and they did suffer ID theft, they will be able to submit receipts to try to get reimbursed.
Who were the hackers?
I don't know that they were identified.
We don't know?
I don't believe so. I can look into that deeper and get back to you afterwards, but I'm not sure they were identified.
Do you have to do anything to sign up for the 10 years of free credit monitoring?
You are going to have to go to the Equifax breach settlement website, yes.
You have to ask for it?
Yes.
Ryan, how do you spell your last name?
Kriger.
I do want to, I know that there was a mention of the FTC website. One benefit of going to that website, and it's very simple. It's ftc.gov/Equifax. So if you can put that out there as well. Consumers can sign up today to get email alerts so that when the National Claims Administrator website goes live or portions of that start to go live, they can get email notifications through the FTC that that's happening. So that is one action step that a consumer could take today, so that even if the settlement website isn't fully up and running until after the orders are approved and so on and so forth, the FTC will keep people updated. So if you want to know and not have to be checking back yourself every day on that website or looking for the news about when the settlement is approved, you can sign up for the FTC through the FTC website for email updates and alerts that will keep you apprised as the process unfolds. So.
The judge's decision is expected when? When will the money start flowing?
It's impossible to say for sure. We are hoping and suspecting that within a few days it will come down. Yes.
Well, I'm going to conclude the press conference before I file a consumer complaint because of the paint fumes in the room. But with that, if there's no other questions, thanks for coming.
7:01. Let's call this meeting to order. All right. Does anyone have any additions or corrections to our agenda tonight?
No.
No? Good. All right. Members of the public, are you here for something other than to discuss the vote, sir? All right. So, this is just an information meeting to answer any questions anybody would have about the public bond, the vote on September 10th. It is essentially a revote of a vote we already made to dot the i's and cross the t's to legally borrow the money as a bond rather than as a commercial financing transaction. And since borrowing the money as a bond saves us somewhere in the neighborhood of $25,000 over the 5-year life of the loan, it was worth redoing it, even though there's costs to redoing it. The net savings will still be more than $20,000 to the taxpayers over 5 years. So, that said, any questions about this thing at all? About how this works? Mr. Member of the Public?
I already had all my questions answered. I was just here to see if anybody else was going to ask questions.
Okay. Anything that we should, as a board, point out in case this gets watched? I mean, I've spoken with Chris Mays of the Reformer, and I know Bill has as well, and we've kind of laid this out for him. I know that we have that explanation on Facebook pages for all the schools. I mean, we're trying to put this out there that nothing's really changed except for the method of obtaining the money, and the way that we're obtaining it is actually less costly to the district and ultimately the taxpayers. It's confusing. It's another vote, which makes it hard, but it's really worth doing.
Only other thing for the purposes of the video might be polling places and available times.
Polling places are Brookline Town Office, Jamaica Town Office, Newfane Firehouse, Newbrook Firehouse in Newfane, Townsend Town Hall, and Wyndham the Meeting House. Brookline is 9 to 7, Jamaica is 10 to 7, Newfane is 9 to 7, Townsend is 9 to 7, and Wyndham is 10 to 7. And it is next Tuesday, September 10th.
Absentee ballots available?
I believe absentee ballots are available. See your town clerk. Anything else?
It's our shortest meeting in history.
I make a motion, we adjourn then.
All righty.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all for coming.
Wow.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, September 3rd Select Board meeting. There was no executive session tonight, so we are all joining you as you are joining us at 6:15 p.m. Jan, has this meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Excellent. Good news. At this time, I would take an approval of the August 20th minutes or a motion to do so.
So moved.
Seconded.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Minutes are approved. I do have chair's remarks tonight. As many people have heard, Martha O'Connor passed away on Monday. For those who do not know the context of that, Kate O'Connor, who was the chair before I was, that's Kate's mom. It's definitely a loss for the community. The O'Connor family is very deeply connected to civic duty, to our community. I could talk about the emotional part, but I also wanted to make sure that the actual things that Martha did, or at least a couple of them, were noted off. And so Peter was gracious enough to draft me up a list because that's proper decorum, and Martha would have been a stickler for proper decorum. So here's some Martha facts. Martha provided elected public service in Brattleboro for almost 50 years. As representative town meeting member for decades, she was first elected in 1968. For those who track how Brattleboro does politics, I don't think representative town meeting itself even existed before 1960.
Correct.
She was a lister for 5 years from 1976 to 1981. She served on the Brattleboro Union High School Board for 18 years, from 1972 to 1990. She served on the Select Board for 6 years, from 1991 to 1994, and then again in 2008 to 2011. And she served as clerk, vice chair, and chair. She also served the people of Vermont on several state boards, including as chair of the State Board of Education for many years, and 18 years on the Vermont State Colleges Board, which she also chaired. I will add to that she was a lovely and kind woman, that her house was one of the best places to trick-or-treat with young children because it was famous for the large blow-ups in the lawn, and that the entire O'Connor family has been dedicated to Vermont and to Brattleboro for a very, very, very long time, and our thoughts are with them. Please, at this time, join me in a moment of silence to gratefully remember and honor Martha. Okay, and we'll hold space in our hearts for Kate and Carrie and Kevin and Valentino, the kitty, tonight. Okay, it's always uncomfortable to transition out of moments like that, but at this time I'll turn to Peter and ask, do you have any manager's comments?
No, ma'am.
Are there other select board comments or chair reports this evening?
No, thank you.
Okay. Then at this time, we are going to move into the public participation section of the agenda. This is an opportunity for members of the community who are here tonight to speak about items that are not listed on tonight's agenda. Is there anybody who would like to speak? Okay. I think that might be the first time in the entire summer where we have had no public participation. I'm uncertain how to even process that. All right, so at this time we will move into being water and sewer commissioners, and I would take a motion to do so.
I move to move into water and sewer commissioners.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And our first item is the U.S. Economic Development Administration grant for water and sewer improvements, and we need to accept and appropriate said grants. Peter.
Yes. So this is a project that we've discussed on several prior occasions over actually the course of at least 2 and I think maybe 3 select boards. It related originally to the proposed development of the Culture Made Vermont project within the Exit 1 Industrial Park. That project unfortunately did not go forward, but in the meantime, in doing the engineering work that was necessary related to the potential expansion of water and sewer service to the industrial park related to that project, the town's consulting engineers confirmed that we actually have a need, regardless of the additional development, to provide additional capacity there, and that it'll benefit not only the future expansion of the Exit 1 Industrial Park and the Omega Industrial Park, but also provide actually better fire protection and water service to the south end of Brattleboro in its entirety. And so we came back to the board and discussed whether or not there had been that work that was being done regarding the utility system was being done in conjunction with what we knew to be this grant program with the Economic Development Agency or administration of the federal government that we knew we could potentially get 50% of the funding for the project from. We came back to the board and explained when Culture Made didn't move forward that we had discovered that this would be beneficial in any case to the broader community and to the future development at the parks, and recommended that we continue on with the application for the grant. Board approved that we do that. We were advised a few weeks back that we have received the grant. We've been designated to receive the grant. The action we're asking you to take tonight is to accept and appropriate $440,000 in grant funds from the U.S. Economic Development Administration for the expansion of the water and sewer system in the manner that I've just described. We are in the final design, also per prior direction of the Select Board, we're in final design of those improvements. We would expect to be back to you in the near future, in the months ahead, to actually propose the awarding of the contract and moving ahead with the project to be funded 50% by this grant from the federal government.
Excellent. Are there members of the board who have questions or comments about this grant?
A couple of things. As I remember all the history, and I was reading through it, one of the things that's changed since then was that we've had a lot of conversations about sustainability. So I was wondering about how sustainable is the system, and if we're going to be replacing these pumps, what's the backup supply for energy and stuff. So I checked with Steve and Dan and was greatly relieved to hear that pretty much the whole system runs on gravity feed. And if we were without energy even for an extended period of time, although the tanks would fill more slowly, like the 1 million gallon tank that we're talking about here, they would continue to fill. And so even though it would be slower, we have a sustainable water system, which is nice to know we don't have to invest a whole bunch in that. And I did have a couple of questions about, this is off the grant part, but the projections here from the I think it's from the engineer about potential jobs. And I know they use models to project these, but I have to question the projection of 500 to 1,100 jobs developing in that part of town. I mean, I see what they say, and they're talking about 300 and some construction jobs that would be during the construction period, but it just seems like this reads as propagandistic, and I just wondered if we ever follow up or check into these things to see how accurate these projections and models are.
Absolutely. So any of the projects that receive funding through the community development block grants actually are tracked very particularly against the estimates that were used for the granting of those funds. And there's also a variety of other ways in which, between BDCC and various state authorities, that these things are monitored. What I can say specifically about this April 22nd letter that's in your backup is the first half of those jobs, the 516 that's shown in the middle of the page, those are actually solid projections based on actual projects that are in development right now. As we learned from Culture Made, there's no guarantee that a project that's in development is definitely going to be fully implemented, but those are known jobs that are in the process of being created so long as the 3 projects move forward. And then the larger estimate at the bottom is for additional, estimating additional development that would still be remaining capacity at the 2 industrial parks that could be served by this project.
And are you able to say anything more about the agriculture facility?
I'm not. Adam has just walked in, and I don't know whether he's in a position to say anything more detailed about it. So I'm speaking from an April 22nd letter from Bob Stevens that was part of the material that you and Patrick assembled for the presentation of the EDA grant this evening, where 516 specific jobs are mentioned related to 3 projects in development, and then a longer-term estimate of 500 to 1,100 jobs to be created in the 2 parks. And the question is, there's an optical production project, a precision manufacturing project, and an agricultura facility. And the question is about the agricultura facility. Are you able to say anything more detailed about that this evening?
No, not that. I can speak to some of the other projects.
No, it's fine. We can move the agenda. It's fine.
Okay.
We'll just keep an eye on it.
Thank you.
Are there members of the public that would like to speak to this item and come up to the microphone and speak to this item? Adam. Okay. All right. Then I would entertain a motion. Ms. Liz?
Go ahead.
I move to accept and appropriate a grant in the amount of $440,000 from the U.S. Economic Development Administration Public Works Grant Program for water and sewer improvements at Exit 1 Industrial Park.
Excellent. Liz has put the motion on the table regarding this grant. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Still, as Water and Sewer Commissioners, our next item of business is to discuss the purchase of parts for rebuilding rotary sludge press at wastewater treatment plant. And I see that Steve Barrett and associate has already hit the table.
It's Steve Barrett, Director of Public Works.
And Dan Tyler, Superintendent of Highway and Utilities.
Hi, Dan.
And Dan's going to give his presentation tonight.
Excellent.
You get the sludge, huh?
Yeah, I get the sludge. So we have 2 of these presses at the plant. They're kind of crucial to the whole operation. The sludge is basically the byproduct of the treatment process, and it's typically 2 to 5% solid after the secondary treatment. The sludge or the press presses it to 20 to 30% solid, and then that gives us our Class B solids that are hauled away and disposed of. So we have 2 of them. They run a lot. Number 2 has been repaired a couple times. Number 1 has just been going strong, and the production was down a little bit, so they tore it apart, and it needs 4 of the 8 screens that really make it function. So a little more than they had anticipated, but it's kind of just general maintenance.
Also, those presses are used at, when we have septic receipt and from the region, the people that aren't connected to our system, these presses are also used to dewater the biosolids from that use. And that use alone brings in $250,000 a year. And when we talk about different components of the wastewater treatment plant, and this board has already seen it in other examples, it's expensive. But also the revenue coming in is pretty decent on this also. And the pumps are used virtually every day, so 365 days a year. So this is expected wear on these components. So we're recommending the upgrade. And the other point I would make is that our employees will have already disassembled all these. We didn't have to bring in technicians and pay for a group to come in and disassemble all these and put the parts in. So there's a pretty big savings there because they'd have to bring people from other parts of the country and to rebuild these.
Well, thank you to Dan and Steve. There are members of the board who have questions or comments about this item.
Yeah. Is this general just typical wear and tear, like an oil filter or something, 5 or 6 years, you're going to have to replace them again?
Yeah, that seems to be the...
There's moving parts, and then also, the biosolids are they're corrosive, and so it wears down. There's metal parts, and then so it's normal wear.
It seems that way. Are there members of the community?
I have a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liz.
I just wanted to mention that there is a necessary clean water and sustainability function to this wastewater treatment and this function in particular.
Good. Yep. Members of the community that would like to speak to this item? Okay. Hearing no further conversation, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the purchase of replacement parts in the amount of $36,218.80 from Fournier Industries to rebuild the rotary sludge press number 1 at the wastewater treatment plant.
Excellent. David has made the motion for this purchase of replacement parts. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
I make a motion to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
I would take a moment to say to my fellow board members, generally we have removed the authority from the chair to make motions, but if you get exhausted and you feel that tonight on a small board, the chair should also make motions, I'm fine with that.
I think we
We'll be fine with playing tag team, yeah.
Because I feel like a little bit guilty.
If we pace ourselves and take turns.
Okay.
We have water, so we'll be all
I
right.
mean, it's our own rule, so I wanted to toss that out there. Okay.
Compassionate chair.
I'm a compassionate chair most of the time. Okay, so we are now moving right along to new business. There is no unfinished business listed on tonight's agenda. And our first order of new business is a conditional letter of map revision, also known as a CLOMR, for the Hinsdale Bridge project. And we have Sue Fillion with us this evening. Hi, Sue.
Hi. So I'm here tonight to request that the select board authorize Brian Bannon, who is the floodplain manager for the town, to sign an overview and concurrence form. And this is for the Hinsdale Bridge project. They've been doing the engineering, they're working on some of the permitting, and they need to, or they have needed to study the effects of the new bridge on the water surface levels. And so New Hampshire DOT had a hydraulic engineer do the report. What they found is in between these two cross sections, there is going to be about a 4-inch rise. So the cross sections run from just north of the Whetstone Station, this is all on the Connecticut River, to kind of the southern end of the Barrows property. And while it changes the surface elevation, it's not really affecting the lines on the map because the riverbank is fairly steep there. And there are no buildings that are in the floodplain or the floodway there. What it would do is if somebody did want to build in the floodplain, it changes the elevation of the base flood a little bit, which would mean that they would need to build a couple of inches higher than what our regulations require. So this, the difference being between the bridges is that one of the existing bridges have no piers in the river. The new bridge will have 6 piers in the river, and it basically kind of slows the flow down a little bit and kind of rises up, but it evens out as it goes down the river. So this is kind of the first step. The New Hampshire DOT has to get this conditional letter of map revision about 6 months after the bridge is complete, which is still a couple of years off. They will need to file for a letter of map revision that would kind of be the final revision. So I'm happy to answer questions. I cannot answer the technical engineering type things, and Timothy Mallett, who is the New Hampshire DOT engineer, would like to field those questions anyway. Getting him here to a meeting wasn't so easy because they have to get permission to cross lines, state lines and stuff, so we try to go with it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Are there members of the board that have questions that would fall in Sue's wheelhouse on this item?
I just have a comment. Sounds like progress to me, Sue.
It is progress. They're moving forward, yes.
Are there members of the community that have questions that would fall into Sue's wheelhouse? Okay. Hearing none.
I have a question.
Oh, hey, sorry, I didn't see your arm back there. You can come right forward to the microphone in the middle.
It's so you can be heard on TV.
And so I can be heard on TV.
That's right, and you're going to introduce yourself and say...
Thousands of people at home that are watching.
And say where you're from.
I'm Claire Hudon from Barrows and Fisher Oil.
Hi.
We're just curious how that would impact our property and the Whetstone as well, by what this letter is, whatever you're doing?
Yeah, so there'd be no impact that I'm aware of to the Whetstone Brook because they're just looking at the cross sections along the Connecticut River. As for your property, we tried to get files so that we could analyze it on each property. Fortunately, the floodplain comes a little bit onto your property, and I think the floodway. So again, it's a matter of maybe it might spread a couple of inches further than it is. But that's the floodplain area, so you can still build 1 foot above base flood elevation.
Okay, so there's no...
Ideally, you'd build 2 feet above base flood elevation, so you get bigger insurance breaks.
Mm-hmm.
But the best we can tell right now is there is no practical...
No change, really?
No change, really.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Claire. Any other questions for members of the community? Okay. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. Somewhere.
Alrighty, I will make a motion. I move to authorize Zoning Administrator Brian Bannon to sign the overview and concurrence form from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Federal Emergency Management Agency to facilitate the process of obtaining a conditional letter of map revision, CLOMR, to advance the Connecticut River at New Hampshire Route 119 Highway Bridge project.
All right. Liz has made the motion regarding this CLOMR and the signing and authorization of it. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Sue. Okay. Our next item under new business is the Brattleboro Community Marketing Initiative. And I see Stephanie Bonin making her way to the table. And I already apologized for blanking out on the name of
Cora Esquilo.
Thank you, Cora. Thank you. Okay.
So, Stephanie Bonin, Executive Director of Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. And I'm Cora Esquilo. I'm the Sales and Marketing Manager at Mocha Joe's and a member of the Marketing Initiative.
Wonderful.
For DBA.
Take it away.
So I was thinking about this discussion that we're about to have, and I had a memory pop into my head. So when I first moved away from home, my dad and I corresponded primarily by letters. And the letters would come with newspaper clippings or various things that he wanted me to read. And I remember distinctively, I opened up a letter once and there was a full-page ad of Charleston, South Carolina, with pictures of groups of people with white hair. And I thought, oh, how does this pertain? So I moved away, I read his letter, and immediately he said, so I'm thinking about moving to Charleston, South Carolina. And so this deserved a phone call. So I called him and I said, why are you thinking about moving to South Carolina? He said, well, did you see the picture? I said, yeah. He said, doesn't it look great? I said, sure. So I think that we all have stories like that of times when something has hit us just right, kind of planted a seed in our head. And that is what our community needs, is to figure out how to plant some seeds so that people think about us in whatever destination sort of way that they want to think about, whether it's moving, whether it's about visiting us for a couple hours, or whether it's about taking a weekend. And that's what the Community Marketing Initiative is about. So the Chamber and DBA evenly has been putting this forth to you and then to the town meeting, and then now we're back to you to give you an update of where we're at.
Great.
The first thing that we did was we assembled a project team of 8 members, and they were tasked with, and Cora and I are both on that project team, we're tasked with figuring out what it is that we're asking for a marketing professional to draw up an RFP, to come up with criteria, to look at the proposals that came in, and to ultimately interview them and make a decision. The 8 people on the project team were Erin Jenkins from BMAC, Sarah Lang from BDCC, John Magus Russell from Brattleboro Food Co-op, Brenda Rich from Saxon's River Distillery, John Shaka from Brattleboro Subaru, Cora, myself, and Kate O'Connor. We happily got 11 proposals. I'm sorry, 9 proposals for our call out for the RFP. And we whittled that down to 3 finalists. From there, we wanted more input.
So we decided to get additional input from Brattleboro residents, Southern Vermont residents, people who worked in Brattleboro who were not on the team, and that was really just based on our own personal network. So we each reached out to at least one person who we felt was invested for some reason in the town and would be interested in this project, and we sent them the proposals that we got from those 3 finalists and got their input, and we ultimately collected that information in a Google form, and then you can synthesize that information in a spreadsheet. So we did that and got it was interesting when we were looking at the notes of the person who was commenting and making an assessment versus sort of what their ultimate decisions were, because there were some massive caveats with each sort of final decision. So it was interesting to look at that going in, because we also had some reservations about each agency, but we also were really excited about some of the ideas and skills that each agency brought to the table. So that was what we had going into this final series of interviews with the 3 finalists.
So as you know, I assume from reading ahead, we ultimately decided on not offering the contract to any of the 3 finalists, and went back to all 3, told them our concerns, and also issued a new, slightly changed RFP with a new deadline, and opening that up to both them if they want to come back with a different proposals answering our concerns, and also to anyone else who wants to reply as well. And then we will be, many of the project team members have recommitted to doing another round, and then we will be asking some other new faces as well.
Okay. Members of the board?
So do you want to share with us what these caveats were and how you amended the RFP?
Sure. The last one is easier. How we amended it is we changed it from a 5-year strategy plan to a 1-year strategy plan, and we were convinced by the comments that we were getting in that 5 years is too long in the world of social media, especially content, all of those things. Made perfect sense. All of them knew that we're not looking at this for a one and done. So they knew that the long-term plan was to continue this over and over, but to specify a 1-year plan. We moved it to be every 2 months reporting instead of every month, trying to spend our money on actual implementation rather than as little reporting type things as possible. That is it.
And your caveats?
Our caveats.
I can speak to that a little bit. So we had sort of different concerns with each agency that we spoke with. One was an agency that had recently undergone a big change as far as employees and a whole host of other just structural and operations changes. So we wanted answers as far as who would be doing which parts of the work, what would be sort of outsourced to freelancers, and all this information that was sort of, we felt was glossed over, essentially. Another agency clearly had a lot of great experience. They had a lot of experience in Northern Vermont, which I think was positive in some ways, but I think that could also, when we were talking to them, we felt really confident in them, but there was just sort of a question mark of like, okay, how is that necessarily going to apply or not apply to Southern Vermont? And we also really took issue with their graphics that they had in a lot of their campaigns. They felt dated. And then the third agency sounded really great on paper, and I think, I mean, I might be sort of speaking for myself here, but it just, in the presentation, they didn't inspire confidence in the way they presented. And then secondarily, we would have to provide all content for all of their campaigns. So there would have to be somebody who is actively curating content for every campaign, which was just like, I mean, we don't have time for that. So it was
money. So you're asking for them to provide the content.
Yes.
Right?
For them to come, right. So come here and take the photographs or source it in some other way. But it would have been extremely active on our part. And the success of their campaigns would have been heavily dependent on somebody from this committee doing that consistently. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's not, I mean, that's
Yeah.
not unheard of, you know, like it's definitely a system that people use, but it just, you know, for a situation like this one, it was impractical.
I think it also rang a lot of Kate and my bells because we don't have content, and that's one of the things that we like drool over is the ability to have video, you know, footage and photography and to be able to get the word out.
Kind of part of it all.
Sounds like a really good learning experience. And you're ready to go. I have no problem with people waiting to get the right fit. And so it really makes a lot of sense. And as you said, it's not one and done.
Right.
There's no real hard deadline. I'm curious if you thought about, you mentioned some exciting ideas, and maybe about taking all those exciting ideas and putting them in the RFP, or maybe even recruiting local, say, here's some exciting ideas, and recruiting local people to try and put together a package. Just top of my head ideas.
Other members of the community that want to ask any questions? I know it's a little exploratory at this point, but if anything's popping in your head that you want to ask questions about right now, this would be a good time. Ricky? You know the drill.
Hi, I'm Ricky from District 2, and I did get a little bit late to the meeting this evening, which I apologize for, but I asked for a brief about what I had missed, and from my understanding, please do not distract my service dog, thank you. What I understand is that there was no previous earlier mention of the emergency crisis declaration from last week, and that wasn't listed under unfinished business, and I don't see common sense here. So is there an update on what the status of that is?
Sure. Knowing that we were a small board, we reached out to them during the agenda setting process and said, do you want to present in front of the small board or the full board? And they chose the full board.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments? Well, I'm excited to keep hearing how it goes and see what you come up with, and I appreciate the update tonight.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Cora and Stephanie. Okay. So we are now going to move on to...
Oh, can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah. Go for it.
Stephanie, did your father move to South Carolina?
Oh, yeah. Good question. I can't believe we didn't all ask that.
We should have hired someone else.
You didn't go? That was a good question. All right. What is this? Okay. Our next item is for a Vermont Community Development Program grant for the 5-county home ownership program, and this is regarding application and public hearing.
Yes, so the town would be partners with the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust again on a program, continuation of a program that's been very successful. The history of which is set forth in Patrick Moreland's memorandum dated August 18th to the board. We are recommending that after you have held the public hearing and heard from Wyndham and Windsor representatives about the program, we're recommending that you approve the resolution that is required as part of this grant process and authorize us to proceed with the application for the program. So the first thing I think would be appropriate to hear from the Wyndham and Windsor representatives and then have a public hearing.
I think that makes good sense to me. Would you like to introduce yourselves and get started on that?
Yeah, hi, my name is Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust, and this is Tara Brown, Lending Manager.
Thank you, yes.
So, thank you to the town of Brattleboro. The town has partnered with us since 2013 on this grant. The program's been around for 13 years. Tara's been there since the beginning. So, and this is a new grant, but it's a reset of previous grants. The grants come to a close, and then we reapply and start a new round of funding. So that's what we're doing the application process right now. It funds two primary programs: a revolving loan fund that provides home repair loans to income-eligible homeowners in Wyndham and Windsor counties, and we're also partnering with a northern partner, Downstreet Community Development, and it also provides funding for counseling and education to those people in the counties, help them buy homes and get educated, and the coaching they need so that they're successful homeowners.
Great. In consultation with the state, the Vermont Community Development Program, and the other housing organizations, we're seeking a new grant in the amount of $375,000 that will cover January 2020 through December 2020. We'll be continuing our partnership with Downstreet Community Housing and Development. That does include the Lamoille, Washington, and Orange counties. We are projecting that this will serve 725 households, 25 through the completed home repair projects, and 700 households through education and counseling. Of that, 168 we anticipate for new homeowners. And the project is projected to leverage $8,710,374 for an additional funding. In regards to the Green Mountain Home Repair Program, I'm the lending manager, and as of June 30th this year, our portfolio consists of 237 loans with a value of about $2,384,847. In addition to providing the funding for home repair projects, we're also providing construction oversight. This valuable service assists homeowners through the construction phase of the project and helping with tasks such as locating contractors, completing paperwork, doing work specifications, and reviewing estimates, and managing the managing the payments. Many homeowners are simply overwhelmed by hiring a contractor because they've been gotten in trouble before, or they are just uncertain of the process. It's overwhelming. We recently worked with a homeowner who shared with us her appreciation to the program and what we were able to do, and allow that confidence that she needed to help her with the repairs, but it also provided her a long-term benefit of having the tools that are needed to do projects and be able to do that work on her own.
Thanks. And I just wanted to let the select board and the town and the general public know that with this new grant, VCDP, the Vermont Community Development Program, is enforcing a HUD rule that caps the amount of money that can go towards housing counseling. The cap's been there in the past, but now it hasn't been enforced. So that's necessitated a decrease in the funding to us. We're going from $65,000 to $44,000 towards counseling. We've had to drop our staffing levels from 2.5 full-time equivalents to 1.5. Luckily, we were able to do that through resignation and a retirement. And we've reconfigured our northern Windham and Windsor County offices to save some money. So that's the status of our program right now and our request.
Questions?
Thank you for that presentation.
We have one more thing before
Peter,
we
go
go
ahead.
to the public hearing.
Yeah.
I'd like to just point out a table that's on the third page of Patrick's memorandum, final page of it, and it because this is a program that actually reaches out beyond not only the Brattleboro's borders, but beyond Windham County's borders, we've been asked during prior renewal cycles about how much of the benefit accrues to folks here in Brattleboro. And these are the statistics that demonstrate that while we have 12% of the population that is served by these programs, there's 5 different measures of success here that indicate that the investment in Brattleboro, it ranges between 17% and 24% with our, on our population base of 12%. So, in fact, while there is a broad benefit across the state, literally in these 2 different sections that are served by this program, Brattleboro is getting a substantial amount of benefit from the program directly right here at home.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. So now the public hearing is open. Are there
comments?
Go for it. Take it away.
I just wanted to mention that, that my daughter worked for the Windham Windsor Housing Trust, so I'm very familiar with the good work that you do, and I fully support this grant.
Thank you. Wonderful. Are there, Ricky?
Could you list what some of the current and any aspirational green certified building practices are going to be incorporated into the building?
Yeah, we do take a green look at the buildings, the projects. The way the program works is homeowners have a need, a leaking roof, a failed foundation, a hot water heater that's broken. And as Tara mentioned, we have repair specialists come in and help them develop a scope of work, because there's a lot of rules from the government regarding what is an eligible project and how the project moves forward. Our repair specialists have been trained in energy efficiency and taking a look at projects from a green perspective, like doing long-term sustainable products versus, a shorter-term project, water-saving toilets, etc. And where it is financially feasible, as for the homeowner, the homeowners are getting loans and paying the loans back, and they are of limited income. Where it is financially feasible, we are speccing the most green and most energy efficient products we can.
Are any projects, is there any funding for projects going into water testing in these homes?
At times, yes. We are helping people with failed wells or dug wells, etc. We always recommend that homeowners do get water testing if there's any question about the quality of their water, and we work with the Department of Health on getting the water tested.
So is there an eligibility criteria of people who are low income to give them funding to be able to afford that water testing?
It can be part of the project, yes.
It can be, or it is?
It can be if it's needed, as a needed part of the project.
Have there been needed cases of that?
I think oftentimes people, when they come to us, they're already aware that they have, that's what my experience has been, is when people have come to us, they're already aware that they need some work with their water. So that they've already had that tested. So oftentimes that's why, they would come to us through our program for that funding.
So that is a common case you encounter?
It's not necessarily common, but it's something that we've seen.
You have experience with that?
Yeah, we recently did one where someone came to us because they needed a new water filtration system. So she had already come to us with that need.
Can people who are renters do that if their landlords aren't taking responsibility of that?
Well, because of the way that our program, the landlord would need to. We can't go and do work on an apartment. They would have to be the landlord would have to apply for the program.
Because the Abbott and Stewart Property Management, they're part of the Wyndham and Housing Agency, right? Because my water was tested as being over FDA levels of mercury and phosphate, and I, since last November, have been trying to get them to be responsible for helping to afford that lab certification testing and appropriate filtration for it so that we aren't sick. Right now I've been getting my water from the co-op instead.
Yeah, I hear that you're having an issue with your water, and that you're dealing with at the Abbott block with Stewart Property Management. I can bring this concern to our asset and property manager, and we can do the best we can to address it.
Is that Steve Stone?
No, I would bring it to our internal asset and property manager, and who oversees the contract with Stewart Property Management.
I would appreciate their contact information directly. If we could exchange that, I could give you mine so we could follow up on this.
Okay.
Because I'm personally affected by this.
Yep.
And I know that this is a larger issue, but this is personally something I need to follow up on with you.
Okay.
So thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Great. Thanks for that willingness to engage. That's good.
Yeah.
Good. Are there other members of the community that would like to offer comment or ask any questions?
I have another comment. Okay. Bruce, do you still do that work of replacing shower heads and LED lights and that sort of thing? Sorry.
We are doing that in a separate program, an outgrowth of the program that Mary did. we are now actually a contractor with Efficiency Vermont on their low-income energy project. So
great.
We're replacing showerheads. Yes,
I believe that's on the list. Yeah.
So that I just wanted to point out to the public that that's yet another sustainability action that you do. And in addition, the town of Brattleboro has a very broad definition of sustainability, and certainly low-cost housing and housing assistance in general is part of that definition.
Very true. Okay, if there are no further comments, I am going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, public hearing is closed, and I would entertain a motion.
I move we adopt a resolution authorizing submission of a consortium grant application in conjunction with the City of Montpelier, Vermont, for a Vermont Community Development Program Scattered Site Grant in the amount of $375,000.
Excellent. Thank you, David. David has made the motion for adopting the resolution. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, our next item is coming from Compassionate Brattleboro, a report on community conversations regarding compassion. And members who are present are invited to our special table.
Please, all of you, please.
Come on, Jim.
Marie, don't be shy.
Come on, Marie.
Come on, be on TV.
Plenty of chairs. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity to bring the Select Board and the town up to date with things that have been happening in response to the compassion resolution that the Select Board adopted a little over 2.5 years ago. Would it be useful to review what that resolution says? Would one of the Select Board members be interested in reading your resolution?
God, no.
I believe it's in your packet.
Oh, yeah. Would one of us be interested in reading it?
Sure.
Liz is interested.
Where are we? D.
Yeah, D. All the way at the end of D.
Here we go. Now, therefore, the Brattleboro Select Board hereby resolves and proclaims that the town of Brattleboro is committed to the principles expressed in the Charter for Compassion, supports the collaboration of local individuals and organizations to promote those principles through a variety of public and private actions in our community, will remain mindful of the impacts of our actions not only in Brattleboro, but upon people and places beyond our borders, and invites all people to observe and participate in town government and to hold town government officials accountable for conducting our local public business in a manner that is consistent with this resolution.
Thank you, Liz.
You're welcome.
Back to you.
So subsequent to the adoption of this resolution, an informal committee started to meet to consider how the town can best fulfill the ideas in this resolution. I want to say that it was very helpful to have representatives of the town involved in that process early on. Peter was had a lot of good input into the process. Chief Fitzgerald was involved early on, and for the most part, we've had Select Board members attending the committee meetings. We meet generally monthly. Anyone is welcome to attend. It's a loosely formed group.
And David has been a real impetus to the group.
So we certainly hope that close connection with the town town governing and managing bodies can continue. That would be very helpful. So as I've observed the process over the last year and a half that I've been involved, seems to me one of the important things that we're doing is learning what compassion means in Brattleboro. It's a word that's not clearly defined. Karen Armstrong, who initiated the charter, was pretty clear that compassion looks different in different parts of the world, different cultures, and it's important for each community to define for itself what it means to be compassionate. Part of exploring that has been a series of conversations. In the spring, there were 6 conversations held at the Brooks Memorial Library. The schedule of those is there. And our report today is primarily reflecting back to the community what we have, what we thought happened during those conversations.
We have to acknowledge Star, who was such an important part of making this happen.
Woohoo, Star! Star's always awesome.
So there were 6 conversations. Compassion and spiritual teaching and their challenging practice. That was on March 13th. Compassion and human services. Compassion and business. Compassion, town government, and the police. Thank you, Peter and Brandy, for being part of that conversation. Compassion and our schools, and compassion and healing. We have 4 continuing conversations scheduled for the fall. September 25th, compassion and climate change. The micro and macro perspectives, understanding climate change. And on October 16th, compassion, voices from the community. These will also be at the Brooks Memorial Library at 7 p.m. Again, thank you.
The second one is also about climate change.
Compassion and climate change, voices for the community. And then later in the fall, compassion and restorative justice, and compassion, the Work Today program, and low barrier employment within the town. You have the report in your packet. And I would like to respond to any, or to have you ask any questions that you have, or any comments. That being a compassionate community is everybody's work. I think one of the observations that we've had in these series of conversations is how thrilled people are to talk about compassion. No problem at all getting people to share of their work, to talk about how compassion fits into their everyday life. And I think one of the most valuable things that we've done as part of these conversations is the raised awareness within the people who have been talking about compassion. Wonderful to have Chief Fitzgerald, who's been, I think, rightly acknowledged numerous times for compassionate policing, have a chance to articulate what once again. Are there questions?
Members of the board have questions? No, thank you. I really enjoyed the series, and I'm looking forward to going to the ones that are in the fall. I somehow missed that there was going to be more, and so I was pleasantly surprised when I flipped the page and saw that there is going to be more all the way through December. So that's, I think, really exciting, and I hope people can get out to those. They're free of charge at the library Wednesday nights, right? All programs are on Wednesdays. I'm sure this is going to be shared out on social media and various places like that. Yeah,
we will be getting the word out.
Getting the word out, and we will also get the word out.
We're currently planning a spring series
Oh, great.
And if there are ideas in the community of areas where compassion touches our lives that it would be interesting to explore, some of the ideas that we're looking at, compassion and elder communities.
Parenting.
Parenting, issues around parenting and compassion, exploring what the concept of compassion, what the practice of compassion looks in more parts of our lives.
Other members of the board have questions or comments?
Just the thing that surprised me, I don't know why, I guess because I didn't know I had no expectations of what was going to happen with these conversations. And in your report here, you talk about the compassion as good business in terms of how we run our businesses, deal with families and young children, run our public schools, police our community, run our library, set public policy, build religious communities. And I was struck with how deeply ingrained compassion is in the practice of the people in this community who are having the greatest effect in all of those areas, all of those regions. It's not just a good and generous ideal, as you say here. It's a practical attitude that really makes us more effective. And I don't know why I didn't expect that from the presentations that I heard. Be interesting to see where it goes from here.
One of the things that the community could follow up on with these is how to promote and support these good practices. In the conversation on compassion in business, this is where it became most clear of compassion is good business. If you want to run a business and have it be successful, compassion is perhaps not an essential, but a very positive part of that. And yet, none of the people who were there had any training in compassionate business in their business school training, and that there might be a place for the Chamber of Commerce or other business groups to provide opportunities for business leaders to share ideas and to learn some best practices about how compassion can fit into the way we run our businesses that might not have occurred to us.
We've taken that up with Kate.
Okay.
And also in the social service areas, discovering that there are best practices that some of the social service agencies in the community use, but that aren't known or understood universally. This is beyond our ability to do at this point, but it's something that we would love to see happen in the community.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Are there members of the community that are here tonight who would like to ask questions or give comment? Ricky? And very happy puppy for belly scratches.
Hi, I'm Ricky, District 2. Has sanctuary status been a topic covered under this yet?
A couple, the Compassionate Brattleboro has been doing more than this series of conversations. One of the things that we do is have an annual Unsung Hero Award. And this year, the Unsung Hero Award went to Brattleboro CASP volunteers who are providing sanctuary to asylum seekers in our community. It perhaps sanctuary might be too technical a term. It's simply providing a safe place for them to live in a caring community while they're awaiting the processing of their asylum claims. So there are currently, I believe, 6 asylum seekers here in Brattleboro, also asylum seekers in Marlborough, Westminster, several of the other towns around. And we recognized their work.
Well, yeah, I definitely want to sing to those heroes too. And I really respect migration and international immigration of people just having technical sanctuary status rights here. My personal experience has been that the Vermont State Office, we can't rely on them doing discrimination testing or enforcement of especially employment and housing opportunities. Both of those have the positions of who are supposed to be responsible for those people have left and they haven't filled in the positions, and we really need more accountability in both of those factors to have a welcoming and diverse community here that we've been lacking would benefit so much more from having the compassion to protect and give sanctuary of.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ricky.
Thank you.
Any other members? Nick, come on up.
Nick Nickerson, 67 years in Dixie, 5 years here. I may be shooting with a half-loaded gun because I have admittedly been mapping out areas around here that do not have roads through them, making little circles on the map. But I have been trying to pay attention, and I think I've heard you say that, and I've heard the word compassion over and over again, but I think I heard you preface that by saying you didn't have a definition of compassion. And I'm old school, I'm not a postmodernist, so I like to have definitions. So when you say X, I know what X means, or when you say compassion, I know what compassion means. Could you address that, or maybe admonish me for my lack of diligence in listening to you all?
Please don't do the second one.
Who wants to?
The point that Doug was trying to make is that compassion can mean a lot of different things to different people in different places. Let me just mention one other interesting thing that we are about to do. And the thought is also response to your earlier comment. We were fascinated with a group in Leverett, Massachusetts, which was very concerned about divisiveness in this country, very concerned about the inability of Americans to do active listening to people with different perspectives. And this group in Leverett, Mass., they made a connection with a community in Kentucky. They went down and talked. The Kentucky people came up. They made a connection with a community in South Carolina. They went down. People came up. We raised that question, and if I'm not mistaken, it was David who said we don't have to go to Kentucky or South Carolina because we have enough people in this very community with different perspectives. Let's sit around a table and talk about it, and we're going to do that on October the 5th. And one of the issues that we'll be discussing are different perspectives on immigration. There are some very different perspectives in town, and we want to be able to do some active listening and hear what people have to say, and hopefully they'll listen to us as well.
Excellent. Ricky?
Do you want me to be on the panel for that?
This one is going to be is private because at their request. But our hope,
I think the answer is yes.
But our hope is that these will open up, and we'll be able to have people
You can invite me when you're ready.
If we may, that would be great.
I'd be happy to.
So one other initiative that we're working on is a sister community effort. Currently, we've identified 4 sister communities, Haiti, El Salvador, Kenya, and India. And this is an attempt to find communities that have something similar to Brattleboro in terms of size and interests, and that we have ambassadors. We have someone here in this community who knows that community, and someone there who is willing to be a liaison. The idea here is to help the Brattleboro community feel, not just understand, but to feel that we are part of the whole world, and that part of compassion is breaking down us-them, so that getting to a place where we know that we are connected to everyone who is around us, and that's the people who we disagree with politically, it's the people who are in a different social or economic status, perhaps not having a place to live, and it involves people who live in different cultures and in different parts of the world. That in a deeply compassionate way, we are all one. This is the big long-term goal.
And it now appears possible, thanks to the Better Block Challenge, that we will have right on Main Street a signboard with panels pointing in the direction of the 4 sister communities with mileage and the flag of those countries.
Be interesting to see. Yeah.
And just a caveat about on compassion, I think being able to listen without judgment is one aspect of compassion, especially when you're dealing with people who are may have a different point of view than yours. So it's as it was said, it involves many different features, but being able to listen well and without judgment, I think, is one of the most important aspects of compassion, and also empathy, a caring attitude, but welcoming different points of view, and without judgment. I think that's one of the key elements.
Thank you.
So I think Brattleboro is a dream community to be working on these issues, and the committee, the working group would welcome energy and ideas from anyone who would like to participate. Jim, what's the email address?
compassionstory@gmail.com.
Okay, compassionstory@gmail.com. That seems easy.
So, and that also reminds me that every month in the Reformer and the Commons, you will see a compassion story, which is to define in a very personal way what does compassion look like. So, telling it through stories, recognizing and celebrating compassion in our community is probably one of the best ways to help it grow, by recognizing it, nurturing it, supporting it. We all have opportunities to do that every day, and we appreciate the leadership that the town has taken in helping us be a more compassionate community.
Thank you very much. There's no action required on this item tonight, so we were able to just fully enjoy the update and the commentary, and so thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the next item is FY20 winter fuel oil, which sounds cold, and I don't know why we have to discuss it already, but.
So I wasn't a watcher, but some folks out there probably say winter is coming.
Yes, I've heard such things.
And indeed it is. And so we've been out for the annual sealed bidding for the provision of fuel oil for both the school district, by its new terminology, and the town's needs. And the low bidder this year is Barrows and Fisher, right here in Brattleboro.
Nice.
$2.05 a gallon. It's a good price. It's lower than we paid this past year. And it's the first time in a few years that anybody in this bidding has beat provider out of Keene that has been providing this service to us for the last few years. So we're pleased to bring the business back here into town. Thanks for your very competitive bid. And staff is recommending award this evening of this contract for $2.05 a gallon to Barrows and Fisher Oil.
Great, thank you, Peter. Questions, comments from the board?
I noticed in the packet you thank Frank Rucker for his work in seeking this out, and this has been going on for a few years.
Yes.
That we've been purchasing oil in conjunction with the school district.
Exactly.
Very much to
He and
all of our
John
advantages.
partner on it, and Frank has taken the lead each year, and we do appreciate that.
And that is not to say that we still aren't moving towards other ways and means
Well,
of
that's
heating.
the other thing you need to know, yes.
Precisely.
The school district put in 3 pellet boilers already, and we're looking at 1 year or 2, so.
Yep, so
We might want
we
to expand
appreciate
into
you,
pellets.
and we appreciate the other things that we're doing as well, and so Just wanted to put that out there. Oh, I think we did need a motion for that one. I would entertain a motion. Whatever turn it is.
Page 2.
I think it's.
Alrighty, working on it.
Yeah, I just did the other one.
I move to award a contract for FY20 winter heating oil to Barrows and Fisher Oil for 70,000 gallons of number 2 heating oil at a prepaid price of $2.05 per gallon.
Okay. Liz has made the motion. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's the first time I've asked that all night. Motion carries. Okay.
Does the school make their own motion
They do.
for their thing?
Yep, we bid it together and then we each award our portion. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right, our next item is U.S. Department of Justice grant. Sounds ominous.
This is an annual grant. It's not so ominous. It's
Oh.
helpful. The U.S. Department of Justice provides funding through the Justice Assistant Grant Program for a variety of different functions and equipment for the police department and police departments all around the country. And so our application this year includes both some equipment and some payment for services in a total amount of $12,333. And we're recommending tonight that you authorize us to submit the application for this grant. This is one of those, there's many times when we're submitting a grant and hoping to get it. This is one of the few times throughout the year when it's all built on a formula. We have a very high expectation that we'll receive this grant, but we need your authority to submit the application in order to get those funds.
Okay, thank you for that. And are these some of the items that are covered in this grant?
Yes.
And so I think the first thing I would note is one of the things that's covered in this grant is personnel, and it's $2,400 to provide overtime for community outreach programs and events. As a reminder, the Brattleboro PD started Project CARE, which is a group that interacts with those who are unhoused, people who are using substances and otherwise displaced. And so a good chunk of the money will go to that, and also things like Coffee with a Cop and other community discussions. And I have yet to make it to a Coffee with a Cop, but I've actually heard that they're pretty popular. And I would like to.
They're usually well attended.
Make it one of these times.
Lots of good conversation there.
Yeah. Comments, questions from the board?
No, thank you.
Oh, anything from Nick or Ricky, who are remaining community members?
Thanks for sticking with us.
No, I guess I didn't notice everybody pile out there at the end. All right. I would entertain a motion.
I move that we ratify the town manager's decision to approve the police department's application for a $12,333 Edward J. Byrne Memorial JAG 2019 grant from the U.S. Department of Justice to pay for overtime, equipment, and supplies.
Okay. David has made the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next, we're moving on to the Vermont League of Cities and Towns annual business meeting, and we'll be appointing the voting delegate.
Yes, so the annual town fair, which is the name that for decades now the Vermont League of Cities and Towns has given to its annual conference, is coming up on October 2nd and 3rd in Killington. On the 3rd is a day-long series of educational sessions of a variety of types. We'll actually have several members of the town staff attending for different disciplines. On the 2nd, there's a morning-long HR mini conference that's got several different components to it. Sally will be attending that. And then there's also some business meetings. So the League's board is going to meet that morning. So is so are the boards of the League's two insurance components. And so in the afternoon on the 2nd is the annual business meeting of the actual league, all the members coming together, and each town gets one vote at that session. I'll be there for the VLCT board meeting that morning, and I'll be staying over and attending the educational sessions the next day. And so I'm asking that you designate me, as you have in past years, to be the town's voting delegate for the annual business meeting.
Great, thanks for that. Comments, questions from members of the board?
Sounds like a good idea.
It does. I don't think it's really a fair. I'm just going to go ahead and say that my assumption is that it's not a fair. And anyway, are there questions or comments, Ricky? Come on.
Not so playful, anyway.
I would imagine not.
I nominate myself to be appointed as a voting delegate to be sponsored by the municipality, the same sponsorship that would go towards paying for any other person that would be going as a representative of this area.
Okay. How does that work?
I have to.
What is the maximum capacity of people that can go?
I think it's one vote per town, so I don't know. And I'm thinking you probably, well, he's looking at it.
Does it need to be a select board or a town?
That's what I'm checking right now.
Can I get Brandy and Dave to sign this?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
So I'm not certain that it's required.
That what is not required?
I'm not certain that it's required that it be a town official to be the voting delegate. However, I would suggest that it's for the business meeting. This is when the various towns and cities around the state are going to be voting together on the business of the league. The town's a member of the league. This is not
like the town with a capital T.
like the town with a capital T.
lowercase
I think it's appropriate that a representative of town government be the person who's there to represent town government in this meeting.
Who do you represent? Because no one voted for you to be the town manager except the select board.
But that's how it works. We appoint the town manager. So if you vote for the select board, you then entrust that power to them.
For everyone that didn't vote for them.
I mean, we're going to take a vote, and I think it's probably going to land with Peter.
Would he accept me as a shadow to follow and observe?
I'll find out from the league whether it's a public meeting. I'm not sure whether people other than the voting delegates are allowed into the meeting. I think it's entirely possible that they are, but then only the voting delegates vote.
Would you accept me if they did? To accompany you?
We wouldn't have to, if it's a public meeting, we don't have to.
You could just drive up.
I can't drive up. I would need to go along carpool with. And similar with the rest of the accommodations. Food, lodging.
I don't think the town would be able to pay for that.
There's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
in the
that
bank.
doesn't mean we're allowed to just use it as we want to. We would have to look into it.
I would appreciate that.
Great, thank you so much. I would entertain a motion at this time.
I would like to move to appoint Town Manager Peter Elwell as the Town of Brattleboro's voting delegate at the Vermont League of Cities and Towns annual business meeting on October 2nd, 2019.
Excellent. Liz has made the motion to appoint Peter as the voting delegate for the town of Brattleboro at the VLCT, Vermont League of Cities and Towns. Let me spell it out. Annual business meeting. All those in favor? Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Brandon, I need your signature on
Oh, did I miss it? Oh, got
I
it.
think you may need to sign this on the bottom too.
I do,
Okay.
yes.
No, I thought I was going to say I missed
But I
that.
wanted to witness your signatures.
Good idea.
Just all over it. Our next is item and final item is committee appointments. And we are being asked to appoint members to the Town Arts Committee and the Recs and Parks Board. And we have two potential nominations in front of us. I'm so bad at this. The nomination for the Arts Committee is Robin Flatley for the Town Arts Committee. And the nomination to the Recreation and Parks Board is Allegra Kerrigan. And I don't know why I almost messed that up because
Because there's an extra consonant in
I
there.
know, but I
Nobody
ought to know
pronounces
that like
it
the
up.
back of my hand. Would anybody like to make those nominations?
I move that we accept the application of Robin Flatley to serve on the Town Arts Committee and for Allegra Carrigan to serve on the Recreation and Parks Board with gratitude.
Thank you. David has made those nominations and moved those nominations. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Motion carries. And somehow, we are getting out of this meeting
Not yet.
2.5 hours early.
I just want to ask one other thing. Next meeting, we have the VLCT lobbyists are coming, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would we want to invite our legislators to come and be part of that process?
VLCT who?
The lobbyists for are coming to talk about the
one of them.
The limited self-governance.
Exactly.
I got it right?
You got it right.
The limited self-governance bill that the Senate passed and which will come before the House.
Yeah.
And it seems like it would be a really,
The legislative advocacy team at the league is a two-person team, and they're visiting lots of different
Oh, I'm
communities
sure.
around the state
Yeah.
as we run up towards the legislative session. So one of them, Gwen Zakoff, will be here that evening, and I'd be happy to send out to the legislative
Great.
delegation an invitation to come.
because I wanted to mention the meeting because I can only talk to one other person about it, and then we wouldn't be able to do anything.
And in
we'll take care of
particular,
that.
Senator
White.
White.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
well, both of them. I mean, it
Both
wouldn't-
senators
yeah, it
and all
wouldn't
three
hurt.
representatives will
Yeah.
invite to come. Great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah. And if they wanted to invite Mike Morwicki, who's on that committee, wouldn't hurt a thing. I'll work on that one.
All right, that's your homework. All right. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourns at 7:38. I just don't even know what that
Happily lost
means.
that bet.
Yeah, who did lose the bet? Who was- oh, you said
I wound
before
up
8.
saying before 8. At the end.
I never would have seen it coming.
So call the meeting to order, 9:05. And there's not if anybody's parked out front, you know that that's not a good idea. You need to move. Other than that, I think that's about all the announcements. And the meeting is yours, Jen, to run. Put us through our paces. And thank you for this. I know I appreciate you being here and all the work you put in. And I think everyone, I speak for everyone in saying thank you. This is a valuable tool for us.
You bet. I'm glad to be invited. I have high hopes for the day. This is fun for me. I enjoy doing this work. So we all have our things, right? So before we start, I want to introduce Liz Francis. Elizabeth is my new part-time admin assistant. I have to say, having an admin assistant is fantastic. Having Liz is like beyond the moon. So she is going to be a great asset to us today. Peter's taking our official minutes for the board. But what Liz is doing today is she's going to help us with our products and our outcomes for the meeting. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So just to give an overview of the day, through facilitated conversation activities, our real outcome for the board today is for you to have a plan of action of the work you want to do this year and the topics about what those are. So that's our big outcome. And then I'll call them products. From today, we'll have 4 products coming out of today. 1 will be your norms. 2 will be your values. 3 will be your committees. And 4 will be that action plan that's actually on the calendar. So my hope is today, by the time we leave, we have those. Liz and I will put those together electronically and send them out to the board once they're all finished. So that's why there's 2 sets of minute takers. All right. So one thing before we jump into our first activity, I do plan on having you move around a little bit. There'll be different things for you to do. You'll get to you'll sit, you'll get to do some chart paper like we love. You can't go to an educational like PD day without chart paper. It's just part of our life. So there's a parking lot. If that's an unfamiliar term to you, the parking lot are ideas that come up, concepts, topics, burning things that you're like, we must talk about this, and it may not be on the agenda, or it may not be what we're talking about right now. So at any point, you feel like, well, you have a topic that isn't being addressed today, and you want to make sure that happens, we're going to put it on the parking lot. Okay? And I'll routinely, regularly come through and check to make sure, like, oh, have we covered these topics or not? And it may be that we don't get to them today, but it's good information for you as a board to say, okay, this is still something we have to tackle. Fair? And at any time, if you feel like you need to get up, write something on the parking lot, if you need to use the restrooms that are downstairs, if you need to take care of personal business, I operate under adults, take care of adults, and take care of your needs. So, love that. If you all leave at once, it's a very strong signal to me. So. All right, so the first activity, we're going to do a couple little group activities today. This is a activity for you to get to know each other a little bit better. I use this with teams that know each other, but maybe don't know each other as well, or only know each other in certain roles. So it's called Paper Mingle. I'm going to have a volunteer.
Yes.
Oh, good. Thanks, Bill. Come on up. So we'll only do this it takes about 10 minutes. It is. We're going to lift you up.
Yeah, I'm hoping not to.
No fun? So this is called Paper Mingle. So Bill and I will each take one of these cards. And on each of these cards is a question or a starter statement. And what will happen is randomly find a partner. Hey, Bill. What's up?
Hi, Jen. How are you today?
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Love your time.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I would read my statement to Bill, and Bill would tell me, he would respond. And then Bill would do the same. Some of these are pretty deep. Some of them are more lighthearted. Bill.
Jen.
Would you please describe one of your passions?
One of my passions. One of my passions.
And it's okay. We can allow.
One of my passions. One of my passions is to help other people succeed.
And I can ask all of them.
Jen, describe one of the best days of your life.
Okay, Bill's got it. Best days of my life. You know, that's an easy one for me. Outside of my wedding, which was fantastic. I got to be in the delivery room with my sister when my nephew was born, and he's a big part of my life.
And what is his name?
His name's Hackus Miles, and do you know what his birthday is?
It is on July 29th.
Don't you have a son named Miles?
I do, and his birthday is July 29th.
There you go. Okay. So here, keep your card.
Oh.
So now, Bill and I switch cards. We put our hand up, and we go find someone else. So now you have a new question. You ask the questions, and every time you switch, if you end up, the signal to get a new card is if someone asks you that question. You've heard that question, you've been asked that already, and then you swap out. And there's no time for how long it takes to talk to a partner, but we'll probably do this for about 10 minutes or until people get tired of it. I'll leave the room. Cool?
Michael, come on over.
Everybody stand on up. We're all going to do it. Come grab a card. Come on over. Find yourself a space. Everybody takes their first card. All right, and find a partner. Take it up. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate everyone participating. I know it was fun to get to play as well. I hope you got to learn something about one of your colleagues or connect with them in a different way. Oftentimes in organizations, especially boards, you have to make really hard decisions. Sometimes that's challenging. So to know each other in a different way can help move you forward, like that you have these connections. Okay, so our next piece, you were all, I think, given a handout for norms. If you haven't read it already, we're going to spend some time building norms. It is in the left-hand side of your packet. And I think, Joe, you may have sent this out beforehand. I'm not sure if you've seen it or not, but you'll have time to read it anyway. So one of the things that effective organizations do is they have norms. They have norms about how they communicate, about how they make decisions, about, they have ways to communicate, how they make decisions, how they talk to one another, how they are presenting in public. All of these pieces make it so you have a healthy organization that can move forward. And sometimes norms can feel different for individuals. Like, I'm an introvert. I prefer quiet time, and I need that sometimes in order to be the most effective. Other people need that interaction all the time. Some people like to hash it out, and they need to do that. They need to process that loudly. Not loudly. They just need to process that out loud. So I think there's just different things that come from us personally. And then as a board, you have real objectives you need to accomplish. So, and there's rules for how you run those meetings. But the norms all play into that. So we're going to spend some time creating norms as a group. But first, I'm going to give you a little time to read. You have a one-page handout that I put together about why we establish norms, the purpose of them, and then keeping each other accountable. So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to read quietly, and I'll know you're finished when you get to my contact with me, and I'll move on. So the purpose of norms are really to make sure everyone gets to contribute and that all voices are heard, and that you're effective as a board, and that you accomplish what you set out to do. And I know you have big ideas of what you want to accomplish, so norms help you get there. On the page there are some sample norms that I collected these from, Google. It really is great. So lots of different places. Part of my background before education, I was in education. That's my bachelor's. My master's is actually in public policy and administration. So in addition to this facilitation and coaching work, I also geek out on organizational theory, which I know, wow, so much fun at parties, so much fun. And then my doctorate is in educational leadership. So I feel like this is a great marriage of those two things. So when we do norms together, sometimes it's things like starting in on time. Sometimes it's, I hear 3 before me. And that's a teacher thing that we say that, or when we're sharing, and saying like this, you've spoken once, and you mentally make yourself wait for 3 other people to talk before you share again. Yeah, so it's just those kind of little tips that you can do. Assuming good intentions, things like this, are all part of being part of a healthy board. So, our activity. This is pretty resilient, right? Like, this is pretty good. Like a creative poster board over here. Like I took the stuff off the stairwell. So this is going to be my whiteboard today. You have yellow Post-it notes and a black Sharpie in front of you. And the activity how we're going to start this is quietly. You're going to write a norm that you want to have this group establish. Like, always move forward. Don't hash ideas. Assume with good intentions. Whatever that thing is that you want, I want you to brainstorm as many norms of the things that you want to see happen in this board that you need. So Trish, you might have 8, but Drew, you might only have 3. But you're just going to write 1 on each sticky note and do as many as you like. And when we're finished, when I see you starting to slow down, we're all going to put our norms up here on the sticky notes, and then we're going to start organizing them and come to some agreement. Okay? Any questions about what you're doing right now? Great, okay, so sticky note, norm away.
Coffee every week.
So if you're still writing, and that's fine, you'll have plenty, you can still keep writing and adding. At this point, if you are ready to put your norms up on the board, what I'd ask is that when you come up, put them anywhere on the board. If you see ones that's kind of similar, you can move your Post-it note next to the other norm. Try not to knock over our whiteboard, if you would please. But once you're up here, if you want to stay up here, because we're going to look at the board together, and we'll just do a quick activity up here while standing. So when you're ready. So I'm having you stand up here a little bit so you can see what everyone else wrote before you sit down, because it might inspire something else for you too that you went.
You want us to read them right now?
No, we're going to just take a seat. Once you get a chance to read them all. So I'm going to read aloud each of the norms. If I need clarification, or anyone needs clarification on what do you mean by that, then we'll provide that. So, and then we'll work together. My boss and I will start. We'll work together to put those into categories and establish probably 5 or 6 norms, maybe more or less, but that's probably top, so 6. Be nice. Emulate what we expect of our children. Be the model. Be prepared, ready before meetings. Be prepared and do your homework. Be prepared and read documents prior to meetings. Show up, be present. So you did some grouping, thank you for that. Remember why we're here, the livelihood of children. Our mission is top of mind. Can someone clarify for me what that meant? Our mission is top of mind.
So we have a mission statement, vision statement, so always keep that in mind. You know, whatever our statement is, keep that as the focus.
Active listening. Be present. Show up and be present and participate. Listen rather than refute. Value others' opinions, agree or disagree. Start on time. Listen to the public. Wait until called upon to speak. Respect each other and the public at meetings. Stay on topic. Stay focused on the goals. How we get there can be controversial, but goals should be. Claire, I think that, am I saying that okay?
Yeah, the goal shouldn't be controversial. What we're trying to achieve should not be controversial. How we get there and how we achieve that goal is probably going to be very controversial amongst everybody, right? But what we're trying to do should not be controversial.
Wonderful. Thank you for clarifying. Listen respectfully. Responsible to express different opinions. Move forward. Be respectful of other views, express disagreement with ideas, not individuals. Express your viewpoint. Always frame comments and questions positively and respectfully. Treat each other with respect and dignity. Attending meetings as regularly as possible. No cherry picking by topic. Listen respectfully. Be respectful, don't talk over others. Give others a chance to speak. Working hard, we need to work harder to allow all voices to be heard. Everyone should speak up and share their thoughts. Once a decision is made by the board, respect and honor that decision. Once a decision has been made, agree to support it in public and move forward. Publicly supporting decisions made by the board regardless of personal beliefs or feelings. Accepting that this is one board and we each represent all towns, not only the one we reside in. Do your homework. Be prepared. Listening. Up down here. Start and end on time. Stick to agenda. Start and end on time. End on time when possible. Put those together. Anything burning after listening to those that you want to get a norm up there that you might have forgotten about or it hadn't occurred to you? What themes are you seeing here? I'm seeing a few.
Listening.
Okay. Respect. Listening. Respect. I'll wait till drop.
Preparation, participation.
Preparation and which are could be different things.
Which are separate, but preparation and participation are both also two separate.
I'm hearing the importance of hearing all voices.
Being goal oriented. Focusing on mission and goals. Yes.
And there's also the in addition to the working together piece. There's the once we've made a decision to move forward that we act as a board rather than as individuals. There was 3 or 4 that were support the decision publicly regardless of your own opinion. The board takes a position as a board member, then that's the position of the board. The debate happened, now it's the board's position kind of thing.
It kind of sounds like if I can marry those
Please.
if you're allowed time and respectful conversation and dialogue around something and the board does that productively, then you'll have a decision and then your voice was heard, so now you move forward as a board. It's kind of what I heard those two together. Mike.
So is now the time to talk about a norm that comes up, like the one that was just mentioned? Or are we going to get through this first and then have a dialogue?
Asking you this.
Is now the time to talk about the norms as they come up, like the one that was just mentioned? Or do you want to get through that first and then have the dialogue?
Thank you for clarifying, or responding. So what we're going to do to clarify is we're going to put these by groups and come up with statements around each of the groups, and then we're going to decide whether we agree on those norms or not. So my answer is not yet.
Say it.
Say it. So I heard a lot about goals and children and the mission. Find this one over here. I'll find it. Here we go. No, it's not. Right? Yeah, same focus on the goals. What might we say would be a header or a statement? So I might write this, here's my example. I might write this to capture these 3 norms, be something like stay focused on the goals of the board, or stay focused on our mission, or put children first, something like that. And let me tell you, I'm going to go after this meeting and wordsmith and come up with better things than what I'm saying off the top of my head right now. But think about this, what might that sound like? Am I capturing it if I say stay focused on the mission, the goals, children?
The mission does capture it.
Yeah. One more time.
The mission does capture it.
Be mindful of our mission.
Because if you reference the mission, then it will capture children at the forefront of decision making.
So I put mission and children here, and again, I'm going to come up with language. Just want to make sure we capture that. All right, so then down here, we'll move these a little bit, because I see. Be nice. Be prepared. Come to the meetings. Do your homework. Show up. Be respectful. Be present. What does it look like when you're present at a board meeting? If I'm watching you and I know you're present at a board meeting, what's it?
Engaged.
Okay.
Eye contact.
Listen to that. Participate in the conversation. Participate, follow along. Right? Do you have a rule about cell phones at your meetings or anything like that? Is that an issue for you guys?
I don't think it's been an issue.
Okay. It just often has been for years. I read one norm that was, I don't know what this organization was doing, but it said, do not attend to personal care habits during the meeting. And it had examples, brushing hair, flossing, and I was like, what happens at that meeting? Right?
Clearly it's not on camera.
You're all right. Yeah, right. Yeah, hope not. Hope not. We're good.
I promise you'll never catch me brushing my hair.
Oh, good. It's shocking. Is that a fair capture? Be prepared, and those might be two different norms, but be prepared and present during meetings.
Well, but they flow into each other. If you're prepared, you can be present.
Yeah, and also I think present is during and at, because sometimes we don't have people at meetings. They don't show
Physically.
We're missing a few people today. And I understand that we can't always be, but we should do our best here. As I spoke to Michelle last night.
So a sample norm might be,
But I did let you know.
Yes.
be present at meetings, and under that would be some bullet points about being prepared for meetings, or you first, attend as regularly as possible, and then be active listeners or something like that would be under that heading of your norm. And again, we're going to come back and discuss all this, so this is just going to go some. This one's talk definition. I'm going to jump over here because I heard a lot about decision making and respect, and I want to tease that out a little bit because that came out in a couple different ways. So, be respectful and allow others a chance to speak. Don't talk over others. Tell me a little bit more about what that looks like when it's going well. It sounds like that might be something that can be a challenge for boards. I think when it's going well, you sort of look around and you see people, there's a lot of nodding and a lot of eye contact and everything. It feels like you're making a decision as a group. It doesn't always happen that way, but when it does, that feels good and it feels like we're moving forward.
I'd also just add that we've been through some pretty challenging topics and timeline and all of that recently, which lends, I think some of what you're seeing there is a reflection of the challenging topics that we've taken on and the big decisions we've been making over, it feels like a really long period of time, but in the real reality of things, it hasn't been all that long, lots of big changes. And so I think that it's hard to remember to keep emotions inside, and it's very understandable why all of us get very passionate about what we're doing. So I think maybe some of this is a reflection of the challenges.
Yeah, I would just say I enjoy when there's conflicting opinions, but when people are calm and expressing that. I think that there are times when you feel like you're in the minority or you're in the majority, but when you just are expressing your opinion in a respectful manner, it continues the flow of the conversation instead of ends it. And I've seen the board participate in that, and it feels really good. And the reaction of the public feels really good. And so anything that we can do to encourage honest dissent. I think that Lindsay had a really interesting point. I don't remember when, but it was like something about let's have really vigorous debate, but do it in a very respectful manner. Because we don't want to stop the discussion, but there's a way to have that discussion that keeps the flow of respect going.
I read up here too, someone said, finding it, to the essence of disagree with the topic, but not the individual. That's not personal, but you can have dissent in that way. So there's one. I'm going to come up with something better. A communication method. So this might have a few subsets underneath it of what that specifically will look like. And again, I'll create a draft for you to decide what goes in there. And you use rules when you're debating, right? Or when you're discussing a topic, or a topic minutes before you move to vote. Joe usually facilitates this, right?
Right, yeah, we use Robert's.
Right? Okay. I was going to say Robert's Rules of Order, but I wasn't sure.
Small boards, yes.
Okay, well, so part of that takes that away, but it's really important for, and this is going to be one of my things I'm going to pound into you about norms. Joe's the facilitator, but all of you are responsible for the norms. So if Joe it doesn't see somebody with her hand raised or is caught up in a passionate debate with that, you have to help him remember, and all of you remember, that this is your norm. So all of you, not just your facilitator, has to be able to say, like, I want to refer to our norm, like about respectful conversation. And I think, and it might be Al saying, I think Trish has a thought that she wants to share that she hasn't had a chance to. Like, you do that together. And the more that becomes the responsibility of every person on the board, the stronger your team's going to be. And it takes that pressure off of standing in front of the public and having this and trying to figure out how to do this debate and not have it be heated and have it look like you guys are a mess. Because you're not. You're trying to get to the goal together. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I do want to come back to listening because I feel like that's came up a lot. Even though respectful conversation and communication is in there. And there's two parts to this. I'm going to separate this from listening to one another, I heard, but then listening to the public came out as well. Fair? And they might group together. What's going on? I heard the public a couple times in here. What would that look like if we were actively listening to the public? How does that work on your board? It starts with our communication with the public, in fact, to get them to engage. Okay? I think that's the beginning stage. Finding a way, an effective way to engage the public in a conversation so that we have an opportunity to listen to their feedback. Not just in the meetings themselves, but outside of that.
Right.
Okay.
I think that a lot of what we get at public meetings, in my time on multiple boards, it tends to be centered around one thing, and it's a fairly small representation of the entire public with a viewpoint.
Sure.
And the people that tend to agree with the decision don't show up to support the decision. It's only the people that disagree with the topic. So you sort of. It's hard because you have 50 people in front of you saying something, but you know that there's a lot more people out there that aren't engaged, or that don't know, I'm not going to come to the meeting, you're doing the right thing. So it makes, it's hard to, it's hard to say that if you don't do what the people that come to the meeting say, that you're not listening to the public, so there's that. It's like listening to the public needs to be a much broader experience than just what shows up at a meeting. Not to discount the people that show up at a meeting. I mean, I'm glad they come and express a viewpoint, but that isn't necessarily the overarching view, I guess.
And to tag onto that, I think we all talk to our friends and relations and neighbors, whether you agree or disagree with what they're saying. It's hard to bring those conversations to a meeting because you don't want to you can't really call the individual out and say, well, I spoke to this person and here's what they said, because you can't do that. But also, because you can't do that, what you're saying doesn't often feel valid, or it doesn't feel like you're really properly able to represent kind of what you've heard. It feels like well, I spoke to some guys and this is what they said. It doesn't, sometimes it's difficult to bring validity to what you're hearing in the community if they aren't showing up at the meetings. I have found that to be difficult at times.
It's not always friends and neighbors, just so you know. It's also people that you can
True,
run into on the
yes.
street or next door or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
We do get a lot, I'm sure everybody else experiences the same thing that I do. We get a lot of feedback, anecdotally.
Yes.
Which is hard to, we can process it ourselves, but it's hard to share.
And I also, sorry, Mike, I also felt like I'm not properly expressing what they've expressed to me. You sort of get the gist, but, I'm not quoting this person, but this is what I think they said, kind of, I don't know.
In the context of the conversation.
Yeah.
So, we had an interesting thing happen last year, right, with a couple of petitions. So there was a large amount of public who didn't feel like the board was listening to them. So I think that's why this is particularly on point. And, what can we do as a board to come, to minimize that, right? We had, 196 or 8 voters feel like they weren't heard. And, then there's ramifications from that, potentially down the road with other votes that we have or whatnot, So what can we do to make sure we're not giving that impression going forward?
Can I clarify something? Because it will inform me for how we do our committee work later. Is it that they weren't heard or they didn't like your decision?
Well, what I heard back was they felt like they weren't heard because on a technicality, yeah, the board, on the first petition, the board did technically address it, but everybody felt like that wasn't sincere. And then the second time, the board just flat out denied, the 198 voters or whatever. So, that's, we need to win the public's hearts and minds and to have them supporting us in what we're trying to do. So, how can we be better in handling those in the future?
So I appreciate that because it's going to inform when we talk about committees a little bit, both what Trish, Emily, and Joe also said, Mike, about the purpose of one of our committees around communication. What I also heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the board made a decision, and then part of one of the norms is that I heard of here is once we make a decision, we move forward. We don't rehash. So I'm not sure if that plays in or not, but
Well, that's what Mike brought up earlier about discussing.
Okay, got it. That might be something that you want to talk about. Okay, got it. Okay, so I'm going to say listening, and I'm going to kind of put these together, but then I'm going to say communication and responsiveness to the community, to our stakeholders. Not sure if it's technically a norm, but we're going to figure out how to make that work, because it sounds like that's a big value. It's not a norm, but value. So I don't want to lose that. Okay. All right, so since I poked the bear, what about decision making and moving forward? I saw this a few times. So once a decision has been made, agree to support it in public. Once a decision is made, respect and honor that decision. Publicly supporting discussions made by the board regardless of personal beliefs or feelings. Might be kind of in here. Accepting that this is one board and we represent all the towns, not only our own. So is a norm. I saw moving forward in here too. So a norm that this might represent is once a decision is made, move forward, and we'll still discuss it. But once a decision is made by the board, we support it. And that's assuming that there's been active discussion and people have been able to weigh in.
One, it depends on the decision, because if it's just a decision like a budget, it's a done deal. But if it's a decision that will impact the students, whether positive or negative in the future, it has to be rehashed and revisited.
Only for process level.
For process. So I'm going to say the staff partner discussion. So how about I propose the norm, and then we're going to hash out, because I think there's some ideas about what that looks like, because it may be that we just need to tease out what that looks like. What decisions come back up? Do they go back on a topic to come later on our agenda? Or do we say we need to table this, give us some time to think and come back? But I think what I heard, and again, recasting it to you, is that once you vote and the discussion has happened and you've spent valuable time on that topic, the decision is made that you need to honor that decision as a board, both publicly and privately. But you're always publicly a board member, right? Is that right, Mary? Is that what the intention of this was? Again, we have time to discuss it. Ken, please.
Again, okay, this is a real hard one for me, okay, because I'm a firm believer in democracy, and even though you're in the minority, when it comes to something, if I have no problem whatever the board decides as a whole to say, well, that was the board's decision, but if somebody asks me my opinion of the decision, I will give them my answer, whether it is with the majority or against the majority.
Okay, so we'll come to that. We'll come to that. So I'm going to say that one to last. I should start with stay on time. That one was a lot easier, right? Yeah. All right. I'm going to start and stay on time. Stick to agenda. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to put decision right here so we don't have to come back to it. Did I miss anything? Thinking of, give yourself a second. All right, so I'm going to start with what I'm going to easy ones. So start and stay on time, stick to agenda. So the process that we're going to do now is I'm going to take each group of norms and then we're going to discuss those. And then you have something in your sheets that says FIST 2.5. And this is how, when I feel like the discussion maybe is done, I'll ask you to give me a FIST 2.5. So 5, I'll champion. I love this norm. I've never seen a better norm than this. Wow. Like, I will be the reminder. FIST means absolutely not. I will fight you every day. This is not what I agreed to do. If you give a FIST or a 1, discussion opens back up. So 2 is really good to say, like, you have reservations, but you're on board. 3, good norm. 4, yeah, good. I'm with you. Okay. So 5, yeah. FIST, hells to the no. 1, I need more information. 2, I'll live with it. Okay? And then everything in between. So, starting and end on time. Didn't see that. You all can see my printing live. Starting and end on time and sticking to the agenda. Discussion. Ken.
I think that's great, except for there are times where we'll have like an informational meeting, and we've actually done it, is ask for more time, even though it was supposed to end after 45 minutes, because that particular group of people had a lot of questions and a lot at stake. So if they ask for more time, you give them more time.
People agree with that, is that acceptable?
So it's not a commandment, you know what I mean, but it's a good habit to finish. It's always a good habit to finish on time.
So what happens if you're the only one who wants to spend more time?
Well, no, it's not up to me to spend more time on it. It's the public.
Got it. Thank you. I just, by the way, my job is to tease this out. I'm not going to opinions anymore. I was just going to say, this has been an issue over many, many years for us, where when folks aren't happy with the feedback, the comments get repetitive, and I'm speaking now from the public, and they're sort of like reframing the same thing over and over again. And you know, we've always been very respectful and had meetings go till 10 o'clock or later because we have allowed that to continue. A challenge, I think, is how do we
end the debate when it becomes repetitive, when we value what the public has to say, and we do value it, and we have always been respectful of it and have not cut people off. So that's a challenge that I think we've had a long time, and I speak now from not just the West River Board, but from the previous Leland Gray Board as well.
Okay.
So
there's realities of it as well. I'm reading the room to be able to say, like, yeah, we need, like, our norm of being responsive to the community is going to trump our stay on task and end on time. And when you have that committee work, I made some guesses about what the communities might be based on the feedback of the surveys you did, that I think one of those will be about communication. So maybe there is this space where you go, okay, we have to end because it's 10 o'clock at night or what have you, but the committee has created a way to keep gathering that feedback, whether it's a survey or an online source or a web block, an IRL or something. So like those are some good things to think about. So what I hear is we start and end on time and stick to the agenda, but we know we have to be flexible and responsive to the community. Any other discussion about this one? Yeah.
I'd also just say that we have in the past, and I assume we'll continue to do it, have an item on the agenda that says we can change the agenda at a specific time in the meeting. So I have no problem with sticking to the agenda, especially because we can modify the agenda if something happens. We have to be very careful about modifying the agenda, because we haven't notified the public.
And you might have the intention to have a work plan for the year.
Yeah,
as things come up.
But that's the flexibility.
You don't know who's going to walk in, exactly what might happen. All right, let's do a fist of on this norm with the pieces underneath it. Norm will be flexible, so I'm going to put flexibility here too. How are you feeling on fist of five? Fist to five. Having one of your norms be sticking to the agenda, starting and ending on time. So you can just give me a hand. All right, 5s and 4s, awesome. Okay. I'm going to write flexible just so we make sure we have. We have our first norm. We're going to wait on that one. Okay. Focusing on the mission and our children as our goals. Thoughts about this?
I wouldn't mind adding the taxpayer to it too.
It's in the mission.
It is in the
Right,
mission.
well, that's,
Yeah. Okay, as stakeholders, okay.
yep.
I think for me, this is the most important thing. And I think I probably have 2 of those up there about mission and children. And I think it's one of those things that we forget from time to time during meetings is why we're here. And it's those little kids running around the halls that we're trying to give the best education possible. So it's my passion.
Yep.
I feel like I've actually found it interesting whether it's, I don't think any, oh no, some of us have done it, or members of the public bring their kids for, just whatever reason. That helps me remember why we're there. There are definitely times where you're sitting there and you're like, can I just stop making that noise? But it helps you, it makes you remember, well, this is why we're all here. This is whether they're too young to be in the school or they're of age or whatever it is, and it's interesting to watch the different ages that come. It sort of helps me focus at times on just what we're all doing in that room at that time.
Do you have your mission posted at the beginning of your meetings, like on the screen, or do you read it aloud as you start? Might be something to think about.
We should have our mission on every agenda.
I would also say that we should, as a group, keeping our.
I can stop and say I have one person talking right now, so I'm going to make sure we're listening to Lindsay right now.
Keeping our focus on the mission, sort of similar to what I said about goal-oriented, is how we get there is going to be different, but we all have to understand we're working towards a good thing here. And as long as we can all agree that this end product that we're trying to achieve is really what's best, then we can hash out how to get there. And we won't necessarily agree all the time, but knowing that we're trying to do the same thing, we're all in the same boat, we're all doing this together, that's our goal. I feel like we'll help with all of those other things.
Awesome. Let's go fist to 5, and I'll see how we're doing here. Fist to 5 on focusing on the mission, the children, and our stakeholders of what we're doing. great? Okay. You'll keep this here. You'll think about how that looks. Sounds like Alpha champion good for us. Be prepared and present during meetings. Any further discussion or ideas about this one? Do your homework. Ready. Busy, busy lives, and that's challenging. See, to me, that would be too, like you need lead time, you get your work before, more than 48 hours before, if there's something you have to do that.
I think something that I've definitely struggled with in meetings as far as being prepared is I definitely read all of the, literature and everything that we're given. One of the things that I've struggled with though is the history. There definitely are times where we'll come into a meeting and something's being discussed and I'm like, I have no context other than this meeting and this document or whatever. And sometimes I'm hesitant to bring it up in a meeting because I'm like, I don't want to be that person that drags up 5 years worth of, or whatever it is.
Okay.
Sometimes I definitely have struggled with that. I can't come up with a specific instance right now, but there are definitely times that I moved to this area 5 years ago. So there's also that piece of it that I'm like, I didn't go to school here. I don't know exactly. I don't have the perspective of somebody who graduated from one of these schools to be able to say, oh, but how we used to do it was this way. And I think in some ways that's good, but there have definitely been just some historical instances that have come up, and I'm like, everybody clearly knows some type of history that I don't, so this sounds like an okay thing to vote on.
No, I think that's a really interesting point. So it would be helpful if issues that come up that you might anticipate, knowing some background, that could be some pre-work that could be prepared. Just some bullet point things.
And I know I have a big mouth.
No, but like
I make the conscious decision
we're
not to open it.
we're going to have on the agenda financially supporting during the budget Journey East, right? Mm-hmm. So that could be the time to say, hey, it would be really helpful to have what is Journey East?
Right.
When did it start? Can you just give us a little debrief? That your point is really helpful for me. Just as when Joe and I get together as the chair and superintendent to make an agenda, that's a great just agenda building thing for me to think about as the new board comes together. Would it be valuable to have some?
And also, not just for us as board members, but there's plenty of the public who's
Exactly.
watching the video or at the meetings who don't necessarily have the background.
That's really
And they won't know one way or another. They'll be like, well, that's what's the money? But if they had known, then it might have been.
Yeah. So part of having this norm, like being prepared to present during meetings, is subsequent to that is that background, who's ever preparing a topic, gives you the background information and the history, the oral history of, right? And schools we're all guilty of this, but we have the oral history of how we've always done things. And it's really good information for you to have because it allows you all to make a better decision as a board.
And I bring up another good point that may not fall in here, but being comfortable. I think everybody should be comfortable to bring up things, and that might be part of the listening or respect. Or if it's kind of saddens me that if somebody doesn't feel comfortable to bring something up, it might be important to the rest of the group.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that point is incredibly important. Yeah.
Within this would also be attendance, regularly attending meetings. I don't know how you monitor that. That's how you get to do that. Meetings are really interesting. I know. Are we prepared to go to a fist to 5 about this norm? Which will be about being present, getting background information, attending, being present and engaged, but then also getting background information. And then being present and engaged might be in the other as well. Fist to 5? Oh, we got you. Hey, awesome. You're almost all trained. I like how some people are like, I don't know. So I'm hearing a lot about effective communication. That's kind of what I just came up with the title, effective communication, being respectful, being comfortable to share and ask questions, respecting others' opinions, making sure that we keep this from being about topics, not personal, being part of a board that represents many towns, not just our own. Following Robert's rules.
And part of being comfortable is that if you do bring up something, that it's receptive. You know, it's not, oh God. And that's all of our work. You know, as we begin our work together, it'll be important to be patient. You know.
And that body language is a big thing.
Yeah. I'm going to kind of put these together a little bit, because I'm going to put this in the community brace. Sorry, not touching that one yet. Okay. How are we feeling about this? Bill? Just a clarifying question. I saw a couple stickers up there about hearing all voices. And so I don't know if it would fit there. And I don't want people to feel like they have to talk if they don't want to talk.
Right.
But we need to make it comfortable for people to talk. I don't know how that fits. We have 11 members of the board. They're all elected officials. They all have important viewpoints and context that are going to allow our system to grow. And I just want to make sure that we are creating a culture where those voices are encouraged and celebrated and respectfully listened to. So I don't know exactly what that means. It's just, I think that's extremely important.
So you're not alone, because all of these tags are here, talking about respectful and listening and making sure your participation. So I think this is going to be much better than a huge norm for you. And again, I'm going to stop on this point. It's everyone's responsibility on the team, on the board, to reinforce those norms and to help everyone remember how to be respectful and how to listen well. And make sure that we are, again, being productive and effective as a board, accomplishing your goals, and working well together, which is the purpose. Yes?
Can I just follow up briefly on what Bill was just saying? So I wrote something, I can't remember what I wrote, but I wrote something about how people should speak. And the last thing I want any board member to feel is forced to share when they're not comfortable sharing, right? So that I don't want that. I've experienced that many times in my life where being forced to share something that I don't want to share when I prefer to do it on my own time and when I'm ready. And I want our board to feel comfortable with that. On the other hand, we're elected officials and we have a responsibility to share our opinion and to question what's going on. So there's that dynamic between the two sides of that where I don't want to infringe on someone's personal feelings but I also think that we as elected officials have to contribute to meetings. So I was going to temper what I said, which was, a lengthier one, with if they're comfortable, they should feel free. But I actually think that we can't always wait until we're comfortable. Mm-hmm. That we actually have to share and question things, even when we're a little uncomfortable. And this is not at all reflective of what you were saying. I actually, when I was writing what I wrote there, it was more thinking about, we hear from people like me a lot more often at a meeting than some other people, and I really want to hear from others at a meeting. So I'm not sure how to address that dynamic between the two ends of that, but I do think that we should recognize, or I hope that the board will recognize, that we all have the responsibility to contribute.
I agree with what you said, but I think you shouldn't feel discomfort as a result of the board dynamic. I think that's, so yes, whether you're willing to share or not, totally up to you. But having that comfort level not be as a result of any feelings about the board, like they're going to shout me down or something like that.
That's great.
So, So that's where I was going to piece those two apart. And so when we move into the decision making, and what this norm is really talking about is that the actions of the board members make it safe for everyone to have a way to contribute and to share in the discussion. And they don't feel overrun, they feel like they've had time to voice their opinion, whether it's different or the same. And then when we talk about decision making, this is what I hear Emily saying is you have responsibilities as part of your charge as a board member to bring up the things. And it's your responsibility also to give dissent if you need to give dissent. Mike, any thought?
Just to go on to what these guys are saying, I think that would also, if more people were comfortable saying their opinions, it could also help our deliberative process. And I actually put that into my questionnaire response because that's one of the criticisms I've heard is, especially like the contentious issues, people feel, some people have vocalized to me that they feel like some issues were predetermined before the meeting, right? And when you see consistent 7-4 votes, so there's, one view has more support on the board than the other, but that's why if everybody felt like they could weigh in on things, even just give an indication of how you're leaning, then people would be able to work with that. More people from the public or other board members might be able to spring off of that and, find common ground.
So, I'm going to recast what you said. So what I think I hear you saying is if this is effective, and I think I'm seeing this, if this is effective and respectful communication amongst your board members, when you get to decision making, you will at least feel like your voice was heard and that you represented what you needed to before that decision was made. Not necessarily how we do it. Yeah. Is that what I'm hearing you say, Mike?
Well, I was really just saying just strengthen our deliberative process.
All right, so before we jump into decisions, go ahead.
Just to add to that, one other thing that everybody should kind of keep in the front of their mind, that we're listening, we should be listening to each other to actually understand what the other one's feeling and trying to get across, instead of listening just enough to have a good rebuttal. Because there's definitely some of that goes on. And anyway, so putting that out there.
I love that point. Tom Peters, business guru, before every presentation, he writes one word on his end. It's listen, because he's a bad listener. So I think, and the way he describes active listening is if you actively listen and have a discourse with somebody, you are exhausted at the end of it because you've spent so much time and focus on engaging and back and forth. So.
All right, so I'm going to do a fist of 5 about effective communication, listening, and respectful communication within the board. Fist to 5. Awesome. Okay, the next one, public communication and responsiveness. I think this is, we listened to our, what I heard was you're listening to the public, you're making sure that there's an opportunity, that might be community work, figure out exactly what that looks like, but that while you're also keeping this mission in mind, this is part of it too, making sure you're responsive to the public. Is there more thoughts about this? Any more thoughts about this, I should say? And that may fit into the norms, it may not, and maybe.
What are the two last things?
Listen to the public, always bring comments and questions respectfully and positively. And then there was one more about the public up here that I got mixed in there, which was about voices being heard.
Well, we work for the public. So if we work for the public and the public has an opinion, regardless of what we think is best, what's best is what the public wants because they're the ones who put you here.
Other thoughts on that? Sure.
I think it depends on the topic. When we talk about respecting the opinion of the public, there's a lot of members of the public that, like Joe said, are not present at the meetings. There's a lot of members of the public that have not had the opportunity to review the documentation and history. So respecting the public is, in a lot of ways, respecting the position you were put here to do, which is to do your homework, understand the topic, do the research, hear the history, and make an informed decision that meets our mission. That's respecting the public. It's not necessarily walking out polling 10 people that are unengaged and coming up with the majority. I think there's a difference in respecting the public from just a quantity perspective versus respecting the public by being engaged as a board member and making decisions that are thoughtful.
Other thoughts? To go with that, and the communication piece, because we are the ones that have the information, if the public, if the people with the information have a vastly different opinion than the people without the information, then we're doing a really crappy job of getting the information out. Because if the idea is that everybody has the information and can make a better choice, or at least a more informed choice, then maybe we need to additionally focus on that to round that out.
So adding on that, I would go back to what Mike talked about earlier, is learning from our first year of working together and communicating with the public and moving forward and enhancing that communication so that when decisions are made, we can feel confident that we have done an improved job of communicating with the public, no matter what that decision is, but getting farther down that path of communicating with the public. And then additionally, I just want to say, we're in a time of great change. And so achieving the mission, I and my colleagues will be presenting opportunities and options for you guys that are going to look different than what has been currently done. And that may be received in multiple ways by the public. So you should be prepared that not everything that you're going to be deliberating is going to be seen as 100% for or 100% against. And so that's just going to be part of the process.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on that, saying that it doesn't matter how hard or well or engaged with the public you are, how hard you listen to them, how well you listen to them, how engaged with the public you will never make everybody in the public happy. And we have to come to an understanding that we have been, I think it would be helpful if we came to an understanding that we have been elected to do what was described over here as doing our research and, following our mission and our goals and our values and making the hard decisions that sometimes people are going to be unhappy about. And because we do know that no matter how many people show up, there are always people out there with a different opinion about it. And it's a really hard thing to do, represent the public. And we should really come to an understanding of that as a board, because otherwise, how do we operate? It's really tough.
I'm incredibly challenging. Gosh, it's a volunteer role with so much responsibility.
Because you want to make everyone happy, and you can't.
No. Nope. So what I think I'm going to do, with your permission, is I'm actually going to see this as a value rather than a norm. And I'm going to place that inside one of your committees to really figure out how you the practicality of how you are going to procedurally deal with giving that feedback, making sure you're respectful. And it might be that if the connection of listening respectfully is also to the members who come in front of you, which I'm assuming you do. But the responsibilities and both the goods and the bads of being a board member sounds like that's also part of one of the work you have to do. It's not necessarily a norm, but I understand. Is that fair?
It is. I just want to say one more
Tweet.
thing about
Go
this.
ahead.
We actually have a policy on, someone needs to help me, maybe Ken, on engaging the public.
Oh, great.
Right. Pretty sure we have a policy on engaging the public. And
I don't think we've got through that one because it's not mandatory.
I think that's right.
Okay. So if you have a policy, or if you do or do not.
Well, it's at least at board meetings.
Great. Great. So that can be part of policy committee to review that, but part of committee communication.
And the reason I bring it up is not because that this is valuable, but I'm wondering how policy fits into this and all of that. So policy procedures, what are norms? See what I'm saying? We operate by policy.
Got it. So
just wanted to bring it up.
I want to clarify that norms are for your communication amongst your team. It's how you are operating as a board, as a team. And then your policies and procedures are what you do with the public and how you make that work. But this is ensuring that you are focused, you're prepared when you get there, you're present, you're listening and respectfully making decisions together. You're doing your best to stay on time. I also know I'm off schedule right now, but we will make up for it. I'm built in. And then these are the norms that you're acting to be the most effective board you can be. And the policies and the procedures and the budget and everything else is going to be your work, but this is your core of what you believe you need to do to communicate well and be effective. So let's jump into decisions. So, decision making. If, as a norm, everyone is listened to, there's effective debate. I don't know if you have places within your meetings that you are allowed to say, I would like to table this agenda item until next meeting because I need time to think, or I want to gather more information, or I don't know if you're allowed, if that's part of your procedures. I thought so. Okay. What's that?
The motion might fail, but you can make it.
Yeah, and just say, I want to come back to it. I mean, that's sometimes we need that think time. So if you were doing this well, if you were establishing your norms, you're communicating well, and you go to make decisions, what's happening here? Because I hear some debate. I've heard some sticky notes up here say, once we make a decision, move forward. I've heard, I'll just read it to you, I don't have to hear. Move forward. Once the decision is made by the board, respect and honor that decision. Once the decision has been agreed upon, support it in public and move forward. Accepting that this is one board and we all represent all towns and are only one of us, not just one we reside in. So I apologize, Ken, I put the personal thing in there, that wasn't up there. That was my own editorial, I don't know why that happened. So please, discussion. I could say fist to 5 and we could find out pretty quickly where we're at.
So I think, so I'll relate this to our work as a leadership team. I think the challenge is when you debate and you come to a decision, but fundamentally you disagree with the decision. You know, you debated against the majority that won. Where's your place? Where's your place as an individual? Where's your place as a member of the board? Where's your place going forward as a team? And I think it's an incredibly valuable conversation to have because it's important to know that, you know, and I think everybody here needs to understand what that feels like. But I think that is the fundamental point, that how do I remain, I completely argued for a decision that went the opposite way, but I want to be a member of the team and I want to move forward. What does that look like?
I would also say, following that, well, someone mentioned 7-4 or whatever votes consistently. Those votes, when you see them that way, you're interpreting just the vote itself, but no one realizes the effort someone may have gone through to get to yes or no. You see what I'm saying? So there's very different degrees of what those votes are, and there's an awful lot behind each one of those votes as individuals here. And so regardless of whether the votes are consistent or not, you can't make a judgment about, someone said something about, I think it was you might mention about predetermined.
Yeah.
That the public assumes, you know, sometimes that these votes are predetermined, but I've never talked out, you know, I've never made a decision outside of a board meeting on something. I've certainly done a lot of review outside of a board meeting, even items and documents. But it's really important for us to recognize that we all have different degrees of yes and no.
Really follow through this perspective.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. That's mine.
All right, let's just jump into this. I actually find this quite offensive. And the reason I find it quite offensive is, like Emily said, we are elected public officials, so we are not employees of the school district. And as elected public officials, we retain our First Amendment rights to free speech. This is very settled case law, starting in 1966 with Bond versus Floyd, which specifically retains board or governing bodies from penalizing members for exercising their right of free speech on local or national political matters. So we really, in my view, the board really can't or shouldn't have a norm or a policy that circumvents First Amendment protections given to all citizens. They even, you know, in that Bond decision, they even say how, you know, the state basically argued that they were justified in asking for higher standard of loyalties from its members than from citizens. You know, And they were rejected on that, and they said that the board or government can't have policies that limit the members' capacity to discuss their views in public. You know, so, I mean, that's the first part.
So I'm going to interject real quick, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Because I think I'm hearing something that maybe is about the wording right now.
Right.
So I said personal, that's on me, I apologize, you absolutely, I shouldn't have said personal, it's public. But is the intention of this, because this may change how we do this, is the intention that once you've made a decision as a board, like the next agenda, it doesn't get brought up again in public, and it doesn't get brought up again in public? It's not that is that the intention of this? Or is the intention that you have to comply?
It seems like it's to quench dissent, is what it seems like.
So maybe we need to present it a little bit differently, because if I'm correct in its wording that the spirit of this is, man, we made a vote, we did all this work, we did our background knowledge, we listened respectfully, everyone had the discussion. In April, we made this decision that everyone has to eat corn on Tuesdays, like, you know, whatever it is. Don't bring it up next month again, because we don't want to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it again. We don't need to keep slowing down the work of the board. Is that, I don't know why corn came out.
I don't think that's happening. I don't think that's happening.
Okay.
Once a decision's made, it's made. Unless, of course, the public comes in with a petition,
And then it's a different public responsibility.
then it's brought up by the public, not by the board members.
Okay. So I'm making sure that I'm not editorializing this like I already did, and apparently I want to eat corn a lot. I don't know where that came from. But like, what is the spirit of this? What, for those who wrote this about decision making and moving forward, is the spirit we've made a decision and we need to be more productive about our time and not have this come up once we've had that? Is this the spirit of it, that we had this discussion but my voice wasn't heard respectfully? Or is this, the decision was made and I don't like it, so I'm going to bring it up every time?
Well, I'll give you a perfect example. Okay, I got a standard. Bill knows this standard. He's dealt with it for years, which is if you come to me with a budget that's higher than last year's COLA,
okay,
I'm against it.
Okay.
Period. I don't care. I don't care what you're offering. I'm against it.
Okay.
Very consistent.
Very consistent.
That's my norm.
Okay, so let me, Ken, use you as an example of permission. So this is how you feel. You get a budget in front of you, and you're probably in the budget committee, we've seen it, but like it comes and you say absolutely not. Then the board has a respectful dialogue, they discuss everything, every voice is heard, they take the time, you get community feedback, and then they vote that budget that you didn't want. Is that okay?
Then if somebody says to me,
Yeah?
why did you guys pass this ridiculous budget? Or, oh, that was a great budget. I said, well, the board felt it was the best budget.
And you're allowed to have a different opinion, aren't you?
I'm allowed to have, and I am allowed to have a different opinion.
But you're not going to bring it up again and bring that budget up every month
No,
for eternity, right?
nope.
Is that the scenario?
That is a very true scenario.
Nor do you then come to a meeting, nor do you then come to a meeting and as a board member on a voted budget, encourage the public then to go vote that budget down because you didn't support it.
It's a settled issue.
Yeah.
You know,
That's a
the
very-
board has made its decision, the board is supporting the budget. Personally, you don't support the budget, go back to what you learned when you were a kid about if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all, maybe. You know, it's like, that's the board's decision. I didn't support it, but that's as far as you need to go. You don't need to then actively campaign against the board decision once the board has made a decision.
Okay, so let's talk more about that because that's a new spin on this theme. Seems like a big concern for someone. Mike, I just want to go back to Mike because I feel like I may have cut you off from what you were saying. I didn't mean to do that.
That's a double-edged sword, though.
Right. And I was also going to point out that it's not in the VSBA board member ethic policy. It's not in the NEA or Vermont NEA board member policy. It's not in the statutes of board powers to take away, First Amendment rights. And there, in this document on municipal life from the Vermont Secretary of State, there's 4 pages of ethics for board members, and this does not show up there. So it's not even really a standard.
What doesn't show up there? Can you?
The part about once a decision has been made that everybody must move forward and support it publicly and privately.
And let me clarify again. Like I cast that the wrong way. It was not public. It wasn't privately. I'm hearing that First Amendment, I gotcha, I misspoke, but publicly, I hear it's not necessarily about how you speak in public, it's about when you bring it back, the board needs to be productive and effective. In order to do that, once a decision is made, like making sure like you're respectful of the agenda, your voice has been heard. Am I correct? Because I hear what you're saying, but I think that we started off on the wrong interpretation of it.
I think it may also help to say that goes for board members and for the public. Similarly, if the public wants to show up and say, we want to rehash this 78 times, that I think it's fair for us to say, we voted, we made a decision, we're not going to revisit this until we have additional information that changes things. Maybe we'll have an evaluation time or whatever it is, but nothing has changed in 1 month that's going to change all of the background research that everyone's done and the discussions that everybody's had and how everyone got to where they got. It isn't changed. So whether it's a board member or the public or whatever, if a decision is made, there's a lot that was behind that. Let's not revisit it over and over unless we have an actual reason to, like something changed, or we have more information now than we ever had before.
No, that's fine, but the board still doesn't have the right to take away somebody's First Amendment right.
I don't think. I agree with you. I agree that privately we all are our own humans. We can all say anything we want to say when we want to say it. I hope we can be nice, but you're not required to be. That's on you. I think if people hate you as a board member, they won't re-elect you.
Right, that's who you're responsible for.
And similarly, I think I don't think we can mandate everyone being nice, but I mean, hey, let's all be nice. You know, like I wrote that. You can be nice.
So part of what I hear too, Joe saying is like that's what the productivity of the board and the effectiveness of the board. Drew, go ahead.
I think as we make decisions, maybe as part of the decision, we should set ourselves a timeline to revisit the decision. Mm-hmm. So, use a real example. We decided to have a change our school lunch program. Mm-hmm. And maybe we should have at the time said, we are going to implement this new lunch program and we are going to evaluate this program 12 months from now. Mm-hmm. And by saying that, we all agree that we are not going to revisit this or evaluate it until that period of time. Because evaluating the school lunch program on week 1 at our next board meeting is pointless. There's nothing to evaluate. So that's really, I think, what we're trying to get at. Is we've made a decision, and absolutely, as board members, we're responsible for evaluating those decisions, but there's a time period. We must let the decision be implemented. We must give the administration and the schools and the staff time to do the task that we assigned them or gave them before we can evaluate it. So maybe with our decisions is a thoughtful timeline for evaluating that decision, and we agree that we are not going to bring this up to another board meeting until.
Here, we actually started that discussion. No, I was just going to say, it was one of the things we brought up at one of our last regular meetings, that talking about one of the decisions we had made and when we're going to review. Mm-hmm. So this is even more deliberative, and because the decision is made when you make the decision on the timeline.
To when to evaluate. So I'm wondering if paired with that, if it would be acceptable to respect First Amendment rights, where this norm would address not only part of an evaluation, but that it's simply that the board deliberated, the board decided we're evaluating it on X. I personally voted against the decision. Would that feel like you could retain your freedom of your First Amendment rights to be able to be public? I disagreed, but the board voted and we're going to be evaluating in 12 months and I look forward to that evaluation. Something like that. Does that feel, going back to our original one of listening, respectful, and creating it comfortable, does that feel comfortable or is that not going far enough?
I mean, that's a good start, you know, but maybe we amend the norm to say something like the board norms or policies can't violate the law or constitutional protections afforded to its members. Something along those lines, just because the board, we're responsible to our constituents, and I actually am all for having better, smoother running meetings, friendlier meetings. That's great, you know, but at the end of the day, that's something that's very important. Yeah, so that needs to be respected.
Yeah, not at the cost of that.
Right.
Can I chime in for a second? Because I like where this is going. Which is, first off, I think the revisiting thing, like you say, the lunch program, the 6th grade, whatever it is, I don't care what you're talking about. If we implement something, if we're going to be responsible board members, we should revisit it. We should at a certain period down the line and see if it's actually working. Because if we implement things and they don't work and we keep doing the wrong thing,
Yeah.
we're not helping the kids that we're here to help. And that's what we need to do. We should be and the thing is, we can't say everything that we put into play 12 months down the line we need to revisit, because once we do that, then you're setting yourself up for a liability. It should be the responsibility of the board members to say, Joe, you're the chair. A couple of months, can you make sure we review this? And make that your little pet peeve of how to pester Joe on his, off time. Hey, Joe, this year's, that year for the lunch program's coming up. Can we review that in the next couple of months? Can you keep that, open for little time to review that?
I'm kind of wondering if, rather than have this as a separate norm, that this really falls into this piece, that agenda items come back to reevaluate or revisit decisions, not reevaluate. Maybe that's votes. Is that part of it, or is that too procedural? Go ahead, Emily. I can see your faces.
I can answer that in a minute, but I just want to say, I guess it takes me back a little bit that this feels like an infringement on our First Amendment rights, because that is far from what I believe than you could possibly imagine. My belief, though, is that there is a time for that expression of support or question or dissent. And then we, as a board, because we need to operate as a board and function, once we've gone through that whole thing, then we have to make a decision, however difficult that is or however split that is, and then we need to find a way to move on. The conversation around the way to move on is what I'm talking about, and in no place in moving on is that, in my mind, a reflection that we should stifle dissent. So, I mean, that's the last thing I want to do, is stifle dissent or stifle even opinion of any way. But as a board, we need to function and operate and move, and we haven't always done that really well so far. And so I guess that's where I'm struggling with even sticking it into the agenda sort of thing, because I think this is something that we need to flesh out a little bit more, so that we're all comfortable with the last thing we want to do is stifle opinion or dissent, but that we also need to function and agree to function effectively for our public that we represent. And we don't do it effectively if we're always having that disagreement about what happens after we make a decision. So I love the idea of having a timeline for revisiting. In fact, I don't think we've ever had a decision that we haven't had a process for timeline in some way, but it hasn't been quite as specific as Drew had mentioned. Like, when we make the decision, we will revisit it at such and such a date. I love that idea. I think that helps to help us move on and know that we're going to revisit it, but I still think there's some maybe disagreement around what happens once a decision has been made, and I don't want anyone to feel like they haven't been heard. And how do you address it when you go to the public? Joe mentioned something about going out to the public and saying vote no on our budget. That's, I think that's something we should discuss, because if a board has made a decision to support a budget and put it out there for the public to decide how to vote, and if we actually had a divided board actually advocating one way or another, and I don't mean just no, I mean yes too. I don't think we should actually go out and advocate yes either. I think we should go out and advocate for the decision that we have made to put this budget in front of you, and here's all the information that we want you to have so you can decide whether this works for you. And so yes or no, either way, I think we've got a problem if we're individually going out and advocating for a vote one way or another. We do have to support what we voted for. So I'm not going to go out and tell someone when I have supported the budget or our board has supported the budget, I'm not going to go out and say, you know, I want you to vote yes on this. But I am going to go out and say, I supported this because. So how do we get to the place where I didn't support this because? And what does that look like? That's all I'm saying. I think that we still got.
Has that been an issue about people going? I haven't.
I don't know. I'm just repeating what you know.
I'm not aware of it being an issue. So.
I used it as an example.
Right, it's a good, yeah, it's a great
example.
Yeah, you're right. There could be any decision.
I just used that one.
No, yeah. Well, we did have a board member on camera publicly state, vote no for this budget. I encourage you to go out and vote this budget down with our last budget. That happened. You know, but yeah, I think any time you, as a board member, you know, I don't think you should advocate against the decision of the board, even if it wasn't a decision that you supported. The larger body has decided, and now, as a board member, part of your work is to move that board's work forward, even if it wasn't necessarily work you agreed with.
But that's a very debatable position, right? And you're totally in your right to have that opinion, but people can have other opinions.
I don't think you necessarily have to speak for the, you know, you don't ever have to say, I now agree with this decision. You can hold your personal opinion, but I don't think you should try and hamper that decision either, you know, because then if once the board has decided to do something that as a board, we're not sort of unified as a board, and we have pockets of, well, I didn't support that, so I'm not going to, you know, help with this, or I'm not going to, you know, I think it makes us not, you know, it makes us weaker as a board if we're not going to move forward as a group.
The word advocate is something that I think we need to think about, because when we're talking about advocating, that's different than we're talking about explaining a decision that was made, right? There's two different levels of it, and so advocating for or against is different than just saying, here's my opinion, I didn't support this decision and here's why, but the board did support this decision and here's why. That's not advocating one way or another, that's explaining.
Yeah, just one quick example that I can think of. The board makes the decision that we're going to change all of our school colors to purple, just for whatever reason, and the building committee is now tasked with working with the administration to get RFPs out to paint all of our buildings purple. I chaired the building committee and I was not for that particular project, but now it's been tasked to the building committee to work with the administration to put out the RFP. You can't then undermine that decision, because that was the board's decision as a whole, even though maybe the committee or maybe those people that have been tasked with it, that wasn't really the way they voted. And that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about agreeing with it, we're talking about agreeing to move forward with the work of the board. So we have made a decision, as silly as it is to paint the buildings purple, that was the decision we made, and now we all must work to get the work of the board done. And if that work is, again, changing our class structure, or educational procedures, or a food program, we have agreed to that decision and the work of the board. Now, all of our work is to make it successful. It's not to undermine that work. And that's really what we're getting at. We don't have to agree with it, but we have to do the work of the board and whatever tasks are associated with that once we've made that decision.
That's our job.
That's our job.
Well, and I would say, taking it full circle, a perfect example of that is Ken's example of voting against like a WCSU budget that's above the COLA. He will stay firm to that decision, but he will support the work after that budget is passed to make sure that he is supporting efficient operations to work within the budget that was supported. And if a director of operations is part of that budget, Ken is looking for ways to support that position that was part of that budget. So I mean, I think that's a perfect example for that. And then if I could, just one 30-second thing, I just wanted to point out that Mike was a perfect example of 3 of your norms, because he was focused on the mission of the children and the stakeholders. He did all of his homework, right? He came prepared in a very thoughtful way. He didn't hijack your agenda. He clarified when it was going to be appropriate to talk about it, and then he laid out in a very succinct way, very respectfully, his point that allowed us to have a respectful conversation. So
I feel awesome, and we're only 90 minutes in.
I agree. And I think everyone has been very active in listening and participating and respectful and enjoying the conversation. I think the moving forward piece, there's way more clarity than when we started about decision making. It's really about moving forward. If you're going to paint everything purple and Drew wanted blue, he's not going to destroy the RFPs and make sure that process gets slowed down. And that he's going to, maybe he will say this color's terrible, but he's going to support the board by not getting in the way of that once that decision's made. He's not going to bring his color palette to every board meeting and talk about how green makes you feel better. Kind of that's in the mood.
But he's also not restricted from saying, you know what, I didn't like the purple, but my job as the building chair is to make the same.
Right. And my amendment of when you say you don't have anything nice to say is that you're not trying hard enough. So, may I add some information around moving forward, being productive and moving forward as a board once decisions are made, moving forward. And that could be, it shows up on the agenda later for discussion, evaluation. It could mean first speech, first amendment out there, but having that be either its own norm or part of effective communication. Go ahead.
I think you could maybe even put it in be present during meetings, because if you're back here 3 meetings ago, you're not present in what we're doing right now.
Good point.
This is what we're doing right now.
And if you don't show up for the meetings, you can't bring it up 3 months later and be like, oh, I had this thing, right?
Yeah, if you didn't show up to the meeting that it was discussed, then you basically forfeited.
Yeah, when does purple thing come up?
I mean, it's my least favorite.
What is RFP, request for purple?
Yeah.
Request for purple.
That's good.
So I will come up with some sort of way to say moving forward once decisions are made.
That respects.
Individual opinions, and it's public, but you still have that, but that we are, because the goal is to be productive and effective to reach our mission as a board.
Yep.
What a wonderful discussion. It's already showing me how well you communicate and that you are showing respect for one another and able to have dissent and hash out details. Because I made assumptions, right, when I read post-its. Fist to 5 about some sort of wordsmithing of moving forward.
That's not
What is that? That's amends amends.
What are you, Caesar?
I just want to say you've moved me a little because I was going to do 2 fists and I gave you 2 fingers. So
I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. Well, that's something I think too will come up to me work. I'm going to propose a break, 10-15 minutes. Let's say 11:15 on that clock up there, and then I'm going to turn it over to Joe, and I'm going to amend my time, Joe, so I don't cut into yours.
That's fine.
Cool. Okay.
I do not.
Thank you. Just figure while we're here, while we're doing it. All right. So next on the agenda, Joe was going to talk with you about accomplishments so far, and just thinking about the snapshot and this great discussion we just had about this is all the work you've done so far, and maybe it will show up on your agenda again. Like it's some of these items are like, oh, we want to make sure with this new food service program we get that on our agenda later. Tying our threads together here. But Joe, I'm going to let you take this part forward.
Thanks.
Before we move into values.
Thank you. So, it was really actually kind of fun to look back and think about what we accomplished in our first, in our time before we became operational and everything. And, we've done a lot when you start thinking about it. And there may be things I've missed, and I'll certainly look for input after. But, we've first and foremost successfully navigated the transition under Act 46. And there have been a lot of challenges that we've worked through, and we've done it. We have responded to community requests for choice in the district and implemented that, and we've seen that, move forward and be utilized. We've created a true middle school and are watching that happen. We've expanded pre-K to all the schools, not physically, but the access to that pre-K. We have implemented the universal food program, so we are feeding every child in every building. 2 meals a day. And I have heard good things about the food quality. I'm sure there are hiccups, but they'll work it out. We have a principals advisory committee in every building. We piloted it, and now we have it in every building. And I think we'll be hearing, that's one of those lines of communication that we've tried to open, and I think we'll build on that this year. As a member of the WCSU board, we were a positive voice for the director of operations. We've got one, and we are using that position heavily. Just asking. And lastly, and this sort of feeds into our next discussion, for me, this feeds into our next discussion as well. At our last retreat, we spent a lot of time developing our values, and I like to think that as we went through the things that we did, we looked back at those values. I know I did. They're posted at every meeting. They're actually in the packet here because we're going to look at them again a little bit. But, I'm proud of the fact that we developed that, we thought about that, and then looked at that as we move forward. So, if there's anything else that we want to pat ourselves on the back for, now's the time. And congratulations and thank you to all of you. We have done a lot, and there's more to do, and I look forward to doing it. And I look forward to working with you to get it done. We did pass a budget.
Eventually.
That actually is part of the hiccup of Act 46, because there was confusion about how the budget, we passed a budget like nobody's ever done before. Two-piece, budget with all kinds of different things. And, that's just another one of the things that we've navigated through successfully.
Yeah. Thanks to the business office.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Because that was really much smoother than I anticipated. It was. I thought it was much worse. It was pretty tough.
It was. Did I miss anything? Bill, Jen, board?
I kind of feel like even if not everybody agrees with every decision, that we ought to be able as a board to be like feeling pretty good about the big picture of things there. That's a lot of stuff. You may not agree with every part of it, but overall, I think you got to say it's good work.
All right. So that's your key.
Well done. Effective organizations celebrate their successes just as much as they require they take a moment to come back and say, what else we've done so we keep moving forward. Especially volunteer boards who have, I don't know, I'm sure your monetary reward is just an incentive. I know that you, doing this work as volunteers, you put yourself in front of the community. You sometimes anger your neighbors. You feel like you are, if you're the dissenting vote or the supporting vote, sometimes it feels like you're put in this, can't win, can't lose kind of thing. And it's just really important that, what I've heard everything saying here too, is your organization is still focused, I took it down, your mission. Right? And you did that. So that's great. Thank you for sharing all that. Appreciate that.
My pleasure.
In your packets, you have, in your folders, you have a packet that is hopefully paper put together that has a group activity assessing our board values. And behind it are, Joe referred to your board values that you established before. And there should be collated correctly, pre-K values, values K to 6, values 7 to 12, equity opportunities, and the second page for equity opportunities. So the activity we're going to do next, I'll modify the times a bit, are that we're going to look at those, take a few minutes and look at your values that you've established. I think you know them pretty well, but you'll have a packet there to refer to. And we're going to reshape those values into 3 different configurations. And because you are now West River, you have a pre-K to 5, a middle school, and high school. So those are the 3 configurations that I created. And you're going to take these values, and they may be the same, there may be some duplicates, there may be some more, and we're going to create our values under each of those grade configurations. So again, our work, the goal that we're doing today in this section is to, under the 3 configurations, pre-K to 5, which would be elementary, middle school and high school, determine your values as a board for each of those. Make sense what our outcome is going to be? Okay. So as an activity, I have the directions in front of you. Make sense? So you get to share your work and your values. We'll put those up. Does that make sense in general what we're going to do? And I'm going to walk you through what that activity looks like. Okay, so that's our outcome. So the first thing we're going to do, you're in a small group. You have your packet of values from last time, and you're going to brainstorm.
It's not going to happen.
Still can't achieve it?
Just that one kid might not.
Right, because English 5 or English.
Oh, that I don't care about. No, I thought we were talking about
I think we are all back. Thank you. Just to recap our directions at this point for what we're going to do next. I'm going to modify the times a little bit. So it looks like we have elementary, middle, and high school. So you are going to get together as your triad and decide who's going to be your presenter first, and the other two are visitors. So for my example, Al, Emily, and Mike were in a group, correct? And you were middle school? Is that correct?
We were K-8, 6th grade.
6th grade, okay, so middle school. So you would stay here, and let's say Al would be the first presenter. He would present. I'm going to modify it to have it be 6 minutes. I'll keep track and give you some warning. 4 people will be there asking questions, giving feedback. Al's going to take notes in some fashion, and then his group will come back. I'll say time's up or something. I don't know, exciting like that. And to bring back, then Al and his group might make some changes or clarify some things on their poster. And then either Mike or Emily will be the next presenter, go back out to the groups, repeat the process, come back until you've had a chance to see every poster and you've had a chance to present your poster. And that's the step 2. And once we're finished with all of that, then we're going to present our posters to the whole group. So if you didn't get to see the high school poster since your first round, you'll get a chance to see it again. As a whole. Any questions about what we're going to do, or steps? You ready?
Yep.
Go team. All right. Head to your poster and decide who's going to present, and then try to mix it up. Try to do it with different people.
All right, Drew. Joe's going to present. I'll present first, unless you really want to fight me for it. Yeah. Just side here. Good to see you. Super.
Okay, go ahead and start, please. We have about 6 minutes. So, from my perspective,
that's 3 more weeks.
I know that when everybody's done.
Mentioned that the bus routes, not necessarily pre-K, so it's like, how do
Okay, let's head back to our original group. Yes. Just to grab your attention for just a second. You're back in your original groups, and yes, you're gathering feedback from what you just learned, but now you're going to have a project. So you're going to have about 5 to 10 minutes where you're actually going to create this poster for your group based on all the feedback you've gathered, the discussions you've had. You're about to create that values for your elementary, middle, or high school to present to the group. You might have it. It might be just perfect the way it is, or you might want to make some changes. So when you're ready, I will know your group is ready, and I see you peel off a poster off the wall and come in the middle. You're going to be ready. Your own poster.
Did by doing this, because we were actually not having a conversation around this, we were having it on this, but it was a similar conversation. And whether it should be this, your choice, and
I can't make you understand. I know you can ask a question.
That is a pretty on there now.
So the direction is grab your poster when you're ready. Looks like you are.
You know it.
I mess you up before right here? Okay. We'll do a semicircle. Do you need, people want to sit rather than stand for a little bit? What's this, actually? Good idea. Look at this. I was walking in and I lost my purse.
Hey, Bill.
What if we do this and we all gather around this side? You can see them all at once. Perfect. We'll make it work. I don't need a screen. I don't need no whiteboard. All right. Okay, so if we're all on this side, our next step is we'll start on going right to left, and it's against everything. You're coordinating things. But so right to left? Oh, I guess so.
I like to think outside the box.
Yeah, it's good. It's in order. So I'm going to have the values pre-K to 5, and then 6 to 8, and then high school values present their work, and give you a second if you haven't had a chance to see the final product. Again, remember, these are going home with, well, not home to Liz's house, home to my house and Liz's, and we're going to type these up, or work home. And these will be the draft that you'll see as a poster. I'll bring those back to you as drafts and we'll decide. So, pre-K to 5, if you want to, elementary, give a quick overview, and
Just do it from there.
after you give your overview, I'm going to just ask for thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways.
So those values incorporate values from both the pre-K and the K1, or the two values. We took all our feedback and put it on the poster there, and then tried to incorporate it in there. So we added something. We added outdoor play space for play-based education. We felt comfortable leaving it, the values, as pre-K 5, while acknowledging that, it's very different worlds with early education versus, the older grades in there. But we didn't think we had to change the name necessarily of the document itself. We added some things about communication that we did based on feedback, and we still have. We had some discussion in the presentations about foreign language, that we had valued that, and the question is, like, where does it fit and how does it look in there? I mean, does it start in 5th grade? Does it start in very low, or is that really more of a middle school value where we expose them to foreign language starting in 6th grade, and maybe they don't necessarily need foreign language added to the curriculum in pre-K 5? A question. Just where is that actually, does that actually belong? And then the other question that we had on ours was about location of the pre-K programs, and that's still a question. Obviously we still value that, but is it in all 3 buildings? Is it as it is now in 2 buildings with transportation? Is it centralized? I mean, we need to talk about location a little bit, but again, a question more, once we decide we value it, it's like, okay, do we value it everywhere, or how do we present it once we acknowledge we value it? So that's it.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Certainly.
So I see this poster up behind you in the boardroom, and I'm a community member, and I walk in, and one of our pre-K values is food. So I'm wondering what that actually means.
Obviously that would be fleshed out to, high quality, locally sourced, food. That would shorthand for us.
Okay.
Access to food for all. I mean, I think we're doing just that with our food program, and we continue to support that food program as it grows and changes.
And I'm being lighthearted.
Right, I understand. But we should probably put more words in. That's short.
Right. So I am being lighthearted, but also, as someone who's going to print up the posters, I would like to understand more of what we're printing up.
High quality, healthy.
Without chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk. And
Yeah.
accessible to all.
Extra chocolate.
High quality food accessible to all. It's on here.
There you go.
High quality food accessible to all.
High quality.
Fresh. Throw some pink
locally
markers.
grown, as much local as possible.
Yes, throw it at Bill.
Go for it.
Bill, what's up?
Local food.
Incoming?
I know.
Oh, it's funner.
Healthy, high quality, local. Those are the 3 words I put in there.
What?
Healthy,
Okay.
high quality,
I missed the
local.
first word.
So others were, that was my clarifying. Do other people have clarifying thoughts or comments? So, please go ahead.
So you're all gonna know that I'm gonna continue to say this, and you guys can shoot me down as long as you want. But I'm going to continue to say that I don't object, because I recognize that the state is focused on pre-K, but I would still love to have us continue to think of our early grades, early ages of education as an early learning, which would be everything prior to first grade. So an early learning as opposed to pre-K. I'm not objecting to us keeping this because I recognize that the state says we have pre-K. But if we can change the way we think about the early learning for our students, including parents into the learning, making it more play-based, making it more nature-based, we overcome the stigma, I think, that public education has been facing around accusations that we can't provide the same quality programming that private home-based or small centers can provide. And I actually don't agree with that kind of a stigma. I believe that we can and should be doing exactly that. So I just want to put it out there, and I'm not asking you to change anything, but I'll continue to say that I still think early learning, and I don't want to limit to an age, because I think there are different ages for children before first grade. They can be 3, 4, 5, and 6-year-olds, in fact, I'm sure. So I don't want to limit it to that, but anything prior to first grade should be an early learning cohort or grouping. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there.
I'd like to even extend that beyond 3. What about 0 to 5? Right?
That would be fantastic.
I mean, even if the 0 to 3 is more of a consultative thing, you know, where WCSU has information for brand new parents.
So like birth to first?
Yeah.
Birth to first works for me. There's a different...
I know there are other resources
You're gonna get a
available, but eventually that child will be a student here,
Yeah.
so why not start the relationship as early as possible?
I know, but I'm trying to not stay with, I agree with that, but I'm trying to stay away from the children who, you're 6 now, you're in first grade, and I'm not sure that's always true. But I agree, birth to 5 is the category that, just like pre-K is a category that the state uses. I love that. There's a different, there are different supports and resources that we have available for 0.
Right.
And I'd love to explore that more.
One of the questions I brought up was around foreign language when we were talking, and I just wanted to clarify that. I think the only reason that I questioned it was the question in my mind was, how is it, not necessarily how will it be rolled out, but is it always Spanish? Is it, what is the offering, I guess? Because to me, I feel like that would be amazing. I think it would be wonderful to have a foreign language prior to some of these older grades, and it would be great to just be able to roll it in to continue it in the middle school on and through high school. That was the only reason that I brought it up. I think that's it.
Yeah, and the reason we put it under questions is because it was on a previous value sheet and we didn't do it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a question, do we still value it? And the group that I got to talk to said, you know, if we do value it, we need to have some information as a board of what it could look like.
That's great.
And so the question that I have for the group is, do you guys still value it? And if you do, is it a task to come at budget time of what it could possibly look like to fulfill that value?
To me personally, it's extremely valuable because we're looking at it, you know, we, as the group that did the high school values, one of the big things we talked about was having multicultural experiences. Well, if you have no exposure prior to high school, or maybe we're talking middle school, but then that's not really full exposure. It would be, I think it would be wonderful.
Well, the best time for language immersion is when they're young.
Yeah.
Very young. And I think it's one of the things that has always fallen off in elementary schools because we just don't have the resources or the funding.
But it also...
But it should be a value.
It doesn't have to be a class either. There's
Sure.
ways to mix it into the curriculum without being like, okay, it's time for our Spanish lesson, you know?
Right.
Like,
Or virtues.
whatever.
In my kindergarten, they taught us the English and French alphabet all at the same time. You know, and that's exactly, you know,
That'd be amazing.
doesn't help me now, but that's on me.
But you probably remember it.
Yeah, oh, I can remember the song, but I'll spare you.
Come on, first,
We can do our hand thing if we want to keep it on there.
So I'm asking, do you want to put foreign language here under high quality instruction, or is it another value separate from that?
Same.
I think it fits there.
It's there, because you're talking about enrichment, right?
Yeah.
It's not a question, I agree.
So it's moved
not a
from
of
question?
value, so let's put it in.
Okay.
Everybody doesn't question the value.
So, mixing it up a little bit. Yes, this is something I value and I stand behind this poster for my group. No, some of it. And I will watch your thumbs, because if I get any of these, we're back. We want to really tease that out, and even some of this.
Can I ask whether we're going to have a conversation or we're going to leave that as a question around the pre-K because we took off foreign language out of the question? Were you expecting an answer on that now, or were we going to just?
We'd love to have that conversation if it fits with the time period structure of what you're talking about.
About pre-K locations or value
Yeah,
of
I
pre-K
mean, we
itself?
got two questions
or-
down there, whether we're going to add those as okay. Are we going to add? We took off foreign language to say yes or no. Now there's a pre-K location thing.
You just moved it up there.
Okay, so do we want to, as part of the values of pre-K, is it access to pre-K for all students? Is that the issue? Or is it the actual physical location?
They actually have access to it now, so it's location.
It's location.
Because we have one school that doesn't have it in the building.
So I would say, I don't know that pre-K location would actually be under the value, but it may be something we would think about as committee work.
So that should be a parking lot conversation.
Yes, that'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
And I can move that into
Okay.
our committee work when we start doing that too.
You got
I
it?
can write.
Okay, thank you.
We can also move, I'm going to make an amendment too, we can also move in the idea of changing it to first to 5 elementary, middle, high.
That's great. Thank you for answering that.
Thank you, no, I appreciate that. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, accepting these values as our. Awesome. So I'm gonna. Awesome, we have all thumbs up. Fantastic. Yeah. Woo! All right, middle school, 6 to 8.
All right, 6 to 8 values. I think this is going to be a common theme, high quality instruction. We also added to it personalized learning plan. Every kid is climbing their own ladder, so that's extremely important. Intervention for students based on needs. School support services, nurse, counselor, social worker, etc. Outdoor recreation space, nature, play-based learning. Think of the environment that we're in. We're in Vermont. We're not in inner city New York. There's so much that we can do and use around us, so very important. Enrichment offerings, art, music, language, PE. I had PE, sorry.
It's totally yours.
Near and dear to my heart. Capstone trips and co-curricular. So we had robust conversation around capstone trips and for not being prescriptive about what that means. I think that would come out in the committee discussions, exactly what that would mean. We talked about doing it in 6th grade, doing it in 8th grade. That could all be decided later. So, career exploration, trades versus college, your choice. There are we certainly don't want there to be this stigma of not being on the right track. So in 6th or 8th grade, as they're starting to learn about these things, make these decisions, not steering them in one direction or the other, but informing them and showing them what the options are. What does it mean to go to college? What does it mean to go into the trades? What do you need to know? If you don't go to college, there's not nearly as much for expenses, but there are trade-offs, no pun intended. Unique offerings, web-based learning. Boy, talk about a difference between when some of us went to school versus now. The web, what's the web? Spider over there. So that's huge and has added so much to the value of teaching and learning. So we might as well take advantage of it and seeing this. And this, I guess if we were going to rank them, funny how this got down to this portion of the list, but it was the first thing that came to our minds. Safety, culture, climate, very, very important. Now that we've added 6th grade to middle school, true middle school, this is when we help all of the parents realize it's okay. Your 6th grader's going to be all right. Everything, it's safe. We've created a nice culture for them, and the climate is right. And also, you can't see it there, but we've added that we need to have family and staff buy-in and involvement to make all of that work. And then transitions. We have lots of transitions. We noted 2. 5th to 6th grade, and then 8th to 9th grade. How do you help students make that transition? How do you help the staff make that transition? And then also, on top of that, mentoring. How important is it to have somebody who's in 7th grade talking to that incoming 5th to 6th grade student on a one-to-one level about what the transition is about, making them feel comfortable in that and being a partner as they make that transition. Safe, functional facilities with high quality food and means of transportation. We had a little addendum to the transportation piece of that. And it did say late bus, but now we said late transportation for after school activities, drama, etc. This all goes back to equity, right? So if the child is going to participate in something after school, we need to give them the opportunity to get home safely. And also having the bus routes, schedules accessible so that everybody knows where everybody's going, when, how, and why. And then finally we have communication. And the communication between high school and middle school and home, etc., making sure that everybody's on the same page, and then we have all that covered. And that is our 6th grade.
Thoughts?
There seems to be a theme here.
Yes, it's good. That's a good sign.
just throwing that out there.
What's the theme?
The theme is a lot of these things are so repetitive, just at different levels.
Yeah.
You have food, transportation, so I'm wondering if some of these values should just be straight values all the way across the board, and then come down to your different education, your different levels of values.
How about when I type them up, if I see whatever is standard in all 3, I'll make sure they're at the top.
Yeah.
We can make that decision. Thoughts for 6 to 8? We got thumbs going up. Okay, where are we? All right. Efficient group. Fantastic, you guys. Wonderful. All right, high school, you're up.
Who wants it? There you go.
Thank you. All right.
And put your shoes on.
I'm not going to put your shoes on. It's not going to happen. Okay, so obviously we want a safe environment in all of these things. So in addition to that, effective communication between the administration and home, between teachers and home, both directions. It's not enough to have offered the information. If no one's getting it, there's got to be some connection here. Individual student growth. So every student, no matter where they're at, is climbing their own ladder. Everyone's getting better. We're not trying to measure how great everyone's doing by a line item. We want everyone to climb their ladder. Both academically, socially, and emotionally, etc. We want whole people growth. And also the career paths is part of that. Continued emphasis on new and or different experiences, including cultural experiences, things like Journey East. It does not have to be that, but things that are outside the box experiences, something that you wouldn't have had an opportunity to do otherwise. Real world experiences and knowledge put into the curriculum. It's cool to know how to grow your own food and then what you do with it after. It's great to have, you know, some of these life skill things. I know how to do this math and I can now do my taxes. Like whatever this thing is, real life skills. A culture and a climate that families are engaged in and buy into and are involved in. Co-curricular activities, not just sports, all these things. Also, outdoor time and experiences. Just because you're in high school doesn't mean you never get to go outside anymore. And then equitable access to those things. So that comes down to the transportation stuff. If we value co-curricular activities, we need to make sure everyone can get to and from them. And then also, speaking about transitions, post-graduation support and how that transition is supported. And also, after you've graduated, can you ask questions still? Can you still get that support?
We talked about wouldn't it be great if, you know, somebody decided to take a gap year and then 6 months in was like, I hate this. I hate doing this. I hate being an adult. I want to go back to college. How do I do that? And, you know, all of us, whether you have children in school or not, you're paying taxes. So you should have access to be able to go back to the counselor and say, I graduated from here 2 years ago and I'm lost. I don't know what to do. Can you help me? Or at least be able to point them in the direction of a career center.
Yeah, what's the resource? Tell me where to go. Who do I talk to? What do I do? I started college. I decided this isn't for me. Maybe I want to do a trade instead, but I don't know who to talk to or what to do. How do I do that? So instead of like, you know, how is that supported? So those are our values.
Smart. Lindsay, can I come in?
Absolutely not.
I don't know why it didn't come to me earlier, but the social and emotional well-being of the students, why we didn't have it as a value. I think it's important. It may tie into the safety culture and climate, but I think that's incredibly important with how kids, especially in high school, are feeling about themselves. And yeah, I'm glad to
I agree it should be in the middle school there too.
Yep, I should be in all of them.
Yep. I totally agree with that.
I think that we should have a definition of high quality instruction that we keep saying, high quality instruction. And that's sort of a big term, right? But that could mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. And I think we keep saying high quality instruction, but then the things that means are whole student growth, academic, social, emotional growth, and if every student is growing, and you know, I think we should actually have a definition of what that means if we keep throwing the term out.
I think that's a great idea. I really do. The social emotional piece is, we didn't really get there because I think we're looking at it under climate, but I am so glad you teased it out, and we need to be talking about that across the board.
Yeah, that's across the board.
So you're kind of a friendly amendment to the social and
I
emotional
think
health.
everybody takes that as a given. That's
Which we should.
We should take it as a given, but it should be
part of our values.
Part of our values, so it's there, so we don't forget that it sits on the back burner.
Because the social and emotional well-being helps to avoid many other things that happen.
So many.
Right.
When we take high quality instruction, frankly, as a given too, and we didn't forget to leave that off. So I think this is really important to tease out. Thanks.
Could I ask a clarifying question?
Of course.
Going back to your high quality instruction, are you suggesting that maybe we ask our director of curriculum to offer a generalized description of what high quality instruction would look like?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay, thanks.
Across the board. I thought I was clear.
Okay. Just wanted to make
wow, the great delegator.
And the answer to that question is it will reach every student on every level. To promote growth.
When I put my other hat on, and we'll get that out. For the high school values adding social and emotional health and well-being of our students, and
more clarification about what high quality instruction by definition could be. Are we ready to thumbs up, sideways or down about the high school values? Yeah, good job. Just roll in. All right. So you have your values at this point. That's fantastic. Well done. I will let you sit. We're going to shift gears a little bit, and some of this has come out during our discussions today, which is fantastic. Both, and that was the plan for these to come out, that we are talking both about our values, about our some of our challenges and accomplishments. So what I did was, I'm calling this a chalk talk, but we don't have a chalkboard, so we're going to do it a little bit differently on a whiteboard. I want to make sure through this process, I read through the survey that went out to all of you. I don't know if everyone participated or not, but I read through all of those, and that helped me design today around some things that might be norms we believe in, might be challenges we have as a school board. Well, Gloria will tell you. Challenges and things that you're facing, and it could be things about your own communication, and it could be things that I've heard about equity, I've heard about communication, I've heard about what's facing your district board, things from the AOE, things in our control and things that are out. So what I have, this is helping me here, finances, there's another one I heard, and then there might be other things that I haven't heard about. Pre-K location might come up somewhere in here. So what we're going to do, this is called a chalk talk. And all of you, if you don't have a marker from the last activity, if you make sure you grab one. Any color. And so, this activity, you might have to around the room a little bit too before as long as it doesn't bleed through onto the wall. You can tell when it comes back. So these are some categories I came up with. And then I have, the last one that's coming up is a question mark. So that's kind of our didn't get captured here. So the activity is this. So it's a silent activity. So do your best. I'm getting faces like silent. The first part's silent. So what you're going to do is you each have a marker. And at any of the bubbles around the rooms, why don't you grab over here? Let's go this way. So you're kind of near here. If you can think of a challenge that's either facing you as a board member, or challenges or things that you know you're going to have to deal with. Pre-K location is a great one, right? Like that's just something you know you're going to have to deal with. Maybe that falls under equity. But your job is to add, we do it just like this, the school system. So communication, I heard this today, a challenge that the board is facing doesn't have to be a negative thing. Communication goes like this. And I'm writing in a highlighter, which isn't that great, parents, staff, board. And I'm adding that as something that I know is a challenge I've heard today that you already mentioned. Don't use that. How's that? And if you're walking up out and you see that, you might just put a little check mark next to that, or a star because you agree with that. That's a big one for you. What you're not going to do is cross it off because you don't get to decide what other people's challenges are. So we're just going to take about 10 minutes for you to walk around, read what other people have written. Again, it's supposed to be signed, but you're just going to write out some challenges you know that you're going to face as a board this year. The purpose of doing this activity is not to dwell on the negative. The purpose is, our next step is we're going to be looking at committee work and creating topics for the school year of the big things you want to tackle this school year. So by establishing your values, by establishing what challenges you know you're facing, that's going to help you build your committees and help you build your topics and your agenda for the year. To make sure these big things that you want to deal with and these big values that matter to you, you want to make sure you're doing the work. And you don't want to build an agenda that you turn around and it's March and you haven't gotten to these things because you got mixed in the day-to-day. You know? Make sense? Any questions? Does anyone want to change out the color? Okay, when you are ready, come on up and add away. I'll move. We'll keep it on the wall.
respectful of everyone this meeting. So I really appreciate how Mike is walking through and reading. If you haven't had a chance to really look at what each of these are, we're not going to discuss them all in detail, but to look at each so you really gather with you. Chuck and Mark all did make it onto the board, I see. So starting here when I see it, not that I'm going to start with this one. I purposely don't yet, but unified work of the board, middle school success, more community involvement and buy-in, respect First Amendment rights of members, district success, move forward, evaluate, repeat, respect and establish growth individual cultures. So I think a lot of this is coming out in the normal discussion we had today, but it's wonderful to see it recaptured. It's consistent with what has been said. Challenges, which challenges aren't necessarily a negative thing. They're things that we grow when we strive and we grow when we struggle. Speaking of struggle,
can I just ask for clarity? And I did get feedback on it, but I don't know who wrote it. Individual cultures, does that mean of the buildings? Specific building?
Yeah.
I checked it, that's what I was.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood, because that's how I interpreted it, but I wasn't sure that that was the intent.
I really appreciate that because that's how I interpreted it, and it's good to stop.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaking of challenges, unknowns, AOE changes, mergers, unknowns. Kind of hard to plan for what's coming next. We have some ideas. Act 46, then what?
One of the big change that's going to be coming up, which we already discussed at this district level, was the Committee of Six, which is the merger of districts, of supervisory unions as huge, which is probably going to be the big new thing to come up, because they realize by us consolidating our governance at this level is a good thing, but we need to look at, we have too many administrators compared to the number of students we have now.
It's a challenge. Whether we merge or whatever happens here, even if we're doing great communication, things happening, like whatever's happening here might impact this or vice versa. We know will probably impact this. So one of the challenges boards face are the fiscal responsibility to your taxpayers, to your stakeholders. Balancing that with your values, what you believe in and how you make that balance in changing times, right? Diversity within equity, double knocks on equity checks. Transportation, double. Pre-K, check, check, check. Personalized learning, big check. Talk about for all. I appreciate being with the group. Self-ended for you, well done here. So equity, and again, this all beauty and back, a couple of extra dots there. Listening with purpose, and that can be, I'm thinking, communication from your community. Feedback, or with each other. Feedback and a star, respectful and sincere.
I'm fine. I mean, I really didn't want to put it on one of those because I'm not sure how if everybody feels the same way I do about public education being under attack, and if they do, then we should be talking about it in other ways. But for me, is it a problem for around this board? Like it is.
Because of your So anytime we do work on a leadership team, we talk about, we do root cause analysis and think about the things that are the causes for the problems we're having. And then we build everything, we've done this work as a team, we build everything with all the challenges we're having. And then we go into actions, we cross out the things that aren't in our control. Because it's just, why put our energy of banging our heads against something that we have no influence on? So you might have some influence on this, I'm not saying that. But you make it as palatable as possible. But there's just going to be things that come up that because of the different things coming from AOE, you're going to be as nice as you can about it.
I don't know how much we've had a conversation, I don't think I've missed any board meetings, and maybe I've forgotten how much conversation we had around, setting up committees. No. But So I guess what before we even talk about putting committees, do we actually as a board agree that committees are appropriate? And that's number one. And because in the past in other boards, we have actually had many committees and then said, actually they're not working for us. And so eliminating them became a much more functioning board. That's number one. Mm-hmm. Number two, if we're talking about, we agree that committees have a purpose for this board, then how are they going to operate, and will they be permanent standing committees, or will they be temporary committees, or what is the purpose of them? So I think But the conversation around committees is really important to have before we say, is this a committee, is that a committee, is that a committee? Right. How about committees in general? Great. Because they can be really dysfunctional. Yeah. And we can't have that. We don't have the time.
That's not the goal. That is not the goal. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break, and I'm going to start with Emily's topic when we get back to it. I did put out some chocolate. All right, we're going to do I moved the agenda around a little bit. Thank you for being flexible. We're going to do a quick team building exercise before we move into the next thing. You guys have been. If you would please come form 2 lines of equal numbers facing each other right here.
That's the height that we go to, no higher. Everybody start to lower.
You have to be touching at all times. You've got to start again.
Okay,
All hands touching
on.
at all times.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Lower.
Down.
Slowly lower.
It's right there.
I can feel that in my back. You guys are doing great. Keep going.
Come on,
down.
keep going down.
Keep going down. Drop it.
Come on, just let go.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
I think you're good. I think Communication. What did you find in the beginning? I saw a lot of this. Who's working it up? Who's doing that? How was that working for you or not working for you? Anybody get yelled at?
No, you know what's interesting? Is as soon as we said, don't look at the poll.
Everybody look at the poll.
No.
At one point,
Mike looked at the poll.
people closed their eyes, all of them had their eyes closed. How did that happen? So then all of a sudden it went down. Ken was the only voice I heard. And then there was kind of some chanting, down, 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 in a rhythm. I didn't hear anyone. And then a plan at the end. You had a plan. And who contributed to that plan? Pardon me? Who contributed to that plan? Well,
Everybody.
could you have gotten that to the ground without communicating? No. That was a heck of a lot harder. It was a heck of a lot harder. So I'm just going to make it real obvious here. When you work together and you communicate and you have a clear goal together, you get there faster and more effectively. Okay? So super. When I was putting this together, I thought this is where I start. I didn't start here, but this is really the outcome, right? This is you're making a work plan for the year. So these are your meeting dates for the year based on your current schedule. I know the February date is a holiday maybe. So I don't know if you meet or not. So it might change. But I looked at this and I thought, how, based on the survey and the challenges, and not the values, but the work that I know you have to do and what budget takes, that I made an assumption that you would have committees. This is not my work. If you don't have committees, I have no skin in that game. But what I thought about was if we had my thinking was if you had a clear topic, so budget, is that kind of budget season or whatever. If committees had a charge, and you knew what that committee work was going to be, and you plug them in here, they would be on the agenda as reporting. So that was my thinking, so you know my thinking behind it. Let's talk about what Emily brought up right before we went into the transition to the break. Do you have committees? Do they function well? And do you want them? Let's just say this. Pick up the function well. Do you have committees? And is it something with the right scaffolding and parameters you want to have? Bill.
So I would just say we had an example of a high-functioning committee for the school choice policy. The board delegated a group. The group named a chairman. The chairman organized effective meetings. They delegated work to the central office that was necessary before meetings. We met 4 times, and by the end of the 4th time, the committee had a school choice policy, 2 to 3 pages long, very fleshed out, that they could then recommend to the board. The board could read it prior, and it was adopted and was very effective in deploying. And so when I think of committee work, I think of that group and that organization as a model for this board working. The other committee that has been established has been the Facilities Committee, and they did a lot of pre-work last year, getting our engineering studies together, getting a lot of data together. They've already met with our Director of Operations and are preparing for this type of work. So my two examples of the committees involved with this group have been highly successful. So I know that when we met as a planning, I was one of the voices that a well-organized committee could be highly beneficial to this board.
Let's have a policy.
Well, and that's true. And then the policy committee came through with the 17 or 18 recommended required policies in a very efficient manner as well.
So this is just all of my questions were about clarity so that we're all on the same page about committees. What Bill just described were three very different committees to me. And they all need a different charge and a different function, and we all have to agree with the project. So I'll just share my thoughts, and so other people can do whatever they want. Choice, that was a temporary, had a specific need. We asked them to come up with something very specific. We were very clear. I don't know as we told them how many meetings to have, although committees are often told you're only allowed to have 3 meetings or whatever, and get it done by such date. I don't think we did either of those things, but that's one of the options that can happen with a temporary committee that's taking on just one topic. There's the policy committee, which I think, I think you're still chairing that. That's sort of an ongoing committee. It meets when it's needed, and we have been using them for a long time, so we're familiar with them, and I don't think anybody ever questioned about whether we should do that, and I think that has a very specific charge. We may ask them to take up a policy or come up with a policy for us, or they'll come to us. So we sort of give them a little more autonomy because it's a piece. And then there's the building committee, which actually was created by need. In fact, even, I wouldn't want to call it emergency, but we certainly are in a challenging time with our buildings. And so we really felt like we needed to have something like that. So there was a group who were ready to jump into it as needed. I think there's value to all of them. I just want to make absolutely sure that when we do them, we know which kind of committee we're entering into, and having a very specific charge and hopefully a timeline for results. And then the committee would disband. We also need to understand about the structure of committees because, if there's more than 5 people, then that's a quorum of the board. So all of that has to be considered as well. I know everybody already knows all that, but we just have to. So that was my thing. We had never talked about this as a board. So those were just some of my thoughts. Other people have different thoughts.
Right. So, as part of, I was in the organization and meeting talking about this, and, I was on the preliminary board with you when we got rid of the standing committees because they didn't seem to work.
Could you explain to everybody why they didn't work?
The biggest I don't want to use the word problem, but the biggest thing with the challenge with the standing committees was that the committee would go off and do a bunch of work, and then they would come back and present it to the board, and the board would essentially decide that in order to really make this decision, they needed to redo all that work. So the committee spent a great deal of time doing work that was then repeated. And so, if that's what happens with committee work, then there's no point in having the committees because people are unhappy that they put in all that time, and it doesn't actually save the board any time. When we talked about forming committees, it was really driven by the fact that, again, we have a large amount, everything is new. In the past, a lot of boards run on, well, this is how we've always done it, and there's momentum and there's precedent and there's things like that to fall back on. We don't have any momentum or precedent. This district has never been a district before. So as we go forward, we're making up the new normal for this district. And that's a lot of work. We're going to run 4 buildings. Nobody's ever run more than 1 before. We've got policy, and we'd like policy to be as minimal and building adaptive. But if we set policy for 4 buildings, we don't want to have 4 policies for this. We want to have a building use policy and then lay out procedures that work for each building. And on with
things like, we were talking about one that Lori is kind of interested in having a budget committee, which is somebody that works with her through budget season, so that they could give the presentation she could give. You know, somebody who's really familiar with that budget, and spends some time meeting with her and you know, has a more intimate understanding than maybe the rest of us starting out, and can help her teach the rest of us as budget season goes on. We talked about a committee for communication, because that's, you know, in the work that we've done today, it's come out that that's clearly something we need to focus on. So if we have a committee look into ways that are effective and brainstorm and everything else, and then come back and say to the board, okay, here are all the things we've looked at, these are our recommendations. As long as the board then is willing to trust the committee work and say, okay, let's go with your recommendation, then we've actually saved time and energy. If the board then says, well, we want to look at all these ways of communication because we're not sure, and we want to, did anybody think about this? Was this discussed? Then maybe we don't need a committee for that. We just need to start meeting twice a month and build bigger agendas and get through all that work ourselves. But that was the vision. I don't think any of these committees, when we were talking about kind of putting together committees to do this behind the scenes lifting, was envisioned as a, you know, standing permanent committee. It's more, you know, we have a lot of work to do right now. There's a lot of homework. There's a lot of stuff to get through. And if we can have 4 or 5 people meet, get to something, and then make a presentation to the board can ask questions, task the committee with some more work, similar to what we do with Bill and his team. You know, we'd like to discuss this. Could you get these answers for us so we can have this discussion? You come back with those answers and we have this discussion. That's kind of what we were looking at in terms of committees.
A couple of things. I agree with pretty much everything you said. I think we need to be mindful of the time that we all already put in here, and as well as the rest of our lives and our other volunteer opportunities. And I think that's hard to ask. So to me, a permanent committee feels like a slog, just personally. But the idea of a committee with a deadline, a timeline that you know is, okay, well, we've only got X amount of meetings or weeks or days or whatever it might be, that feels like it feels good. Okay, yes, I feel like I can donate that time on top of this time. So for the example of the budget committee, I went and met with Lori when we met once or twice, when she was going through the budget, and it was like, I wrote budgets for a living. It's a very different thing than what she does. So that was hard. I don't think any of us would be interested or qualified to make the presentation that she makes. Personally, that's just my take on it, having sat there and been like, what? Say that one again, because I don't know. I completely missed what you're talking about. I'm trying to keep up, but I mean, she's built an entire career around that. But I also think I really agree with you that some of this is really necessary, and maybe necessary to do outside, but as long as people, I really loved that you guys in the policy committee just took that up, and you just came to meetings and said, here's what we came up with, and we were like, great, or hey, add that. That, I felt like took a lot of weight off of the group. So I think there's definitely pros and cons to both ways. Looking at a whole year and divvying it up seems a little overwhelming. But that's just I love the idea of, okay, I've got to do, and I've got a deadline of November and April. Great, those are my committees. For me personally to go, oh God, now I'm on a committee that is lasting until the end of June, feels a little daunting, but that's just my take on it.
This is great. Al, go ahead, and then I'll... Oh, sorry,
I like your point about the timing piece. I mean, we're all busy. So maybe it's have a committee meeting prior to our big meeting, right? You know, a half hour before, as opposed to in between or whatever. And so say maybe the committee meeting that you have, if it's a long-term thing, prior to that meeting is for the next meeting. Like you're talking about what you're going to work on, and maybe there's some outside work that you do, gather information, whatever, for the next meeting. But if you keep it tight and to the regular meeting schedule just a little bit before, for at least for the standing committees, I think that'd be easier.
Go ahead.
So part of what I see the value of the committee is dividing the work. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and I don't like communication. I have no interest in the font on the page of the flyer. We spent board meetings, we spent hours talking about font. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Yep. And that, to me, that's not a board meeting discussion. It's a waste of valuable board time. Let somebody else deal with that. But we do a lot of information gathering. And how many times have we sat in board meetings and we're presented with something and we have questions and our administration is great. I'll get you the information. Wouldn't it be nice if we could have got to that before the meeting? If the committee met and we asked the same questions because we don't understand education, we don't understand this building problem, we don't understand the curriculum issue, and we asked 2 weeks before the meeting, we need more information, and now we can come to our board meetings and be more productive. I think that's really what this is about. And maybe the committee can sift through all of the information that is not necessary for everybody to read. You can certainly read it if you want to, but point to the information that is critical to the decisions that we're making. I think having a calendar that goes out to the year helps us focus on the important deadlines that we have. Like, for example, communication. Communication committee, probably, if we create one, should have a fair amount of work to do just before our annual meeting. But they probably don't have a whole lot of work to do tomorrow. Well, the building committee has a fair amount of work to do leading up to the budget preparation because we have to figure out what out of the millions of dollars in building repairs we want to include in the budget. So I think that's where the calendar helps, and asking the committee with a very specific, at our November meeting, you really have to have some idea as to what maintenance issues we're going to work on. And now we can then task the administration to get the information and have productive board meetings.
So I'm going to direct you to the right side of your folder. You'll see there's a packet of a committee template, and behind it is what you see here in a colored sheet. So what I did was I just did some research. I looked at what the purpose of committees are, what seem to be well-functioning teams, what that looked like in an organizational view, and listening to what the directors had given me for feedback for creating this agenda. And then I put those up on posters. So much of what's been said, it was the spirit of what I was putting together, was these are committees that have a specific purpose, with a scope, with frequency of dates. They may be dormant part of the time, but they may be very active part of the time. I think you gave such a simple example, Drew, of fonts. Like, I don't care about fonts, you're right, but someone else might. And someone else might care a lot about chocolate milk. So we want to make sure the person who cares about chocolate milk is getting their voice heard and can be part of that committee, and probably not do it live in front of your community for 3 hours on Monday night. In order to be the most efficient and productive. Especially when you know other topics we don't even know about yet are going to come up. So on that sheet, I wrote down the purpose, and I took a liberty here. This is your work. I would be glad to change it. But what I wrote was the purpose of a committee is to make recommendations to bring back to the school board. And the purpose of that meaning, it's not the time to rehash everything that's happened. It's the time for them to come forward and say, here are my recommendations, here's all the information we came up with. So if a committee has a clear scope and a clear purpose, you are to go out and find out about ways we can better communicate with our stakeholders. Then that committee is going to come up with different ideas, they're going to do all the research, and they're going to come back to the board and present that. And there'll be times where there might be a vote or decisions to be made. Or the board might say we need more information, but it won't be the time for that committee to come forward and then the board to say, well, what did you do this, did you do that, did you know? It's really to present information. So I put that as a purpose. This is your work. If you don't like this purpose, we can change it or clarify it. I was just trying to come up with some stuff. And then I also took a liberty about reporting of the work. So I thought a lot about how busy you all are and the work that you have to do. And my thought was, rather than say you must take minutes or you have to post them as a committee, if you present that as part of the board, your synopsis, and then submit whatever paper research you have, then that becomes part of the minutes of the board, and then that takes care of the documentation and the clarity and transparency of your work. So these are the two liberties that the person sitting in front of you did. So if you do not like these, this is the time to amend. Yes?
So the recording, actually, we have to operate under open meeting rules, and any committee of the board actually has to take minutes.
Okay.
And they have to post their meetings as if you are a board meeting, and, you know, that there are very specific guidelines and rules around committee work. So we have no choice in that part.
I did look up and I couldn't find anything that clarified, so I really appreciate you sharing that.
Right, but the depth of the minutes are
Well, that's true.
legally variable.
Okay.
That's true.
Right.
Discuss policy
exactly.
or
Like Peter is doing very, very detailed minutes, and I would expect the board to take
I'm the
minutes.
first one to tell you I am very opposed to detailed minutes.
Right.
I don't think we should do that. I don't think it's helpful, mostly because here we are being recorded anyway. If you want to know, go back, you should be talking to the people or looking at the recording to see what we actually said. Detailed minutes are often misinterpreted because, especially if there's quotes, you cannot do it well if you do that.
So I would suggest that I will come back with a different, I'll wordsmith this and come back with you. Am I on the right one? On the right
Yeah, I
one.
just want to make sure that we're following open meeting law.
Perfect. I can do that.
Includes posting and warning.
Warning?
Yeah, they need to be posting.
I would just say, if we choose to move forward this way, what I would propose is that we give sort of a template for each committee. Like, you know, here's how you warn it, here's how you do it, here's what you have to do for your minutes that can literally be fill in the blank. I mean, the committees aren't actually taking any action. So, you know, there's not going to be motions and any votes. It's just going to be discussion. So, you know, what are you discussing? And then the committee, there may actually be a report that the committee makes to the board that's more informative than the minutes would be. You know, and presents at a meeting so that the board can then deliberate and take action. But, you know, I think we could make a pretty easy template for a committee so that they would follow the law.
I think some committees would have to take votes, though, like policies, or like if you're going to advance them, right? So if you have a committee of 4 people and you're not sure if the policy is going to go to the rest of the board, you have to have a vote, right?
You would come to consensus as a committee. You can't vote as a committee because you're not a quorum of the board, but you would have to have a consensus as a committee to advance the work of the committee to the full board.
So I'm wondering, maybe it makes sense, Joe, like, out of my scope, but maybe yours,
Right.
to maybe create that template?
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Right. I can. Sorry.
Cool. So what about the purpose? How are we feeling about, sorry, I'm going to dive in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to talk about the recording of work and open meeting law, but the scope?
Well, I'm not there yet.
Pardon?
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that.
We're not going to.
We'll come to it. I'm back to purpose.
Gotcha.
Hear that.
Sometimes it's really hard to hear you in this room because it's echo.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's
I
quite
can
all right.
enunciate
It's
it.
hard. That's all.
How do you feel about the purpose, as a stated purpose?
That's what it should be.
Okay. Now, the scope was my word, we could call it something else, but that would be specific to the committee. So Emily, your thoughts on, and again, these are Jen's. Jen did research, but these are not hers. So policy committee was one where most boards have a
I have a
policy.
question.
So
Your scope for the policy committee. The policy committee does not handle procedures, ever. The procedures have to be brought up by the administration on how they're going to be implemented. Just so, you know, because everybody for some reason thinks policy and procedure go hand in hand. They do go hand in hand, but when they are worked, the policy committee does not deal with the procedures.
It's hand to hand, not hand.
Okay. So what I wrote here,
Yeah,
do you have this in print in front of you?
Yeah.
In your packet? What I wrote here, good point, Ken, because I wrote reviews district policies, no procedures in there.
No procedures. That's
Recommends changes to current policies, addition of new policies, and deletion of outdated policies based on changes in law and recommendations from the BSBA. Is this a committee? Yes.
I don't care about the policy committee or whatever. I just want to define what that area is.
What the scope will be.
So I just want to say that what we would normally say, and scope is fine with me, what we would say would be, it's a charge from the board to the committee saying, this is what your charge is, this is what we want you to do. So I think this is the area where I think is really important and will make committees effective and will create buy-in from the full board when the committee comes back. The charge is everything to this. So we need to be very specific, and that's where we would put a timeline in if we want it. And it's very specific to the charge, to the topic. So I think it's critically important that we are very clear, because you don't want a committee to go outside of the work that a board has asked them to do either. And that is something that happens quite often. They say, oh, take us down this tangent and go down that road when the board didn't ask us to do that. We shouldn't be doing that. So the more clear, concise, and simple the charge is, the more effective the committee work is, I think. And so I just think that this is a really important piece to the whole thing. The policy committee is a standing committee. I think we've created a standing committee with the policy committee that meets when needed. Most of these things that I think we're talking about, I'll ask you, Joe, to respond to Bill. Most of them will be one topic committees, not a standing committee that we can go back to all the time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that makes it even more important that we're very clear. We want you to go and redo research around choice, interdistrict school choice, that kind of thing. We just need to be very specific about this.
Love it. So that, when I look at the template and the packet in front of you, I would change the scope to say charge. And like this to me is almost how you would develop all your committees, right? So you have a clear purpose, you have a charge to what that committee is. Recording of committee work will change that template, and then the plan of action. Like so now your charge is to go review policies, blah, 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 and scratch that out, right? But go do that, and then whoever the chair is would then come up from the board's recommendation, create a plan of action. Well, we're going to meet Monday, and we're going to review F16, G4, and whatever the policies want to do, and bring a recommendation back. So it's really clear. And it may be that this would work for standing committees, but it might also be as new committees come up and charges come up, that this becomes very clear and becomes the template of the board to create those committees.
And part of the reason I said about not going outside of the charge is because we want to be very mindful that we're not micromanaging.
And
it's
also,
very easy to do that.
You're probably, if you go make the charge about communication and then come back with a field day, that may not be what you intended for that to happen, although it could fall under that big scope. So a purpose is much more clear. Sorry, charge. Love it. Thank you. Love it. Other thoughts? And the template itself? Yeah.
Regarding the charge, I would just say, there may be some things that we charge a committee with, and they go out and they do some research and have some findings, and then all of a sudden the charge changes.
Yeah.
So just to give them enough latitude to come back to the board and say, here's what we found, we need to rejigger the charge based on our initial findings, or something like that.
Flexibility. Good point.
I would encourage, again, if this moves forward, I would encourage committee chairs to, if that does arise in your work, it's like, you know what, we found this other thing, we're not sure if this fits in our charge, come back to the board, ask for time on the agenda to talk about it, and we can fit in, a few minutes, we can fit in the time to, give you direction and help with the work, because, again, the committees are doing the board a huge favor by doing all that research and gathering of information so that we can have the discussion and make the decision.
So let me ask this as a board. So I guess I'm proposing a committee outline that has the topic, the members, the chair, a purpose, a charge, a recording, and a plan of action frequency as a template for you for this work. So before we make that decision, do you wish to go forward in creating committees, both standing and less frequent? Please.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to dominate, but I have one other question about it after you read all that. If it's a committee that is not just meeting, I'm not worried about policy because that one meets on need and we all have a report back and we have a need for them to report back. But if there's a committee that's meeting 4 or 5 times, what is the expectation of the board for reporting back during the work process? Is that something that we don't ever ask, or is that something that we give a committee chair 5 minutes to say, here's what we've been working on, we've met twice, and just a quick summary? I mean, is that important to the board or not? The reason I bring it up is because I think it's really important that the full board stays connected to the work without slowing the work down that we've charged them with. So I don't know what the balance there is, but I think we all need to come to an agreement on how we're going to do reporting back. I don't care what we say, I just want us to all agree.
So on our last agenda, the officers had pre-imagined exactly what you're talking about. And so they have created a structure that would be included in every single agenda for the opportunity to do exactly what you're talking about. So the board would be able to stay.
Written questions, and then the board would charge the committee with additional work if they needed to. Is the hope.
Yeah.
Sort of like the administrative reports. Here's what you read it ahead of time. And then, if there has to be some sort of discussion, like the committee feels it needs an answer or more direction, but otherwise it would be like, here's where we are, do you have any questions?
And I think that's great. I think we just have to be really mindful of not opening a door to start micromanaging the work that we've charged the committee with too. So I'm fine with all that. But once we start to give and take partway through a process, the board can take over the work of a committee, and that could be a challenge too. So I'd limit that as much as we possibly could. That would be my hope, that as a board we do. If we've given them a charge and we need to change the charge, that should either come directly from us or directly from the committee, and not a part of the dialogue where, we didn't really like what you just said, so why don't you try doing this kind of thing. I just want to be careful that we work as effectively and efficiently as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Less is more, but I think we should be updated.
Okay.
And if we have a really clear charge, I think that is awesome.
So I haven't heard from everyone, so I'm hoping to hear some other voices about this, about committee work. I think there's been some really great thoughts and careful thoughtfulness about how you want this to work. And it sounds, again, going back to being a productive and effective board.
All right, if nobody else is going to say I think we should have a very limited number of standing committees, and I think we've already kind of mentioned most of those: building, policy, budget, just the things that we have to have those standing ones in place, and then having the more intermittent ones with a specific purpose and charge sprinkled in here and there.
Well, and of the four that you've got, I think policy's standing, and maybe the only one. I mean, eventually we'll have our arms around the buildings, the facilities, and we may not need a committee to manage that. I think the budget ought to form every year, so that we get rotation on the committee. Maybe not totally reformed, but I would think budget and maybe communications are standing. Develop a plan, the board will implement it. If the board wants to change the plan, we can form a new communications committee and direct them with a new charge. But those are all single event things. They may be in place for a year, but no, I don't think we're creating necessarily 4 standing committees. Was my vibe. Because I don't think we want to necessarily. I agree. We don't want to create a bunch of standing committees.
And also, a person shouldn't be alone on a standing committee. Trish. Poor Trish. The committee of one.
So let's just do a quick straw vote. We'll do the thumbs up, thumbs. How about fist of 5? Let's go back to that. Fist to 5. Forming committees. Forming committees and structure.
I don't know.
You're on one.
I'm on one, so I guess we'll form, I'll go halfway, I'll agree.
Okay, with some reservations, but I think, okay, we are going to form committees. So I'm looking at the time right now, and we have 2 tasks ahead of us, and I'm open to suggestions. So one of the things that we have 3 tasks actually. One of the things is in your paper packets in front of you, I did put together some different committees based on the feedback I had gotten. I don't know if this will be standard or not. So we have the option right now that we could try to plug in some dates and some chair people or members for those, and maybe tweak the purpose, the charge a little bit, and then plug them into the action work plan. Or the other option is we could say the board will work on committees later, and let's just look at our work plan for topics.
I think the fun,
The latter?
if we find ourselves with extra time, we can always go back to this process.
Well, what you could do was take the template, and at your September meeting, that could be part of the work you decide. Emily?
I don't know whether this is directed to you or to Joe. It's probably more to Joe, but I'm going to just say it. But I'm going to ask about, because it sounds like we're going to move on before we leave committees, the finance committee, which sounds like it's morphed into a budget committee. Am I right?
That was a committee that Lori had specifically asked for, so that she would have 2 or 3 board members who had a deeper dive into the budget.
Got it. So I think that we have to take the time, not today, to scope out what the work of that committee is. Because if that committee is representing the board to build a budget, that's a completely different thing than just to give feedback to the finance director who's developing the budget with the administration. I'm cautious about what that committee would be. And I just want to make sure we all understand.
Yep, I think we would want to talk to Lori about that, but my understanding of her request was not that the administration would continue to build the budget with the entire board. And that this was more, once the budget, there may be a little bit more like, sort of seeing how the sausage gets made behind, but also just being able to explain, being able to explain a little more in depth, being involved in the process a little bit more. It's not taking the building of the budget out of the entire thing.
Great. I really appreciate your clarification of that so that we all agree, because that's exactly what I think. And I do think that we all need to be able to stand up and explain the budget to our communities. Lori shouldn't be doing it. We should be doing it as a board. And it shouldn't just fall in the hands of the chair too. So I totally agree with that. We just have to be really careful, because we as a board in the past, or our boards in the past, have charged the administration with, as Ken had suggested earlier, I want to have it a 0% increase, I want to have no more than 3% increase, I want to see the budget go down 3%. We can do that as a board to give him direction, and my guess is you're going to come to us and have that conversation, maybe not, but it feels like I don't want this committee to get in the way of the work that the administration's doing and the board's doing. So thank you for the clarity.
Okay, so these are the 3rd Mondays of the month. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I did double check with Meg, but it's kind of that way, once a month. So you have the topics here, and what my suggestion is now is I am looking at our challenges and our values, and I feel like I can record your thoughts. Okay. About what we're going to put on here. I'm going to move it closer to you. I am hearing that on the September meeting, that maybe taking some time, and I'll move it forward. The topic would be forming committees, and developing the charge of committees, and what that looks like. Might be something that you want to dedicate some time for, based on this.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay. This will be helpful to do the hard part. Watch for a whiteboard. Sorry, I did not mean to block you out. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right, I also know these things are going to come up. Like, Judy brought up communication before our vote. So like, really big deal, right? So looking at if you have one or two topics and one or two committee report outs at a meeting, you're probably pretty full.
Raise our hand.
Yeah, let's go. Let's make a proposal.
Before budget season, we need to talk about pre-K.
Okay? When our, let's do these. When do we know your meeting's just gonna be budget? Or your big topic at least is gonna be budget?
At the very latest, the 18th, the 16th, and the 20th.
So here, budget, and that will help us plan on each side, right? Okay. That's the better.
Yeah, so that parking lot pre-K question is going to have to be soon.
Okay.
For 2 weeks.
Well, that's a record show, and I write this in the gallery.
Wow, that's impressive.
All right.
That gives you 2 weeks.
Okay, topic here. So it sounds like pre-K's got to be here or here, right?
Yep.
Both. Okay. Talk about it at one meeting.
Well, before we can say both, what information do we need to have in order to have that discussion? Because putting it on the agenda without information is a waste of our time.
But that's not.
The 16th is not very far away.
Well, I know, but I thought this, because we're talking about committees, so we're not there, what we're going to put it on. Maybe I'm confused about what that says, but it says committee. I mean, we may be setting up a committee to have that conversation.
Right, so maybe in this meeting, you're setting up a committee that's charged to go look at pre-K and come up with that.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, well, we can talk about the charges for the committees that we've talked about forming on the 16th. And if there's another committee, I mean, if we want to have a 1 month committee to go find some answers for pre-K, or, you know, we may just have a quick pre-K, we may have a pre-K discussion and come up with 5 things that we want to know by October 21st. Yes.
Could we make a decision? Do we have enough information right now today to make a decision on preschool?
That's what I was.
What's the question?
Location of preschool is moved to a parking lot. Do we want to run a preschool in New Thing? And we're going on. Could we make that decision today, right now?
Do we have the space available?
And that's what I'm trying to get at. So what information do we need in order to make that decision? Because if we're telling ourselves we're going to make that decision on October 21st, then we need to task somebody, whether that be ourselves or the administration, with making sure that we have that information for the 21st.
Okay, so we need to know if we have the space. What else do we need to know?
The cost.
There's a desire. Will people use it? Does it exist?
Space, desire, cost.
Potential number of students.
I'm not sure that's known.
Getting that bill is.
Making a list. I'm not sure this requires a committee because we've already had the topic.
Okay.
We have already made the decision about pre-K.
Fair enough.
This is just about location.
Plus, I feel like everyone's really gonna wanna have a say in it, and I want to hear what everyone has to say. So to have a committee say, okay, this is our suggestion, we're all still gonna have a say.
So we're
gonna have this conversation anyway. So
Okay,
one has to
so
be
we're
straight.
figuring out right now what we need to know to have this conversation in
Yes,
December.
right.
Yeah. This is good.
So we got 4
Space,
things, right? Space, cost,
Desire. And what is desire?
Do you have students?
Is there, you know,
build
are there
it.
parents asking for it?
Have you had
Are there people who
requests?
want? Have you had
Survey
requests for
monkey,
pre-K?
something.
Maybe reach out to the parent advisory committee and ask their opinion.
Because parents need to, I mean.
Space, cost, desire. Under desire, I have students, I have requests, I have PAC. What's the 4th thing you wanted?
That was it?
Did you say cost?
Space, cost, and desire. And under desire, students, requests, PAC.
And I guess feasibility, is it possible to pull together? Is it, I mean, is there a reason it's?
Wouldn't that information determine feasibility?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Do you want a administrative recommendation?
Yes.
Sure.
So I could make the suggestion that go on as a topic for October 21st, because especially if there's a pack that has to meet, it may have already met, and not necessarily going to be in the next 12 months.
Perfect.
Okay.
Done. And because these topics will probably be out to the community, do you want to say pre-K location or pre-K expansion to Newbrook?
Yep.
Yep.
We're
can discuss it.
And so I'm thinking of timeline. That still gives us the time to ask for feedback after that meeting for the public.
Yeah, because you can add it or subtract it from the budget up
That's what
until
Right, so that'd be our first.
January 10th.
Perfect.
But we'll be able to give the administration guidance whether we want to include it or not.
Yes.
Right. My question was only making sure that the community had a chance to give us feedback at a board meeting.
Does this, you have enough time?
Yes, that's what I just asked him. He said, great.
Already.
So,
Tom's like, keep you the information.
your move is that have these, which might be policy. I heard communication a lot, so I don't want to lose sight of that because communication before the vote's very big, but also before and during the budget.
Yeah.
So that may become a committee, but it might also be.
Lots of different scopes of committee up there. Really. Like communication with the community about budget is a completely different thing than communicating with parents about about the transition to preschool. This is a totally different communication needs and uses. So not sure how.
So just a suggestion, I think there are a lot of incredibly important topics that we have coming up and work that needs to be done. Maybe we flesh out the topics and then attribute a committee if necessary. I think it's really important to, let's talk about the work and then the committee that might need to take it up.
Great. You have a finite number of meetings. How do you want to spend them? Mike, put your hand up.
Well, I was just going to mention that there was something that I put into the parking lot, which was school choice, and probably not I was wondering if we should survey the families who took advantage of that to find out why, right? So like, the natural inclination is to say, well, if everybody's leaving one school, maybe it's a school problem, but maybe it's not a school problem. Maybe they just want to be closer to Leland and Gray. You know, like, so, because the parents work in Brattleboro, like, so to know that, I wonder if that would, like, not a high priority, but it might affect how we build a budget if we had that information. So I just wanted to throw that out.
What's the timeline for best feedback?
Yeah, when would you want that info by?
Well, like, if we agreed to some questions, you could send out the survey to those families, and I guess it's a question to the board. Does the board feel like that information would be good to have before we build our budget? Or is it not going to really change anything and we could kick that can down the road?
So clarifying question from my outsider's view. With Act 46 school choices happening, correct? So it's not like we would change school choice, correct?
Well, we have elementary school choice, which we didn't necessarily have to do, right?
Okay.
But I agree with elementary school choice, so.
I'm not stating, I'm asking because that makes a very big difference between whether we're just getting feedback about what they've thought about how it worked, or if we're saying, should we go back to no choice? Like, those are really big.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just,
You're not talking about an evaluation of whether or not to continue.
No, not at all. I'm just wondering, like, was it the quality of the after-school programs at Townsend that made a lot of people come, or was it simply that, parents already had a kid at LNG and, they wanted to just be all in the same town for convenience,
Why did you make the choice?
Why did you make the choice? So we could, as a board, actually have some information as to why that happened,
Kind of back to equity.
Yeah,
Something here.
yeah. And just because, one of the things that people, like, I wonder, like, why did so many people leave mostly out of one school, right? So it just something that I think the board should understand more. Doesn't necessarily have to be one of our first meetings, but could it potentially affect the budget? Possibly. We might learn some things that we could just, deploy in other schools and then make every school its best potential.
Okay. So the idea, thank you for clarifying that. I just want to make sure I wasn't leading down the wrong path. So I'm not sure where the survey, if that happens as a topic or if that's a committee.
Well, I think
or
just
if it's
as the board, we
information.
have to figure out what the questions we'd want to ask in the survey, and then let Bill and his team go do the survey.
Well, I agree, because we've also had questions come up. How do we make this program look more appealing now that there's less students in the building? Was one topic, if I remember correctly. So it was almost asking that question of what was lacking, because you want to make it more appealing after all those kids left that one building. And it does, for us, we
we can't make things better if we don't know if things are wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not saying there was anything wrong, because I don't know.
No, we don't. Okay, Lindsay, go ahead.
So,
No
just
information is worse than
piggybacking on what Al said earlier, maybe it would be helpful if we had a separate piece of paper and made a big long list of here's all the things, I just want to throw it out there, this is something that's important to me that we haven't brought up, that I want to bring up this year. And let's have a list, and then let's know what things we're going to talk about, and then we can all put our things out, and then we'll decide where they fit, and does this need to happen before budgeting or after budgeting, and we can go through the whole big list when we have, because one thing might inform another thing, and then there may be more than one thing that's connected, and maybe it's a good idea to just have the big picture before we start trying to fill things in. Let's know what the things we're going to put on there are.
Right, so I'm going to make an amendment to that because we could be here
Yeah.
a long time. So what I would suggest is right now, again, coming back to, so that kind of parking lot item, it sounds like that's a task that we're going to figure out when that's going to happen, that the board members want to know about that. Like,
Right. I was just asking if we wanted to put it on one of those agendas.
So that's one of the
Sooner
things.
rather than later.
And then we have all these big things, these big topics that we know. So maybe, we can scratch that out. This is perfect. So let's get some of those big topics out on here, and then we might find we have too many on one, we might have a survey, and we can move them around. So let's get those big topics like Al alluded to. Drew, go for it.
So I think a big important topic for budget season is unique needs of our schools. We need to hear from them as a topic. And if we hear from them after we've done the budget, that's not going to, we need to hear from them before we do the budget. The budget programming go together. So, well, I'm assuming that we'll hear from administration, we'll hear from our principals, we'll hear from our PACs. But we need to make sure that we make time in our agenda to hear from our schools before the budget's done. October.
So I'm seeing that in October. I'm going to throw it out there, and I'm going to say that survey should probably be part of that work too, right? Like, why did you move to where you moved, and maybe looking at. Don't know. I'm just going to put administrative reports or school reports.
That's fine, but I also caution us on evaluating our school choice program.
Okay.
That early, I think we might be saying when. I think evaluating our school choice program after.
People have taken advantage.
Yeah,
But Mike has a good point though, that what if everybody all right, we're gonna leave this school and go to this school because of this particular, because this school we came to has this thing. If we all know before budget season that this thing is the important thing that's drawing people, maybe we need that in more schools than one.
Yes,
right.
That's the driving
And I wasn't
factor.
talking about evaluating the whole program, just the reasons why.
So I'm wondering if you can narrow that down even and send out a survey just to the people who moved.
That's what I said.
Yeah, just those.
Just the people who took advantage.
And it could even be through the PACs that gets managed. We can,
Because I do hear what you're saying, evaluate, because we don't want this to turn into an evaluation.
No.
Okay. Emma?
Because we probably, parents are just barely beginning to take advantage of the choice, right? So they have their very clear reasons, but those clear reasons could actually change in 6 months from now or in 3 months from now. Which means the value of feedback from them right now may not be the same as the value from feedback from them in March, right? So I guess, and I'll just expand my comments to, in general, that when we are going to survey, we need to be very clear about what it is we're trying to find out. What is the answers? What are the answers going to inform us on? So if we're not considering a change at this point in time, and we just want to look at, we need to know ahead of time. That's all I'm saying. I'm very cautious about opening up.
So let me try it right now. Can I put that on as a topic for September to talk about that school choice survey and think about what it is that it would be? Or is this something you want to discuss now? Because we keep coming back to this kind of small thing and I want to get bigger.
Yeah, I feel like it's too.
Well, and I guess my reason for wanting to see it sooner is like, if we somehow found out that, hey, it was really the quality of the after-school programs, that's something that we could offer in other schools, and that would be good for us to know before we build a budget. It could be not have anything to do with that, but we don't know.
We don't know.
Was that part of the questions when people asked me? I know there was a process that we went through.
Some people answered the
That's what I'm trying to say. Do we have, okay, so, but do we have
We don't have the quality yet.
the program was more successful than we thought, right? So like a lot of people took advantage of it. So, you know, there'd be new voices potentially answering now than before.
What's the timeline for new people for next year?
March.
So March seems like a big timeline. If people are going to be doing school choice, we should probably do evaluate March.
The other thing is impact on budget. We need to understand, that's the other thing I'm trying to figure out. We can change things, right? We pass a budget, but there are shifts we make.
Yeah, you guys pass a bottom line budget.
Right, exactly. So it doesn't mean we can't make shifts after the budget. I'm a little mindful and worried about us sending a message that we're questioning already something that we've only just barely started and haven't even allowed parents.
But it's not questioning the effectiveness of the system, it's questioning what can we do to, is the system we currently have, do we have feedback about what's currently
And I get that, but we have to be very careful that we have to be very deliberate in that. So I agree, put it on the agenda so that if we're going to go forward with that, we have to be very clear that we're not questioning it.
Okay.
You know, this is what we're doing it for.
We need to agree. And I hear unintended consequences. That's what I'm hearing. Like, unintended consequences of putting out a survey this early makes people think that there's something wrong with choice, that we want to do something else.
But it wouldn't go out to everybody. It would only be those people who took advantage.
So let's put it on the agenda so that we can say it to everybody and deal with it as an entity. At the same time that we're looking at the administration reports and what's happening in all the schools. And if a school if one of the reasons, say, is an after-school program, everybody left because we don't have as good of an after-school program, then the PAC should be telling us that. That's the job of the PAC. And so if those things come in anyway, that can be incorporated in that.
So make it one of the topics of the
So that's
PACs
part of that.
to report to us in October. What are you hearing? What's the rumble on the street?
Right, that's the point, right?
Bill, would it be appropriate to say between now and then, could you put out a survey to the people that elected school choice and ask them if they would please share why? If we were very clear about the purpose. Why did you make the choice you did? The purpose of this is to help the board understand programming.
I can do whatever the board.
I'm not
wants
giving
me
you
to
a
do.
charge. I'm gonna tell you what to do.
I think the information is valuable. I don't think it will affect dramatically the budget preparation. I think Mike makes a good point that if we talk to 21 people and 19 people say the same thing, that would be good to know before you do a budget. I worry about unintended consequences. I worry about it being viewed as an evaluation of the program. And then, quite frankly, I kind of want to know a little later as to how they feel about their school choice choice.
So,
I'd kind of like to know that.
Mike,
You know, because I want to.
But I'm gonna okay, so Joe and then Lindsay, go ahead.
Can we,
And then Karen, sorry.
as a board, reach out to our administrators, the principals, to go back to their PACs and get the information that way as to why the choice was made? Much less informal than a survey, just as informative. Maybe a dialogue with the parents and the PAC about, why did you make the choice you made that comes back this way.
why'd you come?
That it probably has less of the unintended consequence because of how it's coming, and we still get essentially the information that we want, especially where, Bill's saying it has minimal budget impact. And it minimizes the unintended consequences.
So I'm going to stop.
No, it's not bad, 'cause
I'm going to norm bust you right now. I'm going to norm bust. I'm
Norm
going to
bust.
safeties. We've had a couple interruptions and people not going in order. So I'm going to stop you right now. I'm going to let Joe finish, and I'm going to go Lindsay, Ken, and then Bill, if you have more to add.
That's actually exactly what I was going to say, was that if the PACs can be in charge of this, it can just as easily come from the PAC saying, hey, why did you come here? What is it about us that you love? And that's just as easy of a way to gather the information in a much more positive way as in a way you hate. It's what did you love? And then also we'll know without having any
then Ken?
No, I was just trying to figure out where the work would wind up being easily done, and that makes sense to do it with the PAC, but there's the biggest shift of it's going to be, okay, all you people can't, because the biggest shift was to Townsend. So the town, we're all asking the Townsend PAC to do most of the work right now.
Welcome to your job.
No, I'm just, and it's just pointing out that it's like, okay, so all of a sudden you have, what is it, 20 new kids, 18 new kids coming?
25, right?
20, how many?
20.
What was the final number?
I think it's 22.
Okay, so 22. So you have to find out from 22 people, or approximately 22 people, why they chose to come, and, because you don't have to find out who chose to leave, but what drew you to this school.
Right.
What drew you to this school, and what drew you to this school.
So
I just find it interesting.
I'm just going to make a point of clarification. Every student made a choice. Every family made a choice.
Yes.
Right.
So like going through the PAC, and you're talking to your whole school community, you're saying, why did you choose Newbrook? Why did you choose Townsend? Why did you choose Jamaica? So we don't necessarily, it doesn't sound like from what you're saying, you don't have to necessarily target those 22. You're going to ask every student because they've made a choice. Their family made a choice to do that.
Well, what's interesting is, let me piggyback off that. What you're saying is then you can go to a family that chose to stay in their own town and say, why did you choose to stay instead of not go?
Yeah, absolutely. So Bill and then Mike. Bill, did you have comments still?
Not now.
Okay, Mike.
Well, I just wonder about the quality of the data we get when we introduce a PAC and an administrator into that equation, right? Like you might get more direct or truthful answers to a somewhat blind survey than, like if hypothetically, if there was an administrator that you didn't like and you don't want to say, well, it's because of you, and your kid still goes to that school, right? Or whatever. So, the quality of the data might not be the same if you go through intermediaries as if you just task the SU and our administrator with putting out some questions and finding the data that way.
So can I offer a compromise? If you don't like this standing for the PAC work going forward, like I've heard here, getting feedback about why did you choose your school, getting that information, and then the compromise or consensus. I heard March is when school choice is going to come again. Maybe that's the time to put out that survey to get that blind information as well. That maybe that's the board develops that survey, but what that looks like, so you have that quantitative data actually that you can look at, and it's not causing any unintended consequences of making people think that you're reversing the decision. Would that work?
I'm good with it.
You know what she
I just want to say one thing. I think we need to be thinking about whether we are making decisions today in a retreat about whether we're going to survey about school choice when we're just at a retreat. I think this needs to be a topic that we have at a board meeting. We discuss whether we're going to survey, whether we're going to, I'm fine with the timeline and all that. I just am mindful of what we're here today to do, and that's not board work. It's board work. You know what I'm saying? Yep. We're not supposed to be doing the work. So
we're definitely
cautious
right
about
now.
that.
I'm trying not to overstep my goal, but we are definitely in the least. I'm trying to respect that. So. Drew.
Can we move on to another?
Yes, please.
I know we've talked a lot about building issues, and I would suggest that we have to have a discussion at a topic budget meeting for the building, and I would say later because our director of operations is currently digging and buried in many building issues. So if we could squeak it down in our budget process, knowing that it's going to be a big number, but maybe not put it first because there's a ton of work that needs to be done. So maybe a December meeting.
That could be building or facilities building, report out.
On the building needs. That's you have some idea, but I want to give them as much time as we can to get the information you need.
So just to clarify, what I think I hear you saying is you would like to hear a recommendation from the Director of Operations on the facilities in which this board is responsible at a December 16th meeting.
Gives him time to do an audit.
That is a good time. That's a reasonable time.
I saw some pieces kind of go, is December too soon, too late?
When would we have to have the final budget? I think that informs the
January 20th.
Okay, so only 1 month out.
I mean, you can shoot for November 18th, but
too early. Yeah.
We could
Even
schedule a meeting in between.
Maybe we could have some of the information
So we can have an update.
And then make a final decision in December for the final budget in January?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
So what, how about this? What if the information was provided to you all December 1st? Allowing absorption, collection, you know what I mean?
Well, think about ahead of the board meeting, and that's what we've agreed,
Right.
part of our norms, we're gonna.
That would give you, because it's gonna be a lot of info to digest.
Yeah.
And that still gives 3 full months of collection.
Yeah.
So the committee will meet.
And we'll establish a committee that will be meeting in between. But the board will get to have a recommendation December 1st from the Director of Operations.
Great.
I think that gives us enough time for you guys to be full, because it's big. This is big. That's good. Exactly.
Okay. What other good topics do we have?
Another thing that we should have. This is the timeline. Facilities. I just wanted to ask you.
Okay. You're probably right. So we should also add facilities to September 16th, just to talk about the timeline and that it's big and that it's coming.
What a surprising.
And the building committee, I think, will be meeting probably in September and October and November. Not necessarily will we have anything to report back, but building committee and director of operations will be working for those 3 months, and may very well come to the board and say, okay, here's where we are now. What do you think?
So,
Sorry,
was I next? I apologize. I think, and I don't know where it should fall, but we should do some kind of a gap analysis, like we come up with these values, what we value. Is there anything in any of our facilities that we're missing? So based on what we value, do we need to plug in X here or Y there? Good, Lindsay.
To go with that, let's make sure that we're putting those evaluations that Drew talked about earlier in all these things. So all of the big changes that we've made this year that Joe went through, all the big things that we've done, we should have some sort of time span and then an evaluation of those decisions. So how is the 6th grade working? Do we wait till the end of the year to have that conversation? I think we should have some sort of conversation before the end of the year, but how did all of these things go?
So to clarify, that work, is that a topic that the board would work on together? Like, you said gap analysis, but I'm almost saying like alignment of values in the work you're doing, or is that?
Yeah, so as you're putting together everything that we've talked about as our values, is there anything specifically within a building or in general that we're just missing? Like, so here's something that we want, do we not have it? And then bring it back to the board and see is it feasible? Can we even manage it budget-wise? Yes, no?
So I think that is going to absolutely be what that budget process is. Because, for example, the foreign language that was evaluated, that was not put in this budget.
Right.
We didn't do a gap analysis when we were building the budget based on those values. So I see that as integral to, you have your values up, you guys are building a budget. Are you including the things you say you value or not?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Would it make sense to put values down, board values on the 18th, just to make sure that we bring that
Value alignment.
that's what we have?
Yes, that's really.
Okay.
And then did anybody else have their hand up? I don't want to you did. Go ahead.
Can I get back to Lindsay real quick? Are you changing topics?
No, I was going to follow up on
Okay,
that.
okay, good. Go for it. Go for it, Bill, then. If you're on the same topic.
I didn't know if you were tasking yourself with coming up with that gap analysis for the meeting,
Yes, let's do that.
because we need to have the information. So you're going to have that for us?
On November 4th.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
So Lindsay
Thank
talked
you.
about food service, grade 6, and school choice being some of the major things that have changed. that I heard as accomplishments of this board, and you were looking at when do we come back to talk about and give feedback about how that's going. Okay.
So I was going to suggest February is the perfect time for that because you guys have already locked down a budget. It's halfway through the year, and it gives you an opportunity to reflect back on the execution of what you guys have put in place while the budget has already been put to bed.
All right, so
That's just a suggestion.
the suggestion we made that,
There's no way to possibly get the information, enough information before budget season to make an educated decision about whether or not it was super successful or not. So, might as well wait till all the way out there.
so I would write, the topic I would put down is reflection on board accomplishments, and I'll parenthetically write food program grade 6.
And that may end up, depending on what that evaluation is, how,
It's a progress report, right? If you guys need info, so that you guys can, because you're not going to change the budget.
right, but I feel like it should, it should be more than just progress though. There should be some sort of evaluation of success. I don't know what that looks like, but I feel like the food program is, I mean, you can say, okay, well, we fed this many mouths, and that's
A year-over-year comparison.
and that's good, but is there a further evaluation possible? Especially for things like, maybe not for the food program, but for the 6th grade, I feel like there's probably more evaluation necessary. I don't know what it is yet, but yes.
And I just wanted to tack on to that. Is it really just reflection on moving 6th grade, or is it reflection on creating middle school?
Correct.
Or is it both? Like, if it's not, what do you do?
Did it? Well, we did it. We did it. Does it feel like more of a middle school now? What is it like?
Really evaluate.
What if it is that you're asking, Chris is coming to talk about the food program, and you're getting information, you're inviting community to give their feedback as well? And then middle school would be Pam and Bob, I'm assuming, or others. And then choice might be part of, I don't know if choice belongs there if you're going to talk about it anymore.
Right.
So I hear you.
I want measurable. That's, I guess, something measurable. You know, other than just like, it feels nice. I just want something measurable.
Maybe some of those things are hard because there's nothing to measure against. We're creating the bar.
I'm wondering too, if the school climate surveys that come out in May, if that might be something to think about, because that's going to show you information definitely about your middle school program in here. This might be the report out, but this will be the, is it working?
Right.
That would be
Yes.
real bad.
That's better. I'm in. I'm hooked.
Whatever.
That happened.
Okay.
Yeah, that's progress report and then reflection.
Okay.
Perfect. I like it.
The survey, yeah.
Done.
Bill?
So,
Sorry.
just to clarify, school surveys go to parents, they go to staff, and to, so parents and community, staff, and to students. So there's 3 pieces to that, it's not just one. Go for it.
Annual report, we have to have that out, goes out with their budget, all that stuff. We got heavily criticized last year about the work that we did with that, January.
That has to be published January.
So should we, the board, put that as a topic to review at our January meeting?
Probably well, I think it's too late in January.
We can't put the annual report out if we're going to finalize the budget, because the budget needs to be the annual report, so.
But we can talk about timeline, what we want in it, and all that. We could say, because I was just looking at it, there's no warning in it.
Right.
And you know, I just think that maybe we can improve on this, and so I hear what you're saying.
So really what you want prior to any of that is, and this would be reasonable, is October 21st to see an entire budget development timeline, including annual report.
Monday.
Okay.
That's great.
Do you need to put annual report here, or no?
Yes, put it down. Can't hurt.
We're voting in the end of March again?
I think it's March 27th.
It was last year. March 27th.
Oh,
It's the same
pretty
time-
good.
Yeah, it's the same timeline is what I'm trying to get at.
It'll be whatever that Wednesday.
It was March 27th.
Okay. Whatever that equivalent Wednesday.
There's some voting happening here. Do you need to do anything here about communication or anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll communicate probably in February,
February
March.
and March.
I'm just gonna put it in garbage.
Yep.
You can have it.
I was gonna say the same.
You're doing really well down there. Better than me.
What do we call it?
So by April, we'll have to deal with whatever
Policy.
new laws that Emily passes that are affecting.
Exactly. Policy.
Whatever new legislation is, by April, we'll know.
But that's actually a really, I mean, safety on the laws, but, if there are new things coming down from the AOE to enact in 2021, when will you know?
Well, you're trying to tell us in the beginning of June what we're going to do for last year's budget, so I don't know. It's a good question. So, anything that happens in the legislature, we may know ahead of time, but by the time we adjourn, which is, beginning to mid-May, it's election year, so it'll be earlier rather than later probably. And so before the middle around of the meeting, if we're lucky. That's when we'll know whether there have been any significant changes. I know pre-K is a topic that is going to
Come hard and heavy now.
yeah, that's probably the highest level of education things that I can identify.
That's the
Who
only
knows?
one I have.
Something always surprises us, but pre-K is going to be tough.
So if we know pre-K is there's gonna have to be discussion at the board level. Do you want to try to plug in some time just so you have that on your dates now, or are you gonna wait to see what happens first?
Because it's after our budget anyway, I don't see how it really matters until we adjourn. You'll be updating us, you always do.
Yeah.
Update us on the work that's being done. Because the only thing that I will bring up, and I put it on the question, no, I put it on one of those things there, was the special ed piece, which got delayed a year, but
Right.
being delayed a year, being delayed a year only means that we have to discuss it during budget. It's potentially a significant change in special ed funding, and this is the memos that we talked about as a board. All I'm saying is for timeline, that may or may not need to be discussed during budget, but those things can pop up. We just never know.
Yeah, I don't think
That
you
was
can
the-
pre-plan.
That was the AOE. I don't know how to plan it.
So think about your values, think about the challenges, and then you've been serving on the board for a while. Think about some of the topics that your board dealt with in the last year in different configurations. Are there things are you looking at this saying, oh, we better leave time for this? Drew, go ahead, I can tell.
So we have surveys. Is there a point where we're going to get student data? When does that come out?
You guys will get that in October.
So we should probably leave room for our student data on our agenda.
Yeah, October 21st, you're going to get student data reports.
Do you want it here as part of the admin reports? Yeah. Make sure we have SBAC on there? That's, you're
Yep.
talking about some of those data, correct?
Yep.
We got a long way to go.
They're practicing it on they're practicing on the 25th at the WCSU, very efficient. 2 slides per principal, per building. You'll get the information 3 weeks in advance.
What about that stuff about the high quality instruction definition, et cetera? Is
September thing? Or is that not till after that?
Depends what you want to do with it. I thought you were going to take a stab at it. Is that what we talked about? You talked about what we put on for values?
Right, definition for high quality instruction
Discussing high
from the, well,
16, we're doing that earlier.
Yeah. This is what we expect of everybody. What does it mean? This is what we're valuing. What does it mean? And how do we measure it?
And I thought we were gonna have Jen come up with a working definition for
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
yeah.
So what I understand is I'll come up with something for you to work from, and then you can discuss that at your.
That's exactly right.
Cool.
I'm trying to see that all over. No, it's the values. Sorry. All over the values.
Are you running that steam?
No, not at all.
Well, and I think it's okay to
There you go.
not necessarily filled in on a couple of dates. It's like, stuff will come up.
I feel like something's gonna come up. I feel like we got
Yeah, we don't have to fill
Always.
it.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that the administration anticipate, like the school climate survey? I have forgotten all about that. Are there any other things that are regular reporting?
Well, I'm definitely not putting it on October 21st. November 18th, we do have to, well, that'll be committee work, then. The proficiency based. So that's good. That'll be a good committee work.
Is there anything to do with the
That'll be a policy.
union negotiations that we would have to?
Again, that'll be a subcommittee that and that'll be WCSU wide. So that'll just be an update in executive session based on what's going on. And that won't get rolling until after budget time because they have to go through mediation. We won't know until December 15th what it looks like.
And is there anything left over from any of the disbanding boards that we will have to absorb or
December.
Oh, because December 31st, they go out of business.
Is everybody, yeah, because they're officially done at the end.
They will be done with all their money stuff next month. I mean, really, they're just finishing up any of that stuff, and then
When the audits come back.
and the audits will come back. No, I don't foresee any. All the finances have already taken care of.
Somehow my husband seems to think that there's so much work when he goes away.
No,
Oh, he embellishes.
Do you think?
I think you're going to be fine.
Anything with transportation? I've heard that come up a lot today. Is there anything that would need to be on here?
You could add that to the December 1st. Yeah, that gives us enough time.
Report on transportation.
Well, because we're gonna need to have that for the budget.
We talked about, right, we talked about communicating it and all that, so that's good.
I heard things about after-school programs, enrichment, athletics. Is that something that needs to show up here as a topic somewhere? It might be part of administrative report. It might just be part of that. Just
Well,
check the
and
list.
I would just remind the board that you'll see on the agenda that you'll have an opportunity at each board meeting to task the administration with specific things that you want for upcoming meetings. So you don't have to pre-think everything. Everything comes up. There's a lot.
This is helpful.
Maybe we get to buy off.
I'd like to suggest, as a board, as a healthy organization, you spend time in June looking back and talking about what you did really well and the work you've done, or sharing your successes. I like that. That'd be a huge thing. It's not more work.
Reflection.
I'm gonna write it, like you guys don't have to do it.
Do it.
That's great.
March. March is when we have reorganization, board reorganization.
Oh, yeah, that was going to be, you're voting.
So that's that. That was Drew.
Oh, we will do board reorg. Well, we won't do board reorg then, because we'll have an at-large vote on March 22nd.
Oh, really?
So it'll be April.
This goes here.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry. That's okay.
Which one are you guys are at?
This was just saying, we're going to wait till you write it out.
Well, you might still brief new board members anyway.
We should have
You
3
won't
up
completely
every year from this way.
Some of them get elected in March. Some get elected.
Right.
Right. Town meeting will be non. What do you call it?
At large.
At large. Yes.
Town representative.
We should have a Townsend person. We should have a Newfane person. I have to check on the window.
Do we have to do that stuff?
Any other,
Yes.
so any other topics?
You have to be voted on. I'll tell you that. You want me to tell
Try
you?
to keep us out of the weeds if we can, a little bit here.
Because you have to do a Australian ballot vote. And since we're doing
So
the
it's not
budget
just-
on March 22nd.
So I'm just coming from a Newfane perspective, we're already electing Australian.
You are, but not every other town.
Well, they are.
So I'm going to ask us to get back on topic a little bit, just so we don't go too far in the weeds, because I know Bill has a topic to bring up with you as well. I think we're at a good stopping point. It's a great first start, or I think it's really good. Looks like you've got your majors on here, and as you establish your committees and your sub-work here, that may change what happens. And I wrote committees on here with the idea that that might be report outs or things that you need them to do, but it doesn't have to show up. Good?
Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Okay. Hang in there.
Right.
So, I had last on the agenda was school visitation by school board members, and Bill was going to facilitate that part. And then I'll just back to the item at 5 minutes. Wrap up. We're close.
So I think that we have 30 minutes slotted, but I just wanted to bring this up because you guys are a new board and you all have developed relationships with your original boards if you were on the original board, and now you're on a new board, and I thought it was important for us to have the discussion about board visitation to schools so that we're all on the same page, because I got to see every board work and every board did it differently, and I think you all should do it uniformly. So I looked at the VSBA policy. You guys don't have a policy on it, but I like the model policy, which is simply that the board's role and responsibility is to support the schools, and if you have information that you want to gather, for example, if you want to come and have a tour of the school and the principal walks you around because you're really interested in the investment that you're making in the pre-K expansion, well, that is an interest that you have that you want to know more about. That makes sense. But I don't want board members going in and telling principals what to do. That's my job. And I want to make sure that everybody is comfortable with that, and also everybody acts in that same way. But I also don't want it to be unwelcoming, because you guys are responsible for 600 students, and I want you to know what investments you're making. So the suggestion from the VSBA is simply to encourage visitation by school board members. It's done through the superintendent. You tell me what you're interested in doing. It could be as simple as, I've never been in all 5 of the buildings that I'm responsible for, and I would like to visit them. And then it would be my responsibility to take your request and figure out how to facilitate. You could adopt a policy on that. I don't have a model for you now. We could go through our policy committee to do that. But as school was starting, and you guys are a new board, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to at least hear my opinion and recommendation and see if you guys had any feedback.
Because I know it's new and formal.
So if we follow that, you potentially have 11 times you could take board members to a school.
Well, I would.
Well, I mean,
I would
I'm
take
just
a
saying.
request and I would delegate that responsibility. If it was particular to curriculum, I might ask my director of curriculum to do that.
But it doesn't really matter. I'm just saying 11 potential visits. Is there a better way we could handle that? And should those be at the direction of the board, not the individual board member? We don't operate as individual board members. We operate as a board. Other than that, I mean, parents can go in all the time whenever their principal says it's okay. But if you're going in as a West River board member, operating as a West River board member, I don't think that's appropriate unless the board has directed that. Or that's how my perspective.
Right, I was going to say that is a board decision.
Board members entering a building, even with the principal saying, yay, that's fine. I think if we're going as a West River board member, maybe we should consider, because I agree that it would be wonderful to be able to get into the schools at some point. Maybe we should have a couple of opportunities when there could be a tour for board members to be able to go in. And then anybody who had time to take advantage of it, we could have a couple of opportunities and do it that way.
I'm game for whatever. I just want to set myself up as the gatekeeper.
Bill, I believe we actually had opportunities from, well, I know Newbrook and Townsend, there was something going on up there that they sent out, and also Jamaica. That, the board members are welcome to come and.
Are you talking
At
about
an
a
event
specific
or something? Yeah.
event? That's a different thing, because I think if we're invited to an event, and I'm sure it's run
Absolutely.
that by you, and that's a different thing
Yeah.
completely. And I think that's wonderful. I know Newbrook was always wonderful about inviting people to come to their field day thing and that sort of thing, because they have our workings and all that. That's different. That goes through the.
And I don't want to discourage that. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
Here's what I don't want.
Board
Let me just be
members.
frank. Yes. I don't want any 11 of you showing up at one of the buildings unannounced. I just don't want that. I don't want to put the people that I am supervising in that position. That's what I'm saying.
And I go further.
And I don't think you guys would do that.
We would also have to.
But I just wanted to make it clear for everyone.
I would just take it a step further and say, I think it's inappropriate for a board member to go in even, I don't know why you would give permission for individual board members to go in. For what purpose? As a board member to go in. If we're going in to review a school, we should have a reason for going in, not just because I'm curious. We can do the I'm curious, and then we have a time frame for it. I mean, those schools are busy and they're educating kids. I don't want that to be that random. That's all I'm saying.
I just want the board
We
to
should
make
go
the
in.
decision.
Just do it.
This is your call.
I'm not giving an opinion of the board. I'm giving my opinion. And I would be very cautious about that.
So I think a good example of when it would be appropriate is, so say for example, the building committee, we should be going to, with the director of operations to an individual building to say, to kind of flesh out the report, here's what it says in the report, here's what it physically looks like, and then just to kind of help us better understand. So that's just an example of a purpose.
Mike.
I'm fine with Bill being the gatekeeper, and I'm actually fine with what Emily said about, like, maybe we just set up a date for the board members to whatever. I'm just a little cautious about having the whole rest of the board be the gatekeeper, right? So I'm fine with Bill doing it, or I'm fine with having it open at certain times for that reason, but, I mean, we are responsible, so we should be able to do that in the appropriate way. Yeah.
Okay. Thoughts? Thank you.
I don't think what.
Well, Bill obviously said he wants to be the gatekeeper, and then Emily said, well, maybe, she had reservations about us going in at all as board members, but then she also said individually. But then she also said the field trips invite to the whole board is, I think, a happy medium, right? That way, But I'm just like, if somebody says, hey, I really think we should get into this building and see this construction project, and then for whatever reason the rest of the board says, no, I don't think you need to, then how are you making a fully informed decision? That's all. But that we have the solution.
I trust Bill to be the gatekeeper. I don't
Yeah,
feel like
I
we
do
need to
too.
micromanage things. I think if you start to feel overwhelmed by it, then maybe we could reevaluate it, but that.
So my purpose for saying it was exactly that. We shouldn't be micromanaging. Individual board members don't have any authority whatsoever on their own. So what's the purpose of them going in? I love the idea of committees and of invitations and real purposes. But when we are only acting individually, just because we're curious about something, that's a change, is what I say, from anything we've ever done before. What's the purpose?
So is it okay to say visitation through Bill with veto power?
Yes. And are we going to ask for feedback from individuals who go in? I mean, so that we all have the same information that that person got, because I think that would be very important. If a board member is going in acting as a board member to review something going on in a building, the full board would need to have feedback on that, right? Sure.
I think this is a dangerous discussion. So, November, we're gonna have a discussion about budget, and I don't really like the widget program at the high school, so I'm gonna go and I'm gonna evaluate the widget program by sitting in the widget program for the next 45 minutes and decide that I don't like the teacher, I don't like the widget machine, I don't like the program, I don't like the number of students, and I'm gonna base a decision on what? I think this is a very dangerous discussion when we're having board members access what? For what? I completely agree with Al that there's going to be a time where there's a building project where there's let's go take a look at the new boiler that we just spent $400,000 on. There's going to be times, but when it comes to looking at, I want to go watch the principal work. It's completely, or the teacher work, it's completely inappropriate for a board member. That's the superintendent's responsibility. I would hope that nobody would ever ask to enter a school building to sit in a classroom and watch. In the capacity of a board member, I think that's inappropriate.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess I never assumed somebody would ask that. I don't think anybody would.
Hopefully they'll be like, no.
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable saying that.
But let's make that a rate-off no. Active classroom, no.
How about this? What if we start this? Why don't I set up a couple field trip opportunities that are amenable to when the principals would be available? I'll publicize them to you over the next couple of months. And in general, committee work all makes sense about any kind of things, but everything still flows through me. And let's see how that goes, and I'll report back to the board. That's fine, mid-year.
And you may be able to connect that with some of the wonderful things going on in schools, like Newburgh has their field day or something like that.
But the original point that Ken said, when it's a school event, that is a community event, board members are encouraged to attend, just like I went to the soccer game yesterday, right? I'm not intimidating any of the sixth graders sitting there throwing peanuts at me.
But that's an invitation, right?
That's
To
not
all
true.
the
No, I showed up.
No.
No, that's not true. I heard you did intimidate someone.
I'm talking about board members coming to an event at a school. We don't necessarily know about that unless we're parents, that it's going on. So every board member should be invited to those at once.
We will keep you informed of those opportunities.
And I think that's great.
Yes.
I was
So-
only talking about individual.
So here's how I'm operating. I'm going to be the gatekeeper. I'm going to set up a couple field trip opportunities. I'm going to inform you of events, and the expectation is your committee work is probably going to lead you to the most opportunities. Everybody cool? Rocking it.
Can we tie in the field trips with promotion?
Was it? And here's
The West River Board just.
What do you do if you get 6 members?
To see the brand new boiler.
I will know.
It'll have to.
I'm only going to let 5 of you go at a time.
Multiple trips.
Only let 5 go at a time.
You're not meeting.
There's some flexibility.
I don't know if you're all going at the same
But
time.
not a tour. And we could all show up at an event that we were invited to because we're not doing board business, but actually a tour that's more than 5 people would have to be.
Right.
You can borrow. It's open meeting days if you want.
That's good then.
We just have to.
It's just like, well, how many times like has New Brooks had sent to the board, you know, we're having this going on and you're all welcome to come. And everyone's like, well, if you and you were going, then I can't go because that'll make 5. And
There's a distinction around that. Like, we can all show up at a basketball game, but we shouldn't be sitting together talking about board business.
Right.
Well,
5 of you can, not 6. Right, no.
Well, I'm just saying, 6 people could be at a ball game, but without warning it.
All right, I feel good. You guys are
I'm
good.
good.
No worries. Thank you, Tim.
Okay, so we made it back on our agenda, which is amazing. So we are wrapping up. We went through the parking lot. We've gone through a lot. Does anyone have anything burning that they came in? Maybe last night you thought the one thing I want to talk about is this, and I think if you haven't gotten a chance to say what that is, we're not going to talk about it now. But we're any pressing? Fantastic day. I am going to go around and do something we call sharing successes. So it is a fast, I'll give you a moment to think, this is your first time doing it. At the end of our meetings, we take a moment to share a success, and that can be personal or professional. And we can go in any order, but almost always people have to put it around a certain order. So sharing personal or professional success and celebration that you want to share with the group.
Nothing to do with this.
You can do it. Any brave volunteers to go?
Oh, I'll start.
Bill will start.
So I sent you all the cabinet report for the month. I encourage you to click on the link that says Base Camp. This is year 4 for 11 out of the 13 people on our leadership team. Only 2 people existed that's principals and cabinet members, or director of finance, director of curriculum, prior to 2016. 80% of our students are in new school districts. They may be in the same school building, but they're governed by a different governing board. We did an activity on our opening day where we divided into 5 areas of Dutton Gym, where you pre-2016, hired in 16, hired in 17, hired in 18, and hired in 19, and it was almost 20% for everything. So we've got 80% of all of our people were hired in the last 3 years. And it's a nice slideshow just to look through, but it's kind of our opening day of our connecting our work to where we are as a group, kind of acclimating to what we call base camp after this long, arduous 3-year climb, where we're setting up systems, where we're creating curriculum, where we're creating intervention systems, where we have new people to deliver on the promise of all the values you guys talked about. And it was a really uplifting morning and day, followed by 3 very successful professional development days. So I just really encourage you to check that out. That was a huge success for our team, and I wanted you guys to be able to experience a little bit of that.
Success. Personal, professional.
Just force them to do it.
I'm taking a pass.
Personal? I can go personal. I'll go personal. I did my first PT yesterday for my back. How's that?
That's good.
Right. So I can't move today. No.
Al, go ahead.
So I successfully got into the Boston Marathon.
After the knee injury?
Yeah. So, and right after I did the Vermont Marathon, I proceeded to tear or sprain my MCL, so I've been on PT for the last 6 weeks, but finally starting to recover, and yeah, I'm excited about doing that on April 20th.
Nice. Very exciting, huh?
Keep your gun up, I'll put you ready.
Sure.
All right.
So, somewhat related, personal, professional, and board. We're kicking off a CPR initiative, which hopefully our superintendent will support. And we're offering free CPR education to all students, educators, paraeducators in this district starting the 1st of October.
How young?
As young as we can get them. So we're targeting 1,000 students and educators over the next 12 months.
Awesome. Great.
Awesome.
That's wonderful. Mike.
Filed a continuation on my patent, get new claims, hopefully will get approved, but taking, expanding that intellectual property and hopefully it'll pay off someday.
Awesome. Very good.
Celebrating each other personally is also a great keep a healthy organization. It's kind of fascinating. You have also done this stuff. Emily.
I'm going to say two things. One is that my husband and I successfully navigated another, and Rick's the only one who's going to get this, another Sunday for our business. It's an art show that goes 9 days and it just about kills us every summer. And so we did that. I'm feeling so good about that being behind me. The other thing I'll just say is I felt pretty good about being able to advocate very hard on behalf of all of our students in the state of Vermont to get them to delay that special ed memo. And it wasn't just me, but it was really important that we took that off the table for now so that we can actually do good work moving forward, informed decision making, including our students and our administrators. So I'm feeling really good about that. I'm happy with it. Yeah. You it
You want to know about my boss?
I'm so excited about my boss.
I'm working on my boss. I'm really excited about that. I don't know if that's quite a success. It's a success. All right, it's a success. We're my family, my husband, myself, and my kids are building a schoolie, and it is so close to system ready. We can drive it. We can get it going. I'm pretty psyched. We're going to have adventures, and I love it.
Can you ask her a question? Can you drive it to see yours?
Oh my God, yes.
Can we use it for board field trips?
I mean, yes.
I've been so excited about it ever since she told me about it. I think it's wonderful.
That's how we get to all the schools.
All right, you know who you are. It's coming. Trish? Yeah. I successfully navigated the summer where I only had to move the hay in my loft and not actually throw it on the back of the truck with Joe there.
All right. You don't count as your success, though. This one's true.
My back only hurt this summer for 3 days instead of.
Well, that would be a failure on my part because I had to throw all the hay and Trish didn't help me. The one we just did was like 100.
We only did 107.
The first cut that you didn't get all of was 400 or 500.
Yeah.
Look at that one.
Okay, Joe, bring us on home with a positive success you'd like to share.
Okay, so I was like running through all these professional things and I'm going, you guys would be so bored. So I'll give you a personal success. I learned how to remove all the bones from a pig.
That's right. You did teach that.
Because then you can take it and stuff it and roll it up and cook it whole and then slice it. And he's got pictures. I have pictures.
And it was delicious.
And it was delicious. It was a really cool cooking weirdness that I learned over the weekend.
We still miss your bacon. Cool. Just so you know.
We might have to get the bacon back.
Thank you.
The bacon can come back. Jen, thank you very much. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. We're going to do some cleanup after this while Rick is here. Clean up? Anything? Okay. These people go back into the gray and see what's else.
All right.
All right, so is this meeting adjourned?
Oh, I didn't do that.
No. Did we call it to order? Oh, yeah, we did. Oh, we need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, sorry.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We are adjourned.
right. Good evening. Let's start with our introductions because the camera's on. David, why don't you start because you're way down at the other end.
All right, David Chair with the Attorney General's Office.
I'm Ken Schatz, the Commissioner of the Department for Children and Families.
Jen Furco, Vermont Criminal Justice Training Council.
Rebecca Turner with the Federal General's Office.
Eitan Ness-Redden Longo, Chair of the panel.
James Pepper, Department of State Attorneys and Sheriffs.
Monica Weaver, Department of Corrections.
Gary Scott, State Police.
Brian Grierson, Chief Superior Judge.
Susanna Davis, Executive Director, Racial Equity.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for being here. Announcements, really easy. Sheila's not able to make it. You all sort of heard that beforehand. I know she's just overwhelmed. She's just got irons all over the place. And so she really wanted to come. I've been able to sit with her and just bring her up to date on what's going on, get some feedback from her and things, but she won't be able to be here. That's all I know.
But she wants to stay.
But she absolutely wants to stay. She's completely committed. She's just overcommitted. So I just want to put that out there. But that's the only thing I have for an announcement. Anything else?
Are there any subcommittees that she mentioned she wanted to work on?
Yeah.
That's all right.
Maybe.
I just don't want her.
Yes. She will be. She will be.
Okay.
Right, okay. Making
Second announcement, Jess Brown is on her way a minute ago.
Oh, good, okay. Good. Right, you all have the minutes from our last meeting, which David sent a little after I sent out one of the billion things I seem to have sent this one. We need to look at those and approve and so on and so forth, or amend or whatever.
I'd make one correction.
Okay.
On page 2, under my name, in the first kind of paragraph, it says Pepper himself understands the meaning, thinks it's accurate. I wasn't intending to comment on the accuracy, just that, I went back and just kind of looked at my remarks, and I was just saying that it took me a long time to understand what is meant by the term white supremacy, and that if we're going to use it in the report, there should be some context. So if we can make some change to reflect that.
I can do that.
Yeah.
The one thing I had, and this is so professorial, is Captain Scott's first name is with 2 R's.
I just noticed that, and I was going to say it's not you did. So used to it.
Sorry,
I appreciate
that felt really petty, but anything else?
You could have circled that on a paper.
I did,
Yeah.
actually. Anything else?
Just a minor comment on under mine where it says will not push away readers. I may have said that. Funders is also what I was referring to. So readers.
Which
funders.
page is that?
Well, somebody did paginate them.
Absolutely. Who didn't paginate?
Which page?
If we can find that person. It's just under my name.
Okay.
Just add funders because I think that's, in other words, where it says first line. Be sure that phrasing will not push it over.
Gotcha.
Right.
Slash funders. That's really what I was talking about.
All right, I got that.
Anything else? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move to adopt as modified.
Anyone want a second? Monica, second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Minutes are approved as modified. Thank you. Now we move on to much more fun. I have the honor of introducing Susanna Davis, who is, in fact, our new Racial Equity Executive Director. I thought we should all meet and get to know each other. She should hear us do what we do, particularly given the state of affairs that we're at of writing the report. And I wanted to invite her, and here she is. So I'll stop talking. Welcome.
Thank you all for having me, for inviting me to your meeting. Very happy to be here and very grateful for the opportunity. I don't want to talk at you, and I do have a tendency to ramble. I am coming to you from New York City, where I lived for the last 11 years. My last job was at the health department, doing work at the intersection of health and housing. Before that, I was the director of the Black Latino Asian Caucus of the New York City Council. Before that, I was in a deep despair after the bar exam. So now that we've come out of that dark space, I'm here, happy to be your new executive director for racial equity. I'm operating out of the Agency of Administration based in Montpelier at the Pavilion Building. And I have a lot of directives that have been thrust upon me, and I keep telling folks, no, I don't have a big job. You all have a big job, and I'm just here to sort of help nudge. So I'm looking forward to pushing off all of my work onto the people of the state of Vermont. And one of the primary directives that I'll be doing is doing a top-to-bottom review of the internal policies of the different state agencies to identify which, if any, are engendering racial disparity and making recommendations for how to correct those, with the hope of reducing some of the high turnover of people of color in state service. And then I'm also going to be working on creating a public engagement framework, working with government and community partners so that we can have this conversation without people being so darn upset about it. Being able to create spaces where people do feel safe to have these conversations, to make mistakes, to learn the language and to learn how to approach the issue so that we can engage more people. And I'm going to stop here, but any questions you have, I'm very happy to answer. If not, excited to observe the meeting.
Would you remind us what the mandate is generally? And how, and I know there are other committee members and members part of this commission, I don't even know, is it a panel?
Oh, yeah.
And is there a set time to regularly meet? And really my questions are related to sort of understand and see where we have parallels and overlapping mandates.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for raising that because I forgot to mention there is, in the legislation that created my position, there was also an advisory panel that was created with appointees from different areas of government. It's a 5-member panel with a staggered term so that the roster is rotating but not all at once. Members include Karen Richards, former HRC ED, Judge Waples, Stephanie Seguino, Clarence Davis, and Andrea Bratt are the current members of the Racial Equity Advisory Panel. They do regularly meet. The next meeting, I believe, is open to the public and is going to be on the 20th of this month. I can send along the location information for anyone who's interested in joining. And that panel's directive, according to the legislation, is to serve in an advisory capacity to the person in my role. Because it's a new role and a new panel and new work, no one really knows what that means yet. So I say, given the existence of this panel and that newly formed one, it would really be wonderful if we could align objectives and see where we can work smarter, not harder, and work together where possible.
We've had that conversation to some degree with Karen Richards, who's come and helped with our work. And she had, I don't know that we dropped the ball exactly. I think everyone's just been very busy. And because she had said there should be some back and forth between the two bodies, and we just haven't gotten there quite yet. I think we were waiting for you to be hired. So now we need to move, yes.
We're so excited to hear that.
Thank you so much.
You know, I think too, in terms of fostering that exchange of information, as I know that we at the panel had expressed interest, and maybe these public meetings, if you have the agenda to share, and we could make sure that we share ours with
That's
you.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, in an ideal world, we have someone with enough time to go, if it's relevant. I'm not sure what the agenda is, but it just seems appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know how that panel is choosing to move, I'm assuming it's operating by Robert's rules, similar to this one, and all of that. So whatever the processes are, I'll absolutely be sure to suggest it to them, and hopefully we can have that real, I don't even know, I misstate a lot of idioms in English, so you're gonna have to forgive me, but a lot of that sort of cross-seeding between the panels.
Right. Other questions? Comments or anything? You look like you have one. No?
That's just my face.
Okay. Okay, never.
Questioning.
I just want to get everybody. Great. All right. Next, then, I sent along proposals for inclusion in the panel's report. 4 pages, roughly, 3 and a bit, from Rebecca Turner. And then a few paragraphs from Ken Schatz and Karen Bassine. And I thought we should discuss those first, and then, bless you. And then we can start doing the subcommittee stuff, which, never mind. So, do you want to talk about what you, whichever one you want to do.
Go shorter, but.
Okay, sure. You want to
Go for it.
No, that's true. No, because I'm going to try to keep it short.
Okay. So, as many of you recall from our last meeting, when we were going around and we had some conversation about juvenile justice issues, not having been really the subject of a lot of conversation here. And it is certainly within our charge. It's frankly why I'm a member of the panel. And I think it makes sense to both make on the need that we should. Jennifer actually was really helpful too in making that point. So the idea was to put something in writing and I kept it pretty short. It looks like there's extra copies.
Yeah, there are copies in the center.
But honestly, as many of you know, the Department of Children and Families is pretty challenged in terms of data. But I did want to start there to see what we had. And so what I referenced was getting some data from the Children and Family Council for Prevention Programs. But some of you may be familiar with that entity. It comes from the Federal Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act. Each state has to have what's referred to as a state advisory group. In Vermont, it's called the Children's and Family Council for Prevention Programs. It's a group of people appointed by the governor who do a range of different activities, including granting out federal dollars. But one of the things they're required to do is measure compliance with the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act. One of the provisions of the act is looking at issues of racial disparity, particularly disproportionate minority contact. So they do some analysis every year, and so what I describe here is based on the most recent report where that council did identify that we do have 2 particular areas of statistically significant racial disparity. Chittenden County, specifically in the areas of arrest and secure detention. And the second area is with respect to, it's more anecdotal, and so that's, we've had some communication with some of the organizations that work with New Americans, and they have described this concern about students of color being expelled from school, getting into trouble, and ending in places like Woodside. It's not, it was a bit of an education for me, I'll admit, because I've certainly heard about the school to prison pipeline, but I've understood that to be more about sometimes schools, either through their teachers or school resource officers, identifying activities, charging youth with crimes that end up resulting in criminal prosecution. That's my understanding. That's not what's being described here. It's a little bit different, but still relevant in that it has more to do with expulsion.
from school. And then, at least the concept as I understand it is young people with, honestly, perhaps too much time on their hands, getting into trouble and ending up in the juvenile justice or criminal justice system. So those are the areas that I would put forward as things we should put in the report as noteworthy that we should address. And I did include a little bit just to share with you what we're currently doing, because this has been identified. And so the Children and Family Council, as I mentioned, does have some grant-making capacity. And so to address these issues, they have provided a grant to the Association of Africans Living in Vermont and to specifically provide a mentoring program, skill development programs, an after-school recreation program, and on-site mental health practitioner. So that is already in place. But what I thought I would just put out there was an idea of where we could go in terms of addressing these issues. And that is, frankly, first of all, understanding more about what's been described, about the high school to correctional system pipeline. Because again, it's anecdotal. I don't want to pretend that I know more than I do. But I think it's worth looking at to see if, in fact, there is data to support that concern, and if so, then of course we want to deal with it. But then with respect to the issues of arrest and secure detention, I think it is worthwhile, and we have begun having some conversations with, particularly in Chittenden County, with the State's Attorney's Office, the Public Defender's Office, and law enforcement to try to talk about how can we reduce disproportionate arrests and proposals for secure detention for youth of color. So we've definitely been engaged in those conversations, so I don't want to suggest we're starting from ground zero, but I do think it makes sense for this panel to recognize those issues and to support those continuing efforts. So I'll sort of stop there, open the questions.
When you refer, or at least in here, to secure detention, are you talking about Woodside?
We are talking about Woodside, yes. Okay. We definitely, there is no doubt that we look at the population of Woodside where there is racial disparity. The proportion of youth of color, new Americans, is clearly higher than their percentage in the population.
And just to clarify, who makes the decision as to whether a child should be in a secure facility like this?
So I'm glad to answer. Yes, sure. There's two ways you can get into what youth can be placed at Woodside. The first is a judicial decision, and that is when there is an allegation of delinquency and there's a request by law enforcement and the state's attorney to have that youth be confined. The judge makes the preliminary decision about whether or not the youth should be confined at Woodside. This is pre-adjudication, pre-disposition. Actually, in recent amendment to the law, DCF reserved the decision, because the youth is put in DCF custody, to be clear, my custody as commissioner. And so what we did work out with various stakeholders and the legislature was that if DCF determined that the youth could be released from Woodside and placed safely in a community-based setting, I had the authority to do that without having to go back to the court. Because that was an issue that some of you may know about, that one of the things about a court order was then people felt like you couldn't move the youth even if everybody felt that another placement was appropriate. And so we addressed that issue to give. So the answer is the judge makes that preliminary decision, but I have the authority to move the youth outside of Woodside.
And what about the other part, though?
Right.
Can the judge make a decision predisposition to put a child in a place like Woodside over DCF's recommendation? Doesn't the judge need
So that it has to be, thank you, no, so in fact, it has to be a recommendation on Woodside. So what we did was try to build in a variety of safeguards. So the idea is that DCF, if DCF says right at the beginning, this youth can be safely go back home, be in a foster home, or a residential program, the judge can't order Woodside. It has to be based on our recommendation, and then we can, even then, we can change our mind.
So is DCF tracking at all the numbers of children who it recommends, whether it's pre or post, based on race and gender, who is going into Woodside?
So, I'll have to check on that. I think that's, again, as I indicated earlier, our data system's pretty challenging. And so it might be, we'd have to do that by going back as opposed to, in real time. But I think it's a great question, and I think it is really worthwhile trying to do that.
And these series of questions sort of cluster around focusing on key discretionary points around Woodside and who ends up in Woodside, which we know is a problem in terms of racial disparities. And of course, I don't know if folks saw the recent federal judge decision and a couple of days ago dealing with constraints. But the question then focusing on discretion and DCF's role in making those critical decisions. I know I didn't have, and I apologize for that, the time in advance. I focused on the prosecution in general to the extent that DCF's role is similar to that in the criminal justice system prosecuting. I just wanted to draw that out. I appreciate the recommendations, but I think there's so much more discretion that DCF has in terms of making these judgment calls of our clients in the system in terms of security.
Right. And let me just say, because I do think the racial disparity issue is really important, but I think it's actually been a successful effort generally to reduce the population in Woodside. So because it's substantially decreased in terms of average daily population. Right now, so last year, the average population was, I believe, 16. It ranges from 7 to 20 on any given day. But in fact, so that was fiscal year 18. I don't think I have the data yet for fiscal year 19, but I expect it's going to be lower than 16 because the population continues to go down in terms of pure numbers. But I think, again, the point about discretion is really appropriate, and I think it is worth looking at.
So, Ken, why is this recommendation directed at law enforcement and state's attorneys?
It does include us, and I think that Rebecca's point is right. It's just my fault in terms of drafting. I think we were thinking about it more in the context of arrest, because that is a file, we're not directly involved in that. We get involved in the decision about placement. Okay. So I think it is a good suggestion that we definitely should add DCF in terms of this process.
And what's kind of the substance of, you said you've been meeting with Chittenden County state's attorneys and talking to them about alternatives.
So the idea is to come up with some sort of, first of all, screening instrument, the other piece to have an objective approach to making these decision-making to sort of in part address the issue about discretion, but it's also to make sure that we're talking together about and make sure people understand the range of alternatives and the thinking process, and actually there've been some conversation about having some sort of screening process as a team to look at these cases to try to figure out together, frankly, what alternatives there are to placement in Woodside.
And is the state's attorney going to oppose that?
No, I've been supportive and involved. And there's some from the Defender General's, Public Defender's Office who's been involved too, as I understand it.
Is there a way to get some of this data that you talk about and also any sort of the kind of anecdotal concerns that you've been hearing?
So the anecdotal, I don't have much more than frankly, an email, but the data I can provide the backup data.
One of the issues we see as well in this, and not necessarily linked to DCF, it's the GAOs. The GAOs who are assigned to cases. And again, anecdotal, and again, because of lack of data, where a family, and I call it a family involved with the juvenile delinquency system, when really it's focused on the child. But in most instances, the GAL for the child is the parent, or the family member. Now, I understood that in Chittenden, when the child or the parents could not speak English, there was a default to not put the parent as a GAL, to revert to one of the GAL volunteers. There was also concern, for whatever other reason, whether it's a language barrier issue or for other reason, that a non-family member GAL was being assigned to children of color, usually matching up on a nationality front. And so the concern, of course, is that when you have a GAL who is so critical to providing insight, independent, 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 independent is a member of the judiciary. And we layer on implicit bias concerns, and the child is someone of color, and the jail is someone who can't relate necessarily, right? Even just the racial history exposure. That our concern, again, no data, is can we track, are there different results based on racial matchup? Similar issues in terms of custody placements on a secure setting but in a foster family. Are siblings of color being placed together in the same frequency as white siblings who are white? Are siblings or children of color being placed with foster families of color? Right? Is there some kind of disparity there? Again, it's looking at the data, thinking about looking for data that we haven't necessarily looked for. So we're so focused on Woodside, which there's so much to collect in just that context, but it's actually bigger. And I know to some extent it bleeds into the chins and child welfare system.
I was just going to say, the issues about siblings let me be clear, that's not a delinquency issue. That is a very legitimate question regarding the child welfare system.
And so many of these children are in chins and have families involved. Although that was a recommendation I suggested, which is why don't we have the child welfare system as part of this mandate? Not that I want to increase it, but it seems to me that that's not immune to the problems we're seeing in these other areas. They're different, but they're still a problem. And if no one is focused on that area, I think that's okay.
So this may be a matter of my own density, but it's one of the big things that you need here are resources for more data collection in order to make the determinations of which we're now speaking. Got it. Thank you. Okay. Anything else? So we're going to...
I'll move to my... Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think to pull back a little bit, I sent this after my initial email. My initial email providing some thoughts as to, I don't know why I sent that email, but it was a question for this group, which was, are we, so I was going to give you feedback on that initial draft. It occurred to me that draft did a wonderful job capturing what we had talked about for all of these months. But what we had not yet decided was, is that where we want to just go and produce a report to give the legislature, hey, here's where we've been and what we've been doing, check in, which is fine, seems fine. Or maybe are we trying to produce a report that addresses high discretion points of areas in our system where we would like to suggest to the legislature changes to it to reduce implicit racial bias, which was, if you think about it that way, I returned, and there was reference to the last meeting, Jess, where I charted out in a really kind of a detailed bulleted fashion all the various discretionary points from when someone gets into the system, leaving it, where there are calls being made by the various government actors that exacerbate the implicit bias going in. If we're going to focus on that, then this was sort of more of a how should we approach this question? And then I threw out a lot of samples, reports.
Yes, those were terrifying.
They were terrifying, and I ran into David a few days after, and I said, David, my intent was not to shut down and overwhelm. In fact, what it did, though, was that, again, there were so many versions of a report that we may be trying to shoot for. And we hadn't really, as a group, talked about it. I know we had trouble the first version, and that, from my perspective, felt very much because I was shut out from being included in what should be in that report, right? And so, certainly no presumptions there. And then, also that Laura Bjork shared, which was an interesting pullback of reviewing states' Commission's attempts at this and pointing out the various flaws. The biggest flaw being that it's so astronomically huge project that it takes so many resources, and it sits and it sits and it's under-inclusive, and it primarily focuses on the problem, right? And perhaps just one part of it, a lot of judiciary-driven reports. I've been talking again internally and informally, saying, well, how much have we collected, and we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. That was another part of it. And more specifically, how much have we in Vermont and those in the system longer than I came in 07 have experienced it. I understand from Anna Saxman that there was, I think, judiciary leading initiative on racial justice issues, and maybe I'm wrong. But she thought somewhere circa 2002 there was a report.
There was. I read
no one, we did, no one, I can't find, we can't find it.
Okay, let me look through, yeah.
That, you know. Then I started looking for something, because I think that we can spend a lot of time getting a handle of the situation specific to Vermont. And that's where we spend all the months with CIG, the reports we're being stuff in Sacramento, the detailed data we're getting from Chief Del Pozo on bail arraignments on Chittenden courts, really snapshots of where and what is the problem. These reports from other states, Michigan, I forget what Ohio State did do it, Washington did an impressive job chronicling how we got here, right? The history, right? Of how we are here. And so if there's any question about white supremacy or however, or whatever term, when that's a different discussion, how we got to here, right? How we exist in this racially charged, racist society, and yet we operate in a criminal justice system, juvenile justice system, where you can't see the word race in any standard, legal standard, right? It's been stripped. So everything outside the system is racially charged and racist. You come in and all of us have to apply these race-neutral standards. That we're prohibited from arguing that there's been subjective motivation. It's all from the subjective, ideal, reasonableness standard of some raceless, genderless, ageless person. Ideal, right? Yeah. Which doesn't exist, right? And so there's no surprise that we come in and at the end we have results that we have, which is disparate treatment based on this. And how that's aggravated with on gender and age and others. But so then I wanted to see, well, where are people now? There's so many exciting initiatives going around the country. Many of you have probably come across this book. I promised to bring it. I promised David I would try to bring it. He was familiar with this. Emily Bazelon is a reporter for the New York Times, and she linked up, I think, with the Sentencing Project, Barrett Institute. I'll share this. It's basically focusing on the prosecution. Have you seen this?
Right,
yeah, and the recognition really of all the different government stakeholders, law enforcement, prosecution, defense, judiciary, Department of Corrections, that the prosecution has such an enormous role to play in terms of countering these problems, right? Because there's so much power that is held by the prosecution. And what's fascinating is reading this, of course, and I look at all of these sort of reports around the country from various prosecution offices or the Sentencing Project that they're instituted, these nonprofits that are focused on improving the criminal justice system, decreasing racial disparity, discrepancies in the criminal justice system. And the solution section is always so tiny, which actually helps to read an enormous amount of work relatively quickly. That said, these bullets are truly, like, I've heard pieces here and there, trainings here and there over the months, right, that just get lost. They file away in various places that I try to pull together. And some quick, someone's attempt to get at what I'm trying to say to this group, which is to provide what I see from my experience as a defense attorney at the appellate level, And so what I see from my job is all across the state, convictions, questions from attorneys come up, and we either help at the pre-conviction stage, pre-charging sometimes, and then of course through the appeal and post onwards, right? So, and then we train. And so these ideas come from that experience in terms of seeing where I think there's potential substantial opportunity to make some difference. I know that we've talked as a group, training, internal training, recruitment, being very forward-leaning on recruiting diversity, going out of state. It's a problem. We all know it's a problem in respective agencies. If we can get them out, we keep folks, right? I think it was Justice Sotomayor, who recently said, you know, we've spent a lot of time and money on training cops. And more recently, I think, defense bar, judiciary, prosecutors on these issues isn't changing the realities on the ground, right? So what can we do? What more can we do? The approach is here is, again, focusing on the prosecution, because it's the prosecution that exercises and wields enormous discretion as to the footprint of the criminal justice system and who and how long folks are being incarcerated. Critically, obviously important are the judges who impose the sentences, defense attorneys who counsel their clients to accept plea agreements, et cetera, of course. But this is an attempt, because all of our times are limited, to present some proposals that are from the beginning to the end. Again, trying to provide tangible recommendations for the legislature that's a systemic approach, not just initial stops, right? But why are then certain people of color more likely to be searched, right? How do we deal with that? Well, one of these, and so I'm happy to go through these and transition to the individual recommendations. Maybe I'll do that now. That's sort of a too long setup for this list. But Pepper, I point to you because this is taking on prosecution primarily, although a lot of this is incorporating law enforcement practices, necessarily may involve the judiciary with imposing bail, et cetera. But please, when I get boring if I keep talking, but to chime in and add things. I know that on individual offices, there are certain prosecutors who are already there, right? And look, I'm talking about the Philly prosecutor, Larry Kessler, who's really just internalizing certain ideas of how to do this. There are some here in the state. Now, rather than letting that go through sort of an electoral process and allowing states attorneys to exercise their discretion, that doesn't change that, right? The separation of powers is still maintained. However, just like the legislature can set sentences, they can also establish circumstances. And so that's where we come to this. The other point is that these may seem completely crazy. Maybe to some of the attorneys in the room who've been practicing this sort of the reasonable suspicion standard forever and ever since 1965 with Terry, that we cannot even imagine a different reality than the reality. There was one. Even with Terry, it was probable cause. Probable cause is a heightened standard before cops could stop someone with a warrant, temporarily detain, and to frisk if there was, well, reasonable suspicion now, probable cause before. But the point is that these are actually ideas that are being tried and put forward in other jurisdictions. So, first one, minimizing charging decisions impacted by racial bias. Right? The legislature certainly has the ability to lower sentences, to change practices. And so, again, the first one is just decriminalize, make make it a law. The second bullet, I think, is self-explanatory. There's a lot of ink spilled on the problems of life without the possibility of parole. Vermont doesn't have a death penalty. This is our equivalent, and the decision is made upon the sentencing, and it's never reviewed. It's done, and these people are sitting and languishing in jail. Those two suggestions are sort of related to it, separated. There's a recommendation that the legislature established. I think I called it a commission after sentencing, and so it sort of seems like it's after the fact, but it's related to this first bullet. The first bullet means, trying to set it up from before you even charge, make it a requirement that sort of low-level offenses can't be charged, right? And have a norm like that. Later on in the suggestion, which is related, is some kind of panel or commission that looks back after a conviction and sentence. They're often referenced as second look laws, where you set a certain amount of time and maybe other things before you look back and say, oh, should we reconsider that decision? Is justice in fact being served? And specifically in this racial justice panel, a review, maybe not even threshold requirements, but if subsequently we learned that there was an officer involved or other reasons to suspect there was some tainting of the investigation or prosecution involving racial bias, we go actively in to investigate. Again, these are common for the Innocence Project realm, but not so common in terms of just sort of standardizing regular review and check-ins. You can do that for lengthy sentences. You can do that for indefinite term probation, which indefinite is a nicer way of saying life. Probation, where people are ordered to be supervised forever and ever, and the laws do allow the judge to change that in reality. A probationer is out there, and there's no longer an attorney to seek that additional modification. And so the person re-enters the system when they trip up on one of these numerous conditions. So again, look backs. Second big bullet, ensuring investigations and prosecutions that are not tainted by racial bias. I read that after a sentence, and how is that different from the first one? But I think those are the details, and I think there it's getting at raising certain standards or making standards explicit where perhaps the law has slid or there's active litigation on this front. For instance, right now it is law since 1965, although it started Terry v. Ohio with frisks and developed even more to allowing temporary detentions. It started as initial frisk to temporary detentions based on reasonable suspicion. The suggestion here is to have the legislature set it. At least the U.S. Supreme Court has set what the minimum requirement is under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. There's no reason why the legislature can't just set a higher standard. So set it to probable cause, which is not hugely different. Second bullet reflects some thinking. This is about what an officer and then later a prosecutor arguing to the judge when the defense attorney has filed a motion to suppress evidence for unlawful search and seizure. The prosecutor has to argue to the judge objective, specific, particularized indicia to justify suspicion of a crime, right? Under a certain quantum of evidence, whether it's reasonable suspicion or probable cause. Here we see, and Zulo was a case that we talked about earlier as a commission, and that was in the civil context. And there, the question is, and in other cases, can the prosecutor use, while the officers thought and saw and observed, indicia of nervousness, flight, or in this neighborhood, certain travel patterns? Well, we know as defense attorneys and judges and prosecutors that it's a pretty low bar, that basically if a prosecutor can point to, and this evidence so supports, something to support the hunch, right? Whether it's nervousness, regardless, of whether or not nervousness can can be explained for innocent reasons, right, or as I point out, proxies for racial bias. That doesn't come into play. It's seen again in that, again, the neutral, race-neutral standards. And so those are often ways that we bypass those checks, where racially tainted investigations and prosecution should stop there, and suppression motions granted, the standards don't allow it, and they slip by. Right? So why not have a rule from the legislature? In fact, I heard the House Judiciary earlier this session after Zula came down be briefed on the holdings of Zula by their legislative council, and one of the questions from the members was, well, can't we just legislate that certain factors can't be considered if this is such a problem? And I think, well, was it? Sure, you're the legislator, right? So I put that goes into the law. I'm going to move faster.
I just wanted to say, if we're going to go through the whole
you're
thing.
right, you're right. Let me lump them. The second, the next part is, I'm going to skip the new argument this way. Second page, sentencing factors. Again, the legislature can amend what the appropriate sentencing factors are. Right now, we have traditionally a list of factors all on equal basis. They can change the priority. In autonomy, we're going to move faster. Guidelines that can be proposed, right? Again, those guidelines come from this book, from this book. So it's not just Rebecca Turner coming up with some wacky ideas, but vetted through various other organizations that she worked with. It's not just the journals here. The last one I just want to show you, which I thought was interesting. And this is sort of the legislation that passed through Connecticut this past session. Signed by the governor, going into effect July. So we focus in Vermont, we have the data collection laws relating to law enforcement and stops, right? This one is focused on prosecution. This one is requiring all of these subparts the prosecutorial offices to share and then report. I love this idea, again, because there should be transparency and accountability. And we can also see where there are problems. And like Ken talked about, knowing the problems existing inside it and being able to aggressively go after it, that's great. I mean, we don't have an infinite number of resources, so we need to do it prioritize. So I thought that was extraordinarily useful. That's an East that was, I reached out to Vermont ACLU to see if they could reach out to the Connecticut ACLU. I understand that the Connecticut ACLU chapter was very active in this to find out how this came about. What did it look like before? How did they get there? How did they go so long? One session. So it's amazing. And how are they dealing with the financial resources to accommodate all that work that's required? Okay. That's all.
Thank you. Questions, comments? I wanted to ask you all how to proceed at this moment, because what I was perceiving is that Ken and Rebecca gave us some stuff to put into the draft. And do you want to vote on that? I mean, discuss that, because that was my feeling, was I'd say, we're going to put this in, and we vote on it. And if we're putting it in, then it becomes something for the grist for the next step of the process, which is the subcommittees sort of making this exactly what people want and winnowing it perhaps down a little bit. I don't mean, that sounds so horrible, Rebecca. You've done such a lot of work, and I don't mean to say it that way.
It's my one voice, but getting it so that it fits.
Right. Because I was in touch with both Senators White and Ballot, because I just know them, and was asking about the report, and everybody, I mean, the first thing they both looked at me and said was brevity, and I was, okay. And that, when I first got your first email, and I was looking at those reports, one of which is 180 pages and the other one's 40, and I went, okay, maybe they want smaller than that. And I'm mindful of that as well, that we have to somehow keep this brief. They don't want to read very much.
They don't.
40
is way too much.
Yeah, and